Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has finally arrived. Welcome to Top Clan's 2022 Winter Invitational for DBDM. On the red corner, you have Nello Mello. On the blue corner, you got Potch Spice. What is going on, Nello Mello?
Yeah, I mean, it's been more than a week since we witnessed the amazing, qualifiers, and now we're finally here, where the top eights will definitely go home with something. So that's one thing I'm very interested to see, the diversity between the Thailand teams and the Southeast Asia teams, which came from different qualifiers. So that's what I want to see, the difference in meta and how they will work out.
The styles will clash today since, yes, there was an invitational specifically for the Thailand region, and we saw some breakout superstars courtesy of NM, you got ROV, you got ICI, and also someone we're going to see tomorrow because, again, we're only going to have 3 matches today, but there was this one, I would say, dark horse that wasn't really represented in the Southeast Asia region, but in Thailand, you got breakout stars like AKL, Teletubbies, Seven Zeal. So styles will clash, but no, it's been a week, like you said. So I'm pretty sure we're going to see some updated meta of all teams, actually.
Yeah, updated meta. I definitely would like to see more of what they will bring to the table. But before that, let's go to the matchup of the day. So today, like what you said, there are going to be 3 matchups. The first one starting soon, AKL versus ROV, followed by TLTB, which Teletubbies versus ICI, and last but not least, Seven Seals going up against NM. So
that's
3
something
Thai
to
teams versus 3 Southeast Asia teams here.
Yeah, definitely a lock. I see some love in the chat going for ROV and ICI, but also spam some love for AKL and Teletubbies too, since that will be the first half of the day. And then, the main event, Seven Zeal versus NM. I would say both those teams had really big highlights. I mean, the survivors on both sides of those teams really good. We'll talk about that in just a bit, but let's talk about the highlights from last week, because yes, there was a clear, I would say, distinction of styles. I would say Southeast Asia is a lot more playful, while Thai is really grounded with what they know works best. So what would you expect coming into this one?
Orthodox versus unorthodox. We'll be seeing a lot of spirit picks. Hopefully, I don't burn myself on this. I think we'll see
or bans.
or bans. I think they will definitely. It depends on team to teams, but I would expect a lot of bans onto the spirit for the Thai teams because they took it out a lot. Hillbilly is an auto ban already, so we don't have to mention it. We've seen Oni getting banned as well because of the one-hit KO. And the nurse, we've also seen a lot of great nurse plays. Like there was actually a nurse which got 4K. So I feel like nurse is that kind of unique hunter. Like if the killer is not banned, you're gonna have a hard time trying to rotate.
Yeah, we've had some nurse highlights courtesy of Seven Zeal, but now on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, AKL versus ROV. AKL having a really scary spirit killer in Arivol here, but here we have the teams, ladies and gentlemen. Again, AKL, standout performance. I would say Thai teams, very strong when it comes to the survivor side of things, because I think at most the hunter, that nurse you said, was able to get the 3K, but most likely it is the survivors that you see in front of your screens that will be getting the points here for the team.
Yeah, I mean, definitely very survivor-sided on the side of the Thai qualifiers coming out from the Thai teams. And whereas in Southeast Asia, there you have it, Rendezvous of Vengeance, ROV. They've been quite playful with their picks. We've seen, you're actually seeing a plague now on the screen. So I feel like, that's gonna be a very interesting matchup because plague so good in just keeping up the vomits onto the gens. Whoever touches the gen will get infected. Whoever touches the rescue survivor will also get infected. So I think it slows down the gens a lot. So this is the lineup, Posh. This is the lineup we're gonna see after this: Huntress versus Plague.
Yeah, and just kind of highlighting on Arivol the Hunter on AKL's side, I want to highlight Common Crafter and Master Fox here. Those two are really good survivors that I feel like will be highlighted here, depending on how the match will play out. But not to mention AKL, Do, Benz, Kona, and Arivol, which is the killer. Bang, Titon, and Mauseum. I mean, the way they played their matchup, they kind of opened up the Thai qualifiers. They did really well, and Arvel had to deal with how would I say, the hatchet escape pick. So
I
this
know,
his
right?
spirit was really good, and I have to note that the spirit killers in the Thai teams, their early down is really good. But one thing that we kind of noticed now is that decisive strike was so strong. So I wonder how they're going to deal with that, because towards the end of the Thai qualifiers, you started to see a little discipline on not picking up the survivors just yet and wait for that 60 seconds. So the decisive strike is gone.
Yeah, I mean, in most 4v1 games, how do you make a game more winnable? You eliminate one as fast as possible so that you only have to deal with three, right? So in Dead by Daylight Mobile, Decisive Strike, Borrowed Time, it that eliminates the risk of getting tunneled even more. And if you decide to go for that tunneled survivor, the killer decides to go, it wastes the time for the killer, and the other teammates will be able to get more gens done. So I feel like DBD really gave a lot of thought into the system of like, you know what, we want everyone to enjoy the game, so stop killing everyone. Just stop killing one person. Like, you know, I like Meg, I'm just gonna go for Meg until she's she's dead. So yes, I think it's pretty balanced in that sense. So yeah, great job, my devs.
That is true, and I feel like that's something that we'll have to see, and how the killer will try to adapt to that. Because if we notice in the Thai meta, always they bring decisive strike, borrowed time, like you mentioned, dead hard, another really good trait that just prolongs the kiting. And in this team, in AKL, they did bring 2 Prove Thyself and 4 Iron Wills. So the Thai meta is really bound to really go for Iron Wills. While ROV on the other side, kind of, I would say, a little more playful. Like you said, Orthodox versus Unorthodox. Yes, they do have Decisive Strike, but one of them did bring Deliverance. You see 3 Unbreakables. 1 Prove Thyself, 2 Borrowed Time, 1 Will Make It, and a Blast Mine. So what does that tell you?
Tells me that they are very creative with their picks. I mean, there's so many possibilities that you can do with as long as you're creative with your perks. Like, you know, like Iron Will, we don't usually see that, but you know, that's the strategy for reducing the grantings by survivors, because they think, oh, they can hide well, and if the volume of the granting is reduced, then they will be able to hide even longer, give the killer a harder time. But ultimately, I feel like those who make use of the perks the best, for example, those who are rushing gens get the rush gen perks. Those who are rescued, I don't believe in everyone having the same perks. Like 4 survivors with the same perks, it's not really, it's good, but it reduces the risk of getting tunneled, but it's not really gonna help in the long run. So I would suggest maybe 2 borrowed times, 1 decisive strike for the person who's trying to harass or rescue, decisive strike plus unbreakable combo. It's limitless. I can't finish it. Oh my God.
Yeah, I love how playful the Southeast Asia teams are when it comes to the creativity, because the matches were, I mean, towards the end game, right? They popped the generators really quick because they have Prove Thyself. Here also, ROV did bring 2 med kits, 1 flashlight, and a toolbox. So I think they're a big believer in just having a well-rounded lineup. Like you said, if it's yes, you can make a case, you know, at least if everyone has the same perks, everyone has the same abilities. But I think what ROV brings to the table is that they play to their strengths. They know, all right, let's have Common Crafter do the kiting, let's have Master Foxy do the kiting, so that it lasts long. And they were highlighted in the previous matches. While in AKL side, I think they're just so good at covering each other that it's really tough for them to pinpoint who is the strongest kiter, because all of them could actually kite really long. So I think there was a Lori player that had an early down, but the rebound kite was so good. And like you mentioned, okay, he was down right away, decisive strike. Okay, decisive strike is done. All right, dead hard comes in. And then, oh, get saved, borrowed time comes in. So it's a lot to commit to. And I think that kind of opens up the strategy also to, like you point out, Nell, and you're a fan of this, when the killer sees someone get rescued, you go after the rescuer and not the one that it was just hooked.
Yeah. I mean, that's the basis, the foundation of a killer play. Whoever rescues, you don't go after the rescue first. You go after the rescuer, because he or she will not have any endurance. He or she will not have any perks. Decisive strike to work on. It's basically sitting duck, waiting for you to kill. So that's why the rescuer also has to be very good in kiting, in looping, in kiting. so that even after getting one hit, she'll still be able to use that heart, prolong the kite, and the rescued survivor will be safe. So ultimately, after all has been said and done, yeah, the perks help you, but in the end, it's still up to your teamwork and your individual skill. Because if the rescuer dies in 5 seconds after rescuing, not really a whole lot of point of rescuing then, right? You might as well go and repair the jets and just let him waste time being hooked there.
Have the trade-off, right? Because again, in a competitive game, we've noticed also far camping is a thing, especially if we're going to see a lot of spirits. Yes, Spirit has a great chase, a great map presence too, because it's hard, and especially in mobile where you can see the scratch marks, and you don't necessarily need to have the sound cues of where the survivors are at. It's easily, we saw it in the previous week where the Thai teams were able to use Spirit to its full advantage. So I'm excited to see how they're going to be able to play around that and use the Spirit. And if not the Spirit, you know what? There are other killers out there that we have not seen much of yet. We've kind of seen a little bit of the Legion. We've seen a lot of Onryos. We've seen Oni. We've seen a lot. But is there any other killer that you want to see?
I would definitely want to see Onryo. But apart from Onryo, I would like to see the Dredge. Is the Dredge available?
I don't think so. Yeah, I think that's on the other counterpart. But
Ghostface would be nice too. Yeah.
Ghostface would be crazy. Yeah, we have not seen any stalking hunters, killers. Yeah. We've seen Legion, but Legion technically doesn't stalk. He just frenzies. So I'm excited to see that NM match. I would love to see Myers. The Shape would be good too. For me, I don't know. I think I agree with the community here. One of the most fan favored killers. I want to see Huntress. I would want to see a good Huntress play, and I would love to see how they can bring that same type of pressure into in the tournament like this, because I think Team Toxic brought out the Trickster, and that's like Huntress technically with more knives instead of axes. So he did pretty well. So he got a tie game while his survivors got 5 points. So 4 survivors escape.
But here's the question though. Like you said, you want to see Huntress, right? Okay. A question for you, and also a question for everyone who's joining us in this stream. Huntress has a number of hatchets, right? That's an add-on that allows her to do one-hit KO. Okay, so that's an add-on, ultra rare add-on. But the thing is, she only has one hatchet. Each time she uses it, she has to reload from the locker. So which one, if you are, which fan are you of? The standard 5 to 6 hatchets add-ons build, or the one-hit KO but only one hatchet available build? Go big or go home, or
I would love to see go big or go home. As a fan, as someone that's going up against that, that's just telling me, and this is based on experience, a very recent experience now, by the way, that just means they're confident as heck that they can hit that one hit. And we're going to see Foxy come in with the Oni. We've seen this before. So now it's ROV that'll be doing the killing first, while AKL will be locking in some survivors.
Wow, the Oni, I really love the Oni, because one thing is when you're absorbing the blood droplets, it sort of gives you an idea where the survivor's running as well. So, and the one-hit KO, the Demon Dash plus the Demon Strike, wow, that's really good. Even if you miss, you can still bring pallets through it, and you can still reload, because it's like if you miss, it doesn't cancel out your skill. You still have that skill as long as you have that. Yeah, so you can keep using it. But we'll see.
Yeah, and we'll be Demon Dashing our way to the Disturbed Ward. We've seen this map in the previous. Very disturbed. I guess this Oni, we've seen like glimpses of it, right? I think it was the battle for 4th place that they had to go through. 3rd place, ROV was able to lock it in. They were able to beat Team Coconut Fam. That's when the Onryo came out. So now this is new mechanics, ladies and gentlemen. This is a best of 3. So now, I think maybe they might be saving the Onryo and having the Demon Dashing Oni come out first.
Who would you rather face? Like, we know that he mains Oni, but he also plays an amazing Onryo. So who would you rather face, Oni or Onryo?
Oni. I would rather face Oni because I do not
Oni,
like
right?
getting jump scared. Like
Yeah.
you can hear him coming in from a mile away, and I
Yeah.
feel like it's if I think it is Master Foxy that actually means Onryo and Oni.
Yeah.
We'll just have to see that. But yeah, I would rather face Onryo than Oni. How about you? Do you share the same sentiments, or are you more comfy in the Oni match or Onryo match?
Oh wait, you said you rather face Oni, right?
I'd rather face Oni.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
Oni you can still juke around the pallets. He doesn't have an amazing jump scare ability. Like what you said, can hear him from a mile away. But Onryo is so like the pro Onryo players, right? I'm saying this based off OTZ. He plays an amazing Sadako as well. And what he does is he manifests himself. So there's no terror radius. And the survivors cannot see, like, because the style of breaking pallets, of picking up, of attacking is almost the same. So when you don't hear the heartbeat, you're like, oh my god, which direction is he coming from? So there's a lot of surprise. He's like a much better Wraith.
Yeah.
And the ability to curse, each time you jump scare from a TV, it adds the curse layer, which is why you saw like I think it was the Coconut Fam. Coconut Fam also used the audio, right? The one player was cursed, the red mark, instant death. So
yeah,
I wouldn't want to face on you.
It's that's actually a good point that you bring up because Onryo has that 1k ability. I know with the Oni he can have that 1 KO. But this one is a little it's tougher, right? And not to mention Onryo also her perks, her signature perks like the Merciless Storm with a constant skill checks adds way more pressure, and the other one that actually the one that actually gives you Mori. So that's something that we also have to be scared of, right? Because if they bring that to the table, then that's GG's. Because if with a skilled killer on that perk, it's gonna be real tough for anyone.
Yeah, I think Onryo creates much more pressure than Oni, but he's made Oni work before in the tournament, so we'll see how it works. Because one false move, and you might just die in one hit. So, but the question is, what can be done after this? Because we've seen the survivors die in one hit before, but the survivors work so well together that they managed to cover each other so well. So Oni was having a difficult time trying to going into the middle game, going into the end game. So I feel like that's one thing that Oni can't do versus Onryo. But yeah, it's his main. We'll see what he conjures up out of it.
So so the Onryo match apparently. So my apologies. It's not actually the signature perk. It's the signature hex of the Hag, the Devour Hope. That's what we saw in the previous game. So if you guys want to check that out, do that, because that hex allows you, like, if you have enough tokens, you can get Mori, and that's really dangerous because it kills time for them to go for that hook. So I'm excited to see this Oni work because yes, it has made the difference before, and we just have to see and how they're gonna play this one out. If I remember correctly, the Oni of ROV, yes, the perks they brought was No Way Out, No Ed, Tinker, and Hex crowd control. So really just wanted to control and have that buff of that end game. And when ROV went up against ICI, it was a tie. Actually, all the Southeast Asia matches except the last one ended up in a tie. So I'm excited to see how they're gonna fare up against AKL, because like you said at the start, styles will clash between Southeast Asia teams and Thai teams.
Yeah, for sure, the styles will clash. But there's one style I haven't seen yet,
which is
the flashlight style.
Oh.
We haven't seen a lot of flashlights, right? Flashlight rescue, flashlight lines. I would love to see some of the survivors pick up this harassing thing. I feel like, for sure, because I feel like carrying toolbox, carrying medkit, it's a very safe, very stable. But for people, that's why I always admire players who bring flashlights into a game. Like, I meet this random players.
Even as a killer?
As a killer, I dread it because it's very annoying. You try to break the pallet, they blind you. You try to save, they blind you. Oh no, I had my back away. But why? Oh, the add-ons on the flashlight. So a lot of possibilities. So who knows? Maybe we'll see.
Okay. All right, gotcha. Ladies and gentlemen, we just heard word that we're going to take a break. Just stay tuned because the match will continue. But for now, Potch Spice and Elmer are going to take a break. More of the Top Clans Invitational when we come back.
Okay, see you.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Top Clan's 2022 Winter Invitational for DBD and Potch Spice and Nello Mello on the mic, entertaining you guys to watch these amazing matches. Again, our first match of the day is going to be AKL versus ROV. Nell, any thoughts before this match starts? We are going to the Disturb board, so I'm getting ready for that.
Yeah, I'm getting ready for that too. I think we don't need to say much anymore because everyone's waiting for the game. So we are going to head straight into the game. We are going to see, oh my God, the Oni making his rotations. You can see he's just trying to find survivors who lurks around the gens. You know, that's what I usually do. I just hide first. I don't do the gens yet.
Same. You caught me as well, but you always were next to me. So that's why I got to I got to do my work. Nell's here. All right. Also bringing Corrupt. Tinker, like pretty much the same. Pop goes the Weasel. Yeah, just to be able to cipher gen control, right? So he's taking his time, but if you notice at the right side of the screen, they're not touching gens just yet. One is at 5%, but this gives enough time for this Oni to get going.
Yeah, let's not forget, this is actually a hide and seek game. Oh my God, even the crow has already spawned. She's just putting up, picking up, putting down. The med kits, Nia, the crow has already spawned. The notification alert should alert the Oni though.
I think this is the mind game. I don't know if I think the Oni sees that, but it's like, this is what they want me to do, right? Go for the Nia. So now that gen is about to be 50%, and we see that he is making his rounds now inside the structure here in the Disturb board. Still looking for survivors. So this is actually a great 30 seconds to start. So now we're gonna focus on the Lori here, transitioning to another gen, just making sure that she's looking at her surroundings. That's a gen that's close to popping now.
Yeah. I love the cosmetics on her on her shirt. It's like she has been slashed, but really, guys, she's not been slashed yet. She's actually doing the gens really good. So, yeah, great job so far. Survivor is gonna take down one gen really soon. I believe a second and third gen is being repaired at the same moment. Oni still not finding anyone. It's too dark. He doesn't know he's lost.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The Oni really needs to get the blood going, but now has thrilling the skill checks here. The Merciless Storm. So now this is gonna find Lori and gets the hit onto the first hit, but Lori was able to pop that gen.
Yeah, fortunately, that's the saving grace for the Survivors team. But Oni already spotted out. Oh my God, she's just gonna keep going for Lori here at this point. Just farming, absorbing the blood along the way, because by the time she downs Lori, well, he'll have enough for the rage.
Yeah, note that the Nia also has Deliverance and Decisive Strike. Now we see that the mind game is being played. She goes for a juke here, but now able to hit her while she was crossing over to the pallet. So now, slow start for this Oni, but you know what? Job well done, right in front of the hook.
Wow. Like, I mean, AKL is really taking their time, like,
here we go.
They're not rushing. Yeah, but the Demon Dash going to be activated here. He's just going to go. And the thing about Merciless Storm is at least he'll be able to see the highlighted gens, right? So, and when the survivor missed the skill checks, also giving further notifications. But the thing is, when you're dashing like this, your vision is sort of limited. And look at the survivors. They're not giving any opportunity for Oni to spot them at all.
Yeah, they're off gens right now. They want to rotate their way to away from gens to be in a good spot because they want that Demon Dash to end. And now we see I believe, Conan is just hiding because the heart is beating, ladies and gentlemen. So now he's checking the lockers. He's still on that Demon Dash mode, but it will be ending in just a few seconds. But he's still trying to make the most out of it. Lori has already been off the hook, so this is actually a great job for the survivors. We've got to get spotted out here. Nice dodge on Lori's side. Still has to look for the scratch marks to find that survivor.
Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely a very dark map and not the ideal map for Oni, because anytime like when he goes into rage mode, survivors could easily just go towards the nearby survivors could go to the main building, and Oni can't really dash and hit anything in the main building. It's just so many corners. But hey, self-heal has been done by Lori. Lori is good to go. So far, she's the only one getting hooked, so
Yeah, this is actually still a great job. And now they're going to work on 2 gens here, and they're doing a great job. Note that the exhaust is already in, so that's going to be a little tough for them to, get walk away from that gen. So they want to pop it. But Nia getting a hit here, and now we're going to focus on to the killer cam here. Nia's going to drop some blood. Note that she does have decisive strike as well as deliverance, and she was the one that made that rescue happen. So, or I'm not actually sure. We didn't see the rescue happen off screen, so we just have to take note of that, ladies and gentlemen. But now Demon is collecting. The Oni is collecting a lot of blood here while she's trying to go through, but unable. Did you get the
Oh,
hit? Oh wow, got it. The hit, Nell.
yeah, beautiful slash by the Oni there. And like what you mentioned, deliverance only activates when the person itself do a safe hook rescue. So, well, if that's the case, Dio is more than capable of doing a self rescue.
Whoa.
But nope.
Lori's right there. And Lori had borrowed time, and that's a safe rescue. So let's see if this demon's going to find, Nia. But so far, it just seems like they're doing a great job. 3 gens have already been completed. One at 56, the other one at 84. Those are the last 2 gens. So it's looking like a survivor-sided game because only 2 people have seen the hook.
Yeah. I mean, whoever picked this map against Oni, a genius, and whoever thought of the plan to just take it slowly, not rushing gens in the beginning, yeah, that also played a very important role because Oni was just patrolling around,
Wow.
and now just getting the pallet
Yeah.
dropped. Yeah, he's just rotating between survivors at this point, and now it's Conan who never seen the hook before.
Yeah, and now we see the other survivor that hasn't been seen at all. Hits are on the way out of the window. So now Benz will be the target of choice for this Oni. So Foxy already activating the Demon Dash mode. Let's see if he's going to down some survivors at this state. He sees some of the scratch marks here. He's going to try to find the best possible one. We're focusing on to Conan here. He's just going to go straight into the structure here because a lot of sharp turns here. Does he spot him out? He does!
Oh my god! The thing is, Demon Dash is hard to control, but Oni can just cancel off the Demon Dash anytime he wants and use the Demon Strike instead. And another one!
It's all going. Oh, everyone's going down here inside the disturbed ward. Luckily for the survivors, Conan and Benz have not seen the hook yet. But now this just allows him. And I'm not even sure if they brought Unbreakable. So someone's going to have to pick them up. Lori is going to be the target. Well, being focused on now. And now we see that the Demon Dash, can he close the distance to down his first target? It seems like Lori has lost sight of the Oni.
Yeah, very smart. Just going back to objectives. They're trying to finish that gen as fast as possible because the last gen is also at 80%. But also Oni did a redemption move here, like putting both down, but not hooking straight away. Because one, it forces the survivors to make a decision. Should I heal? Should I not? And now, just like that, he's back into the game. Posh.
Yeah, Ben's eating that hit. Just Ben's still. Conan is actually the one that is saved now, and now we see Lori eating another hit. So everyone is injured at the state, but that doesn't matter because one gen is left. Can he make this comeback, come into endgame, especially? So this is going to be really tough. We're going to see him kick a generator here, and mind you, the exit gates are powered, and he did not bring Noed. Everyone is injured though, so this can kind of work.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have to bring Noe. He has 1-hit KO. But the thing is, they have done so many ciphers. Yeah, I'm gonna pick out Lori's around the vicinity.
Whoa!
And also, oh my god.
Conan also in the vicinity. Lori is down. He's gonna Demon Dash his way to Conan. He dead hearts his way out of the situation, but the Oni is still on the chase here and right behind him. Good work, but no able to juke him, but turns a little too soon. And now the Demon downs 2 of his victims.
Yeah, unless if they have Unbreakable, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna end well. But from the very beautiful start by AKL and Oni in the late game, that's the power of Oni, man. When the exit gates are powered up, doesn't matter. He can still catch up with you because he knows you have to be at either one of those exits, and that's where it happens. But AKL, they still have borrowed time. Let's see if they want to risk it or just go for a draw.
This is going to be tough. They might have to play this one close to the chest here. We're going to see some healings being done. So now, at least the Nia can go for that rescue because this is going to be tough. The biggest strength here was anyone was 1-hit KO and also with just the regular katana hit. But now we see that he's camping him out. Lori is here as well as Conan. So They're gonna try to go for a two-person rescue here now.
Yeah, there's no law against camping the survivors out, especially since it's a late game. He has to camp, and that's why the survivors are coming. Two-person has to rescue the one who's get injured. One has to tank the hit, the other one has to do the rescue,
Oof.
and
And
that's
what's
exactly
tough
what they're
here is,
trying.
oh,
Oh,
yeah,
oh,
Conan is actually crawling away. We do see him try and bait out a hook hit here, so that Foxy has to be very disciplined with how he's gonna play the situation out.
that's
Both
the
of them are
same.
actually
Oh
here.
my
This is gonna be
god!
tough. Oh, the rescue is gonna happen.
Wow, the body blocking happened. Yeah, exactly. And now we have
Mhm.
more people running towards the exit gate. Oh my god, Tosh!
Demon
Oh,
Dash coming in hot. So now he's gonna try and go for Conan. No, not quite. He's gonna go for the Nia. Unable to get the Nia down. So this is gonna be tough. The exit gates are already opened. So now it's just a matter of time. All survivors are out. Can the Oni get at least one survivor out of this game? Mouse has already left the building. Nia is here with Benz. And it seems like this might be a four-person escape.
wow. Just when you thought that you could go for a draw, that's the strength of the survivors, man. Even if you get 2% down, without Noed, even if you have the Demon Strike, it's still very hard to come back from that. And
Mm-hmm.
you can see so many decisive strikes as well. Um, yeah, the teamwork of the survivors of FKL is amazing, but
Mm-hmm.
still only I mean, despite the four escape, he showed very respectable gameplay, and
Mm-hmm.
even during the last minute managed to down two survivors. But I think, yeah, the survivors with borrowed time and the
Mm-hmm.
teamwork, yeah, it just spoiled, and nothing can be done. Four-man right off to the sunset.
Yeah, it was a beautiful survivor gameplay, and I think it stemmed from the start of the match with how disciplined they were to not rush gens and hide. I feel like
Mhm.
that's a tip we always give with these 1 versus 4 games now. If like you start the game, hide. You don't have to
I
rush any gens. You want to know your surroundings. And that's what the survivors did. They didn't force their hand. They knew they didn't want to be in uncompromised situation. Most of the chases that were being done were on their terms, like inside the disturbed ward with pallets around them. They weren't caught out in the open with this Oni. And I'm looking at the replay now, well, the stream now, and they just practice discipline. I think like they didn't bring iron will, but they definitely brought nerves of steel and trying
mhm,
to make sure that the rescue is done correctly. And the body blocking by Neo was just beautiful.
for sure. I mean, just a very beautiful gameplay all throughout. Survivors, yeah, I have to say, the teamwork definitely coming in. The hiding paid off, and I just have to say though, repairing the sixth gen definitely paid
Mm.
off because Foxy was like, "Hey, I'm destroying this gen, but why is the other gen completed?" And that's where the
Right?
exit gets power. Yeah, so I think, yeah, the sixth gen definitely played impact as well.
Mm-hmm. And I think it just shows situational awareness, right? We've seen like how these games can go where survivors kind of rush a certain gen, or it's like they're really stubborn and they want to push this one. But here, I think if you have more options, it's so much better for your survivor team. And just when yes, the demon dashes were working, he was able to down two. Those two unfortunately didn't see the hook just yet, and I think it was more of Foxy just trying to play catch up with how well this team was coordinated in handling the situation.
Yeah. Here's actually a very how would you put this? I doubt that the survivors actually brought Unbreakable. Here's actually a very risky plan uh,
Mm-hmm.
of what Foxy could have done. Slug them all.
Yeah, he could have. That's actually a very viable option, especially like in online. Like I've seen a lot of hunters in DVDM do that because they know
Yeah,
like they didn't bring Unbreakable. I'm
yeah,
pretty sure this is their in voice comms. They want to heal each other. So
yeah,
I thought that's what he was gonna go for, but like you said, he kind of like assessed the situation. He hooked the Conan, brought the Lori closer just in case. So
yeah,
yeah, it would have been a great. I would love to see no slug meta.
yeah. Slug two survivors, and then
Mm-hmm.
um kill the third survivor, hook them, and the fourth survivor will be forced to either continue repairing or go for the heals. And that's when he can come back, absorb the blood from the third survivor, and go back again.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it sounds so technical. And then go back with the demon dash and then just down them again. So
Mm-hmm.
it's a win-win situation, but maybe
Mm-hmm.
he's just worried, like leaving the survivors
Yeah.
too long on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
It is risky after all. But
Yeah. And I just kudos to AKL. I know they
Mm.
definitely kept on shining from the previous week. So, ladies and gentlemen, do give your love and support to ROV and AKL as we continue on with the half. First of all, we'll be taking a very short break, but the second half will continue after this. So stay tuned.
Hey guys, welcome back with me, Nello and Posh Spice. We've just witnessed an amazing 4 escape in the first half, AKL versus ROV. But this time it is ROV Survivor that's gonna be making the appearance. So Posh, tell us what you expect from this second half.
Well, like you said, styles are definitely going to clash here. So I wonder if they kind of respect band the spirit of AKL, and also what kind of survivors we're going to see, because common crafts are really good. We saw Foxy on the killer side, so I don't think we'll see Foxy surviving since that is part of the rules. But the variety, right? We definitely saw how there was discipline being practiced by Foxy with not picking up right away. We've seen a lot of meta that being brought by the AKL survivors that have all decisive strike, all dead heart, all iron will, and they only brought 2 proved ourselves and 2 borrowed times, which I feel like is definitely a good mix of survivor perks. So I wonder how how the survivors of ROV is going to try to compare to that type of survivor team.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what you said. First and foremost, that diversity of the perks being brought is definitely very good. Like they brought Prove Thyself, only 2 of them brought. So that means if 2 of them work together on a cipher and in a separate location, yeah, the perks gonna kick in. And well, I just have to say it paid off. So we can't really question their decision. But right now, I'm also interested to see if ROV survivors are going to be employing the same tactic, like, just hide first in the beginning of the game, because it is a very dark map. I mean, I know everyone just wants to jump, right? Like, guys, I know everyone just wants to jump out and be like, hey, I'm here, chase me first, I can definitely loop you. And when you pallet the hunter, you give a flashlight or you teabag. I don't know, but I think like a lot of players have this feeling of trying to be the first kite and try to prove themselves unconsciously.
Prove thyself.
Prove thyself. Yeah. but hiding is actually also an art. Like hiding can do a lot of things. Like master hiding, it's an art. It frustrates the hunter too. Like, I thought there was someone here, where is that person?
Yeah, considering that, yes, for a tournament like this, you want to get onto the highlights, you want to get on the flashy stuff, but I mean, it was hard for the Oni to find someone, so they really played it very well. I think they really respected the Oni of Foxy and like, all right, let's play this one very safe and strict and really disciplined to not force any action to happen, because the Oni is the type of killer that wants like his presence to be felt and known, right? All action, all gas and no brakes with how he wants to do that. He's not really a stalking type. So what do you got to do? You got to hide. You got to hide away from that. You don't want to face a bull by grabbing the horns right away. You want to be able to kite away. You want to be able to play your routes very well, and that's what AKL survivors did. So like you said, maybe ROV might take inspiration to that, because if they did not ban the spirit, for sure a spirit might come out.
For sure. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Quote of the day by Posh Spice: hide from the bull. Hide from your problems.
Or just don't face the bull. Don't grab it by the horns, guys.
Yeah, don't grab the bull by the horns. Yeah. Absolutely love that. Well, for me, I just categorize it under, if you can't hide, you run. If you can't run, you just sit on the hook and buy time for your teammates. So let's see how they bring it forward. But for ROV, during the C qualifiers, right, we didn't really see them hide. It was just straight into the action. We saw the killers. As soon as we hit the screen, the killer was already whacking someone. So
yeah,
not so much hiding, I think.
Yeah, I think I guess we're seeing the evolution of some styles here, and it did take like them a week to kind of look at VODs of both Thai teams and also C teams. So maybe they're like, all right, let's play this BO1 very disciplined, because this was technically the first we've seen of like the game started and like no one got hit, because usually we're kind of used to a fast-paced game. But I think AKL, really vying for a top spot here. Even this is still a best of 3. They played this first game very perfectly.
Sure, perfect game, 4 escape, nothing more you can ask for. I mean, it's a best of 3, so what ROV can do now, get a get a 4-man out as well. Respond in kind. But even if they can't get a 4-man, at least try and make the score a little bit closer. Like maybe bring it to a draw, bring it
Mhm.
to a 3-man escape. Would be even better. So that you know what, when it goes to best of two, the score will be so impossible to catch up with.
Mhm.
But the one thing they absolutely cannot do is getting 4K. They have to get, I think the safe point should be a draw. But other than
Mhm.
that, well, we'll see. But hey, no surprise, the spirit pick right there by AKL.
Yeah, so they have to be very careful. I'm pretty sure that the survivors of ROV have done their homework or at least seen how Araval does play. I mean, Araval did get the tie for their team, and we did say at the start of the game that AKL, one of their biggest strengths is their survivors, and we saw that in full display. So, Araval going for the spirit that he's known for.
Spirit go. I really like the spirit on Dead by Daylight Mobile. When you go into the face walk, you can still see the scratch marks. You can not only can you hear, you can still see the scratch marks. It makes it so much easier for the spirit to hunt down targets. I can see why it's the favorite for some of the teams in this tournament. So I don't know, Posh, what do you think the survivors can do to counter the spirit? Because when you have a ghost face walking into you, can see your red point, what exactly can you do?
Well, first of all, I think they could start with just hiding at the start because, and I have to double down on what we've advised, right? It
Hiding.
all comes down to mind games, really, right? It's you're gonna have to like it's gonna be tough because once she exits the spirit mode, that's when she can go for hits. But while she's there, you're gonna have to like play around with the scratch marks, even though it's so clear on mobile where you are. You're gonna have to like maybe like pretend to go through a window but go somewhere else, or like really play around with the cons of the spirit going with the phase walk. So it's I think it's more of that. Like you have to get into the mind of the spirit, and like the way Araval played is very also kind of fast paced. So you want to slow that down and kind of control the pacing of that match and really conserve your resources. But that's just my two cents. And how about you now? What do you think?
Well, I think that it's starting to turn into a basketball match because like the terms that we're using, slowing down to our pace.
Of course.
Totally agree. Like like if you're
Mhm.
racing a Ferrari,
Mhm.
go don't race to see who's the fastest, race to see who's the slowest. you
All
know,
right, ready,
so,
set,
yeah.
okay, go.
Let's go. Okay,
Uh-huh.
don't take a step. Yeah, I think Ferrari's gonna struggle, but I totally agree with you. Slow down the pace a little bit.
Mhm.
Don't give that sense of rush, because when you
Mhm.
rush, the adrenaline rush, it does, like, the killer will get more active. He's only gonna get better and better, whereas the
Mhm.
survivors, you're gonna panic even more, you're gonna stress out even more, you're gonna make decisions even slower, and it might not be the optimal for you. So I totally
Mhm.
agree. Hide first, slow it down. Doesn't matter if the cipher's not moving, as long as no one's injured, it's still
Mhm.
OO, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
it's
still
still a
OO.
stalemate. It's still the race of the slowest Ferrari, right? Let's just see who's gonna play chicken first. And I'm gonna I'm
Chicken.
I'm gonna quote you know like when we play some DVDM, like how come you're not moving? I'm like I'm playing I'm playing it slow. So ladies and
I'm
gentlemen,
playing it
here we
slow. I
go.
like that.
Second half, we're gonna see. Oh my God, not playing
Oh!
it slow, not playing it slow at all, Nell.
Hiding not working, hiding not working, alert, run. Against the spirit, it doesn't matter, because even if there's no scratch marks in the face walk,
Mm-hmm.
there's no heartbeat, and you can still hear the
Oh
survivors.
my
Oh my
God.
god!
That was an excellently timed hit, and this is how Arabol wants to play it, right? He wants to play it fast and furious. So it's really tough for anyone to try and counter this. Yes, there is Unbreakable being brought, but on this pace, like I think one of the best is actually maybe not touching anything or especially face camping. This is going to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to face cam here, right? I mean, it's not against the rule. Again, I will say that it's not against the rule. They're instantly gonna get that rescue up.
Mm-hmm.
But typically, when you face cam, it does two things. The survivors will probably just give up on you, and they'll just rush the gens, and that's not what you want as a killer.
Mm-hmm.
But considering his team already has a 4 escape, AKL has no problem. He just needs to get one or two killers
Uh
down, and that's
oh.
it. Ooh,
Yep. The rescue already happened, so now we're gonna see it go back to phase walk. And a victory here is just getting one survivor down. Oh my god, able to get another survivor. At least you got to see the proactivity of Araval here. So now I'm gonna go for that pickup. And while we see on the other side of the screen, someone is working on a gen. So 5 gens still remaining, I believe. So this is gonna be a little tough again because how fast? Like once the match loaded, it's just he was able to get a hit.
Yeah, so now totally the one gen is about to be finished very soon. I believe it's around the 75% mark.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that's the only gen that's that's being repaired as of this moment, Posh. So not
Mm-hmm.
looking it's looking very grim for the survivors, the
Yeah, not
progress.
so good so far. I mean, all these gens, I think the most is at 50% as we speak. But now we see the phase walk being done. Let's see if he's going to find anyone. Scratch marks, Nell. And now, oh, the jump scare, the
Oh
worst type of jump scare.
yeah, I definitely feel after this game, uh ROV will be considering that Spirit has to stay off the stay off the picks throughout the rest of the tournament because it's just so annoying playing against the Spirit. The jump
Hmm.
scares, like what you mentioned, and not to mention they can't. The pressure is on the survivors now because they can't touch the gen. The killer is so active. The Spirit is
Yes.
so active right now, and
Hmm.
you can tell because one
Hmm.
survivor is already on the last hook.
Yeah, considering Azra already on the second hook already, we are seeing that he is just focusing on just kind of far camping and just patrolling around the area to spot anyone out. But now we see someone working on a gen here. And note that the killer did bring Pop Ghost Weasel, Lethal Pursuer, as well as Corrupt Intervention. So he's really trying to focus. At least one gen has popped already. Now going back into that phase walk mode. Let's see if anyone can go for that rescue to happen. Oh, wow, in
Oh,
time!
yeah, but the rescuer's going down straight away.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I'm just as blind as the killer at this moment. I mean, how can they make this comeback? Especially since they need to rake up the points, they need to get at least a draw to minimize the gap
Mm-hmm.
between points. And it seems like at this point, the one
Mm-hmm.
with the last hook is definitely going to be playing a little bit cautious because the moment you get caught off guard, they have to play with one less player in the team, and that's definitely very stressful, Posh.
I think the most that they can do is just go defense. Yes, they know that they might be giving up this round, but don't give up the battle, right? Like there's still round two, and also best since it's a best of three, push for that best of three. But now let's see. Interesting. I think I saw Deliverance with one of the survivors there. So now we see someone off the hook and one goes down. So a very proactive Spirit here. Still one gen just popped. So only a killer would love these odds. You know, we see one survivor that's down. Mostly, if not everyone, have seen their times on the hook. And now we're going to see another hit land its mark. And now continuing to pursue is the killer of AKL.
Yeah, a very experienced killer, a very experienced Spirit player as well. The moment he got that survivor down, he didn't rush to even put him back on the hook. He gauged the opportunity to just inflict more damage. It's really a sign. It's really a sign that he is totally in control of the game at this
Mm-hmm.
point.
Yeah,
Um,
it's gonna be kind of tough for yeah, the ROV to kind of rebound from this because yeah, it's the resources have been dwindling left and right, and that's the proactivity, right? This is what happens when you play at this hunter's this killer's pace. Now, still, yeah, just kicking the gens and making sure that he's controlled. Note that he does have Thanthophobia, so once a gen does pop, that does help with gen stalling. So now he is gonna get jump
oh,
scared again.
yeah, the jump scare is just so annoying because again, survivors can't hear the heartbeat, and when they don't hear the terror radius, it's gonna be hard. And now another hit. Oh goodness,
Mm-hmm.
this has to be the joy of the Spirit, and yeah, it's a really hard game to come back from this at this point. I feel.
Yeah, I mean, two gens have already been done. But you just have to look at the damage already. One has already expired. Yes, getting saved already, but now just constant pressure back and forth. This is a spirit that knows its way around the map and knows like, all right, it's time for me to kick gens. It's time for me to change objectives, like small mini objectives, right? I was able to hook. This is what's so deadly about like a no camp type spirit. It's like, all right, cool. I'm gonna hit the rescuer now. Everyone's gonna see their chance onto this hook, and I think that's the scariest. And now getting the hit right here at basement. No, this is not looking good.
Not looking good at all. Plus the basement play. Yeah, I believe they have to sacrifice. They have to let him go and probably try. But that's the thing as well, Posh. Like there's 2 gens remaining, but now down to 2 players. How can they make this work? Like it's just so hard at this point. But I feel like they should try and at least push to rescue, do all or nothing. If they don't rescue, it's just gonna be so hard for them to complete that last gen and at least get 1 survivor out.
Yeah, I think they just have to try their best and see how they can kind of come back from this situation. Like, I never say die attitude is always good, but 2 gens remaining, 2 survivors that are up, but one is already injured. Another one's at the basement. The other one's the obsession. Maybe it's time for them to think about hatch play, because at this point it's gonna be too risky for them to just push these gens from moving, and you're kind of exposed. You're kind of exposed in a tough spot, especially since this spirit can get the jump on you when she's in that phase walk.
Yeah, the surprise element by spirit, right? Remind me to ban the spirit again next time we see. Yeah, I mean it's just so OP at this point. I mean, if they watch the Tide qualifiers, they should know that spirit is actually really annoying to play against. But hey, the hatch has spawned.
Yes,
A
so that's good.
Of hope.
Could be, and now there's 2 gens still remaining and 2 survivors that have have exited the game. So it's going to be a little tough. And now we see that the survivor here is going to get caught out. The heart is beating. Let's see. The spirit wants to be able to hit that injured survivor, and it's really tough because yeah, he just needs to get out of there. The one has already been picked up, and I guess the play here is for this survivor just to find the hatch.
Yeah, I mean the last survivor has a map. Could probably read the aura from that. You can see that he was using the map just now. Yeah, so we'll see, because the hatch is gonna be very detrimental for ROV to make sure that they at least do not get wiped, because it's gonna be a 10-0 if they get wiped in this first game. So I feel like 1 escape would at least salvage a little bit.
Yeah, it's something that you definitely do not want. Someone has a flashlight, so we were talking about flashlight plays that can make its way to the mix. The hatch is already open, so this is the saving grace. Ispy's able to find the hatch ahead of the killer. That could definitely be the moral victory, right? But the question is, can he find that hatch?
Yeah, he's constantly spamming his map when he reaches a direction. Oh my god, but the heartbeat's coming in, the spirit. You know, when he's face walking, you don't know which direction the killer is coming from, and that's gonna be so annoying. Oh my god. Doing a little bit of mind game here, playing around the palace, but
came from the other side, and my apologies. Yes, the map, he was spamming that just to see where it was at, but unfortunately there, Araval wanted blood today, and he was able to get a perfect killer game here. 4 survivors down and out. AKL, ladies and gentlemen, making a huge statement. 10-0 in round number 1.
Wow. That is a very dominating display for AKL. But, again, the round wins are going to come first before points. So for AKL, congratulations on winning the first game. But for the second game and the third game, ROV still has a chance to come back as long as they win more round wins than AKL. Whereas AKL, they just have to sit back in game number 2. If it's a draw, well, it's going to be a disaster for ROV. But if ROV wins game number 2, then that's where we can see a potential comeback in game number 3 for ROV.
Yeah, I think they can't be too distraught with what happened. At least like kind of shake it off and know that let's just go for victories here when it comes to games instead of points, because that's the best possible scenario for them. But I think what AKL needs to do now is not let go of the gas. They need to be able to, you know what, best case for them is for them to go 2-0 here. But for our friends over at ROV and a lot of supporters of ROV are watching right now, is for them to find a way back or get their mental game back into this match.
Yeah, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, the results are in front of your screen. I just have to say, very proactive spirit play going on. I mean, the survivors are trying to hide, but it's really hard to find. It's really hard to hide when the killer is a spirit and she can hear your breath, your gruntings, and you don't even notice she's nearby. So I'd say ROV has done their best, considering the circumstance given to them in game number 1. And just one thing I want to highlight to you though, Posh, like again, Kamen being the pillar, like she's actually done a lot of work in this game, repairing, and what's that, 3? Is that the
Rescuing, I believe, yeah.
rescuing? Yeah. So a lot of altruism points for Kamen going on that way.
Yeah, Common being one of the standout players from the C qualifiers. Again, not having the best team overall score as of now, but you know what, that can change in an instant. So still, you know, ROV fans out there, still give your love and support to ROV. While AKL, ladies and gentlemen, I think they see the light at the end of the tunnel and they might be out of the woods as of now. But you can never say die in this game. You can never like call GG's just yet. The hatch can change anything. A certain play can just change things up. That's why we love these 1 versus 4 asymmetrical survival games, because of the excitement aspect of it. And yeah, that was just the first half of well, that's the first round
game.
Technically. So first game.
Love what you said. Never say die. But before we go into the next game, we are gonna take a short break. So don't forget to stock up, and we'll see you after the break.
Oh yeah. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with more Top Clans 2022 Winter Invitational for DBDM, Box Spice, and Mello on the mic. We're about to hit round number 2 here. AKL having an incredible lead. Like, if this was golf terms, it could have been a hole-in-one.
Hole-in-one, 10-0. But it's 10-0 in DBD terms, which means they not only did they get the 4 survivors out, they also got the 4K by the killers. Looking very good for AKL so far. However, let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, it's a best of 3. So keep supporting your teams, rooting for your teams, hashtag ROV for your favorite team, and also hashtag AKL if you're rooting for AKL. So, because, you know, it goes a long way. And all is not over. There's still game 2, there's still game 3.
Yeah, and considering this is one of the best, if not the best, Dead by Daylight mobile tournaments, and it's a good outing for a lot of these teams where they have been known for other, the best of the best, and they have some overwhelming support. But you know, shout outs to Top Clans for setting up this type of tournament because it's showcasing what an incredible game Dead by Daylight mobile is. So can't wait. We're gonna get our first game number 2 because in the qualifiers it was just best of 1s. Now they're gonna go in best of 2s. Now we're gonna see some bans and more bans. So now we're gonna go deeper into the hunter pool of both teams.
Yeah, isn't this crazy, Posh? It's only match number 1, game 2, and we're already having so much action going on. So yeah, we've seen. I think that ROV will definitely have to ban the Spirit because of how strong it was in the first game. Definitely do not want your opponent to use the best main character that he has. Whereas for AKL, I think even if their killer is banned, their survivors, there's no way of banning survivors. Honestly, it's just between you and me. I feel like if you can ban the killers, why? But if you can ban the killers, well, it sort of helps you in BO2, BO3s, right? But what helps you against the survivors? Because I feel like the survivors are the ones that are really, really, you know, like some survivor teams are really strong. So what can you actually do to ban some of the advantages the survivors might have?
Yeah, I think as we go along with this grassroots tournament and, you know, refine Dead by Daylight Mobile, maybe instead of banning we could ban perks, maybe like limit perks to like maybe max of 2, because like I think all of them having Dead Hard is going to be kind of crazy. But then again, that's a question we have to ask, because that's one of the things you gotta love about the game, because you're able to have that creativity. I think where we draw the line is when we make this competitive. Technically the survivors can still keep on going, because I'll just change the skin or like the avatar, but still bring the same set of perks, right? So I think there should be a sort of check and balance in that aspect as this grassroots tournament goes along. Maybe some suggestions could be, yes, limit the amount of perks. Maybe every next match a hunter can ban the killer can ban 1 perk, and then the max of 2 or 3 people can carry that perk. So again, there's a lot of creativity that we could talk about, but the rules we're going to play now, it's definitely going to be just a ban of the survivors, and like the killers are going to have they're going to have a hard time to try and roll with the punches as the games go on.
Yeah, definitely love what you're saying. Like, definitely have to love the creativity that you can see in this game. For those of you who don't know, this is Posh and I'm Nello. We both started DBD really, and we got hooked onto it. So we definitely love the game, and that's why we're here. We're just passionate gamers who fell in love with DBD, just like all of you guys out there who's watching. So let's just enjoy the game. I feel like we don't have to stress, because leave the stressing to the team to make things happen. And here we're just here to support. We're here to enjoy the games, because I feel like I definitely would love to see more creativity. And even if it doesn't work, I don't think anyone will condemn it because you know what?
Mhm.
Who doesn't love seeing something different, right?
Yeah, and just to echo on to that, you know what, top clans, you know what, this is passion, you're fueling it, and you know, with Dead by Daylight, we're setting the foundations of Dead by Daylight Mobile here. So, and just constant teams just trying things out, and it seems like the time meta has kind of caught on, and it seems very effective with how well they're playing it. Again, AKL is just one of the teams to look out for in the Thai teams, but who knows? Maybe a little bit of unorthodox meta can come out, but as of now, 10-0 in favor of AKL. It seems like the Thai teams are here to play, and AKL being the one to lead that charge. You can make a case that, yeah, it might be that the Thai team is a little bit ahead of the curve when it comes to playing this game and understanding the intricacies in competitive Dead by Daylight Mobile. So we just have to wait and see. But again, in the chat, please spam your love for the teams and for your favorite players. That's AKL on one side and ROV on the other side.
Yeah, let's not forget they are playing for a total prize pool of $10,000. So whoever plays the most doesn't necessarily will win, but the teams who actually done their homework, research the game, research their opponents, I feel they are gonna stand a higher chance to rise on top of the rankings because first place is gonna go home with $5,000. 5,000 US dollars. That's a lot.
How many iPhones?
5. None Pro Maxes though, but it's still a lot. One player can be going home with $1,000 because and not to mention this is just the first grassroots tournament, a mobile Dead by Daylight mobile tournament. So if this is just the beginning, who knows what we'll see for the days to come.
Yeah, I'm excited. Especially with like this is just the foundations. You know what, this the potential of this game can go even further, and if it's just the foundations of this is that prize pool X amount of numbers, like $10,000, what more in the future when this game blows up, so or blows up even more. So guys, again, share with your friends that this or the only thing that blows up here are generators. I keep missing the skill checks. Again, if you guys want this game to keep going in the future, again, let your voices be heard. Again, this is your passion. Share this out to everyone that there is a Dead by Daylight mobile tournament. We are establishing the meta of Southeast Asia and Thailand, so you got to pay attention and take down notes because these teams are definitely the disruptors or the innovators here that are setting the foundation of Dead by Daylight mobile.
Yeah, just look straight into the middle of the glass and then you'll see what you actually want to see.
Yes. When you peel back the layers, right, you get to see what
back the layers. I definitely agree with you, kind sir. Yeah, but talking about the next game going on right here. So it seems like we have the infos that the survivors. It looks like ROV survivors are gonna go first. So, what do you think? Survivors first?
I mean, I think your your reaction says it all, right? Because the survivors didn't really have the best outing going up against the spirit of AKL. So, I don't know. Jumping back into the line of fire right away, it begs a lot of questions. How their state of mind is, what kind of approach they're gonna have. Because usually you kind of want them to take a break and have their maybe the hunter, since the hunter was kind of on ice for a bit, so they can probably play a little more. Foxy can come in, but I don't know. I think when it comes to this, it's a survivor-sided game. You have to admit, Nell, because right, there are going to be killer bans, but when it comes to perks, no bans. So now they can just try to change things up. So this could be them wanting to set the pace of the match first and foremost. So if they're the ones going first, their mindset, I feel like they need to make sure that they're not coming into this like kind of scared. They need to come into this with a fresh face and a fresh mind, and not be too exactly, and not too timid or maybe it's gonna be hard. Yeah, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard because I don't know who the killer is yet. It depends, right? What kind of game plan? But that's my 2 cents. How about you? How do you feel about ROV going survivors first?
What I'm thinking is maybe it's not necessarily ROV that wants their survivor teams to go first. Might be AKL wanting to
Ooh,
capitalize on the situation
could be.
and let the
Mhm.
survivors play again with, maybe they haven't recovered from the shock of getting 4K. But it looks like we are going to see the Trickster second appearance in the tournament. Who
Mhm.
doesn't love a Korean oppa, especially even if he's covered in blood, right? Gosh,
Hey man, Dead by
covered in
Daylight
blood.
Mobile know their audience, and I'm pretty sure Trickster has a special place in a lot of stands' hearts here. I mean, yeah, what's not to like, right? He's one of the most flamboyant hunters out there. Again, kind of the same mechanic as Huntress, but it it is a continuous rapid fire compared to the one axe, one throw kill type of style. And you know his perks are pretty good too. Showstopper and the Starstruck.
Starstruck. Oh, that's
So
very good
it's
perk.
yeah,
That's
it's
a
very
very
good.
good.
Mhm.
Like anyone who's trying to be cheeky, right, and trying to do a flashlight save,
Exactly.
you get
No,
exposed. That's
sir.
what you get.
Yeah.
That's what you get.
Mhm.
But hey, we're going to the suffocation pit.
Mhm.
Definitely not us right now. I think they're just trying to mind game this. Like what?
Mhm.
Sending the ROV survivors out and then suffocation pit. Are they trying to
Mhm.
suffocate ROV or something?
Like you said, it could
Their
be they
words.
smell blood and they could be smelling blood in the water, and they want to be able to. All right, let's end this now. If we can get an early night in the office, I think AKL have all the rights to do that because the first 10-0 in this invitational stage is huge. So I
Sure.
think they're doing this right. And yeah, looking back at who picked which side first, I'm pretty sure Araval was like, yeah, I'm feeling pretty warmed up. I want to be able to continue on this hot streak. And with the Trickster, again, very momentum based, very aggressive. So it kind of plays to his spirit style of just rushing down all these survivors and just getting as much kills as possible. Because we did see another Trickster, I think, in Team Toxic. Yeah, he had no basic hits. It was all knife kills.
It was God G, right? I believe.
Hmm.
God G.
Sounds familiar. Hmm.
Sounds familiar. It does. It does. But Trickster, well, unless if you're really good with FPS, I think, like for me, I'm really weak at shooting games, so
Hmm.
Trickster is not my kind of killer to pick. But if played properly, like 5 blades is enough to inflict 1 point of damage. So we'll just have to see. The Korean Oppa killer is gonna try with the rotations, going from gem to gen, I'm sure. But it looks like survivors camp are on, and they're just trying to rotate away from where the killer might spawn.
Yeah, and this is what's scary because in the map like this, yes, there are some jungle gym areas and tile areas, but you want to really break that line of sight. And even though there are some palleted areas, it's still going to be tough for you to get away from the killer's knives because it's going to be yeah, you just need to break that line of sight for you to be able to continue on to those gens. So pretty slow start. So let's see how this match is going to play out. They can definitely a slower pace from before, so that's a good sign for ROV.
Yeah, mind you, ladies and gentlemen, that this is a tournament server, so that means there's all the perks available for both survivors and killers. You can see that the trickster is starting to do the pew pew, but oh my god, the pew pew is going on. He's trying to get
Mhm.
that hurt. Oh, the mind games covering the red light, holding on for the more of the blade throwing. And yeah, finally gonna get it down. Oh,
Mhm.
unbelievable! I did not see that coming.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to this killer, again, very fast, very frantic pace. So, and now, yeah, the one thing you need to capitalize on is when he needs to reload. But if you're that efficient with downing a survivor, it's still going to be pretty tough. And note that he did bring Thanatophobia. I think he also brought No Way Out. So we're just going to wait and see if we can clear up the perks here to see what the top perk and the left perk is going to be. I think that's No Ed, actually. So,
I'm pretty sure it is.
again, when it comes to
X-Rune? X-Rune?
yeah, could be, or
Could be.
ruin. Yeah, yeah. We're just gonna wait and see if I can make it a little clearer. But now we see that the killer can just chill out here because now they need to be the ones to overextend here now because win conditions they don't need to only win in terms of rounds but points too because the points can catch up to you.
For sure. Rounds before points, but I think they just have to keep a clear mind. They just need to make sure that they win this first half and let the killer take care of it in the second half in order for them to win game number
Mm.
2. Trickster seems to be looking for another one. Oh my god, he's gonna be saver shield.
Look at
No!
that!
Oh my god, the blade! The
All
showstopper!
That was crazy. Yeah, just all blades and now able to activate his skill here. The survivor is down, but yeah, most probably just going to just chair first the rescuer and go
My
back
God.
and make sure that survivor is still down. So a very efficient early half here on Araval's side.
Yeah, this is so annoying. Like you're trying to rescue against a trickster who's constantly throwing the blades. You can see that the showstopper is still active. He just keeps on throwing it until it runs out, until it gets exhausted. But look, oh
Boom.
my god!
That was so
Um,
fast, super efficient. He's out of blades, but he could just reload easily. But now, yeah, that survivor is down, and we are gonna see, yeah, someone try to mend themselves here. But still, it's still a tough night for these survivors. I believe two gens remaining, so it's still gonna be a tough game here with how efficient this killer is playing the game.
yeah, I mean, it was the perfect example, man. You can't go. What do you do when the killer is someone who doesn't want to
Oh,
whack you? Oh, okay, he did.
speaking of
He just did.
whack. Yeah, predicting the future there now again. Yeah, what do? I don't know. It just seems like the right placement there was just perfect. I think he's making the survivors so frantic that they're not playing at the pace that they want, and they've already built up so much. Yeah, it's Bill's second time on the hook already that he's already skill checking for his life. We do see that their one gen does remain, so that's their saving grace. But now, oh my goodness, we do see that someone is kiting here at the shack area. That Bill was saved, so it's still anyone's game here since everyone is taking their turn on the hook, and one gen still is left for these survivors to power up the exit gates.
Yeah, again, I can't tell what the game plan is. I can't. I literally can't tell. But like what you said, one gen remaining. ROV is still in it to win it. If they can
Yeah.
even get a draw, that would still be very, very, very plausible, and then let the killer do his stuff. But if they can get 3-man escape at least, well, it's going to create a lot of pressure for AKL Survivor next game. But yeah, one survivor's gonna be hooked again.
The striker, yeah, this is the Bill, so he is out of the game already since he's on. That's his death hook. So now it's got a little harder here. One gen still remains, but three survivors are still out and about. So I think that's the math that maybe a survivor kind of like if they're going for a tied game. The hatch has already spawned. One survivor is hiding here around the area, but man, once Araval finds his mark, it's going to be real tough for him to let go. Now he's going to be able to throw a little bit of knives here to see if he can spot someone out, and now he
Oh my
he
god,
finds
out in
someone.
the open. Yeah, out in the open, getting that 4 blades in. And that's already a damaged. Oh, he's just gonna reload.
Yeah, just to make sure. Yeah, just.
I know.
Common Crafter being the crafty, well, survivor that he is,
Survivor.
just moving away. At least he was able to once you reload, you break that line of sight, and hopefully the scratch marks have kind of dissipated. But now we see that Araval is going to circle around. He's going to be tough here just to try and get away from the line of sight and the knives of Araval here. He's going to have to break that pallet, but Common doing a great job still rotating away, forcing his team to just focus on gens.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he has to do. My God, but the trickster got to Common Crafter. He's like, yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna put an end to your craftiness here. Put you on the hook. And I think that's really a smart thing to just focus on Common Crafter after eliminating Bill, because he does the play. He's sort of like the playmaker of the team. And now basically you have two survivors who are just trying to finish that last gen.
Yeah, and note that No Way Out, that perk for each survivor you hook for the first time, No Way Out, that gains 1 token, and once the exit gates have been powered, No Way Out activates. And when a survivor interacts with the exit gate, they receive a loud noise notification. So the killer is going to know where they at. And the entity blocks both exit gate switches for 12 seconds for the killer to be able to find where you're at. So No Way Out has been very overpowered here because everyone's mostly likely seen their first time on the hook. The hatch is over here, so I think we do see that Araval is playing this one kind of safely. We are seeing someone kind of heal up, and now just unlocking that skill. The hatch is finally open, though.
Oh, one escape!
2 escape.
2 escape!
Yeah,
oh my
beautiful
God.
stuff. So a tied game for the survivors here. So I think that's the best possible outcome, that once they're able to open up that hatch, is GG's. But now, oh my goodness, able to down him right away. That could have been a cause of something different. Could have been like he could have rushed towards that hatch, but now Araval is going to be able to secure his second kill here. So now that's two out of the game.
Yeah, I mean, smart choice banning the spirit. Now, they can do. Oh, if he has deliverance here, that would have worked.
That would have been so good.
Oh, wait, he's already hooked for the second time, right? Yeah.
Yeah, second time. Yeah. Or slippery meat.
Slippery meat. It only works in the first hook, though. That's the thing. Slippery meat, deliverance. It works in the first hook. It would be nice if he wasn't hooked before. They would have been able to probably forced it. But yeah, I just have to say, GG, well played, both teams. For ROV, banning the spirit and at least almost getting a 3-man escape. And as for AKL, also GG, well played, because the Trickster is not an easy killer to play. I mean, it says moderate moderate skill level, but I still feel it's really difficult to actually get a 4K unless if you're playing against randoms. But this is a full VC 4-man team, so yeah.
Especially in a high level like this, for you to get a tie alone is actually pretty good. And I think ROV is kind of they did their job there. At least they were able to mitigate the point lead. So now it's up to Foxy to at least I mean, the bare minimum is to get a tie, but the 10-0 is still going to haunt you in the end.
Yeah.
So, he needs to get that 3K just to make sure that, all right, go by round wins instead of point wins, because that's going to be a tough one to do. And what's scary now is that AKL, they're really known for their survivors. So, Foxy is going to have to play this one really well and also very carefully. I think it's time to bring out the Unreal.
Unless if it's getting bad.
Oh, no. Oh, we kind of spoiled it. I hope they don't just like, hey, the commentators are saying this. Let's ban Unreal.
Let's ban Unreal. I think either way, if they research about the opponents, they would have known. Because we ourselves, we already watched the previous tournaments, right? In the Thai qualifiers, the C qualifiers. So if they're researching, they would have known that is the next killer that Foxy will bring out. But the thing is, here's the thing. I don't think they will ban Oni. I think they will choose to ban Unreal and let him play Oni again, because his Oni hasn't been doing great. 4 escape in the first game, so they're like, why not? We know how to counter your Oni.
And also considering that this map, Suffocation Pit is also kind of dark. I mean, in Disturbed Ward, he had a hard time trying to spot out the survivors. So maybe they want to be able to, roll the dice again. But the thing is now, like, maybe Foxy's the type of player also to adjust and, kind of adapt moving forward. So that is a case that can make sense here if he's warmed up already. But, I mean, 5 points is still a huge confidence boost.
Confidence boosts indeed. If he wants to make a splendid comeback, he needs to get a 4K here, and thus earning them 7 points to 2 points against AKL. But like what you said, AKL Survivor is no joke. I would say if he decides to change it up a little bit with his Oni pick, like change up the perks, change up his playstyles, I still think they kind of figure out how to counter Oni. So I think the best bet would be, not choose Oni and maybe go for a third killer if he has any, or maybe Ghostface. So again, ladies and gentlemen, we're still going to figure that out as we go along. But for now, we're going to take a very short break. When we return, it is going to be the second half of round number 2 between AKL and ROV. So don't go anywhere. More Top Clans when we come back.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Top Clan's 2022 Winter Invitational for DBDM. Might be the conclusion of AKL versus ROV. Nello Mello and Posh Spice, your casters for this match. And Nell, how are you feeling? Because we're about to hit second half of round number 2 with a tied game in our hands, but a 10-0 still looming.
Yeah, I mean, 10-0 is definitely a very hard hurdle to come back from. But again, it's round wins over point wins. So they still have a shot because it was a draw in the first half of second game. So in the second half, it's up to ROV's Foxy.
Yes.
It's up to ROV's Foxy to make something happen to get a 3K so that they will win game number 2. And ultimately, going into game number 3, they wouldn't be so suffocated.
Yeah.
Suffocated. But if they get a draw, they will still go to the third game, but it's going to be a much, much harder game to come back from in that point.
Yeah, for sure, because that's when the points can kind of bite you, because you need to get a round win, like you said. And we were talking about it a while ago, and let's delve onto it now. The Onryo, if they've done their homework, this is Foxy's ace in the hole. This is something that he wants to use when push comes to shove. And coming into the second round or the second game, we're going to see some bans. So for sure, the Onryo might be heavily banned or favored to be banned. So let's talk about potential picks that Foxy can have with that playstyle, because I would have to say Oni versus Onryo, very different playstyles. So what would you want to see come out of Foxy's arsenal?
If he can play Onryo, he can definitely play the Ghost Face. But oh no, he's going with the Doctor.
Oh, one of your favorite. Okay, and now again, Doctor can kind of play similar to Oni. You know, he does not want to be he wants his presence to be felt right away. But I would say with a very skilled team, they know how to drop pallets quick. They know how to be able to counter well. And now we see 2 survivors working on a gen, while we see one has already fallen down.
That was very, very smart. And now he's making everyone scream with the static blast so that they wouldn't be able to, maybe do some cheeky plays. You even saw he didn't use the static blast right from the start of the game. He just used his normal secondary charge. And that was enough to stop Conan from dropping the pallet. Because it cancels the interaction during the time he would have been able to catch up. That's why he kept looping. But unfortunately, the Doctor, really understanding the extent of his power.
Nell, we see devoured hope. So that's something that, if you have 5 tokens, you can kill a survivor with your own hands. So that's something that we have. That is a signature of Foxy. Now we're gonna see him scream, and it's gonna be harder for them to bait out a red light. And now Faye, she gets a hit. They are going to try and rescue. The rescue has already happened. They're gonna try to mitigate the situation, but gonna go around the pallet, but the dead hard.
Beautiful dead hard, but unfortunately, if you look at the portraits of the survivors, 2 of them are actually on tier 3. 3 of them are on tier 3. They're insane. They'll occasionally see this hallucination. Guys, you might not even be able to see it on the screen, but they are constantly hunted by hallucinations. Their interactions will be disturbed. Okay, you can see some cheeky crouching going on, but the Doctor's gonna try and find the next target. My goodness, that blast, the shock therapy.
There we go. More shock therapy happening. Again, this is a tough game to play, especially when you're already in that insane level. You can't drop those pallets because you won't be able to see it, and now eats a hit. The rescue does happen, but like you called, Nell, all of them need to snap out of it. You see there, you're seeing those hallucinations, and also a constant heartbeat will be happening. So it's going to be hard for you to determine if the Doctor is going to be closer to you the more and more you get insane. We're going to see him kick the gen here, and this is what he needs to do. He wants to be able to put tokens into that Devour Hope just so that Foxy can get those kills on hand.
Yeah, that only happens when he's hooking, when there's the action of hooking, unhooking of survivors, and he will just keep getting tokens there. You can see, actually, if you want to counter the Doctor, right, you just have to you put that to pallet, you want to loop, right? You just put down the pallet, make it into a wall, force the Doctor to break the pallet, then you transition to another place. You cannot afford to save pallets against the Doctor, especially if you try to loop that same area, because he will just catch up to you. Oh my god!
Whoa! That hit was able to score, and now we have another down survivor, which means they're gonna need to rescue, which means there's going to be another Devoured Hope. But the thing is, I don't know if this survivor did rescue because he has deliverance. He also has decisive strike, dead hard, as well as iron will. But now the chase continues. He's going to keep going. So I would say Foxy's doing a great job. All this proactivity, 2 gens have already been done, but now we're going to see him
My
get another
God.
hit.
Yeah, Feng Min getting the end of that. The shock therapy as well, trying to make sure it doesn't go through the window. But again,
Oh.
yeah, successful rescue onto Benz, but the broken status.
Mm-hmm.
Someone's not getting healed in the meantime, Posh.
Yeah, Ben's the Meg.
Oh
Oh
my
my God! Just when we
God.
transition to the killer cam, another downed survivor here. So now that's I think 3 hooks, but I don't know if the Benz was able to use that deliverance. So you know what? Once a death happens on screen, we know that Devour Hope is in the air. First time Miles is gonna see a hook. Oh, second
Oh
time actually. So now a skill check time for him. But now we're gonna see him try to check if anyone's in this area with that shock therapy.
my God, so many people almost insane at this point. Even Mouse that's actually on the hook, the Feng Min is also like she's getting rescued, but the thing is she's still insane at this point, tier
Uh-oh.
3. And look, oh my God, the shock therapy
Mm-hmm.
allows the doctor to catch up. Foxy,
Yeah.
amazing job. I have to say, Foxy, you don't see him do the best on Oni in first
Mhm.
game, but when it comes to the second game, he's a beast, man.
Yeah, I mean Onryo and now the Doctor, a Doctor pick. We regard him as a really, I would say, favored in a casual sense, but now we're seeing him kind of thrive in this type of environment. We do see that one gen is already primed. If Benz can get this hook on, that's going to be another rescue that's going to happen, and it's going to be a little tough for the survivors since, again, we're counting down the tokens till we get that Devour Hope, which was one of the playmakers for Foxy that can grant him this round win, if ever.
Yeah, I mean, the logic. I don't see the logic behind priming. I mean, please enlighten us if you
Mm-hmm.
guys in the chat have any answers to that. He's just priming it to 99%. Maybe give the killer a false sense of security, like, oh, the gen's still alive.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, it could be, or like they're kind of scared to pop no way. But
yo,
now, oh, nice jukes here on the side of the survivors. AKL, oh, gonna make them scream.
wow.
Goes for that. It's so decisive now.
Yeah, shock therapy. You do not want to play with a against a doctor by camping pallet. You cannot do that. You have to put
Mm-hmm.
down the pallet straight away before he even uses the shock therapy. Create distance from the doctor. Make a long wall. You cannot camp
Mm-hmm.
pallets. He will just shock you out of interaction there.
Yeah, he would, and that just you've seen a lot of interactions where they go around the pallet again. Conserving pallets is good, but against a doctor, especially skilled doctor like Foxy, it's a game you really don't want to play. And now we see that nice skill checks again. When you're insane, you have to look the other way around when you go for those skill checks. Constantly looking behind you. Everyone again is already healed up, but they're already insane. So I think now Foxy really needs to turn it up to 10 here if he wants to, at least secure it down. But I love how he's rotating
Oh,
around. I thought he was gonna kick a gen here, but he noticed there's another survivor here that's gonna head back into the
nice.
structure of this map.
Yeah, we can see clearly here from the spectators' view. They're just trying to rush this gen. They know that this gen is already at 92%, but it's gonna be kicked by Foxy. Three gens remaining on the screen, but Foxy has to know something's up. Most of the gens are actually almost done. Okay, so
Mhm.
there you have it. He's trying to do that shock again, shock therapy. You do not. He's still not putting down pallets.
Yep, and
Oh,
now, oh wow, able to score that hit. This Meg will be falling down soon. He's gonna be waiting here next to this pallet and trying to heal himself. Let's see if Foxy's gonna go for it. Now that Cypher is already primed, Nell. So I think this is what they were working for. 99, one at
wow.
99, one at 13. So they played a pretty risky game here. And now we see that the Feng is baiting him to go for a chase here. Now we're gonna see another shock therapy happen.
Oh,
He's
the
gonna
thing.
dead hard to get through to the pallet.
See, okay, so here's what happens. He puts it down. He puts the pallet down. So it doesn't matter if you get shock therapy. He'll just continue looping you. And given the correct situation, he can just easily go to the other side of the wall by just vaulting the pallet. You can see, oh my god, putting down the pallet straight away. My
Yeah.
goodness, AKL Survivor are playing out of their minds at this point.
Yeah, they're ready. I mean, at the start, yes, you know what, they were kind of playing it a little risky, but here you see that the team coordination, the knowledge of how they're facing this doctor, and now No, they're not even snapping out of it. They know the tricks that the Doctor has, and this is what is tough with the Doctor, because with the skill team, they know they don't technically need to snap out of it if they know how a good killer will be. And now we see that, yeah, they are just trying to tank as much hits as possible. They're gonna try to heal up, but he's gonna try to shock here to see if anyone's there. They're gonna shock him out of that heal state. They got to get out of here, those two, if they want to at least secure that 3-point game for them to secure the victory for this first bracket match.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. You can see that Devour Hope. Yeah, I like the idea behind not needing to hook the hunter, not to hook the survivor. But at this point, you have to think, Noed might have been better. I guess, like getting that one hit kill. Even Merciless Storm would have stopped the Cypher a little bit more. He has Corrupt Intervention, but is that Corrupt Intervention?
Yeah, it's Corrupt Intervention.
Yeah,
Tinker also.
Yeah, if he has the Hex Rune, maybe it will stop the Cyphers a little bit more. Because I feel like he's doing a great job. Everyone's on the second hook, but did he manage to chair the people that are on the second hook? No, he only got one. And that's the thing about playing in the long run. You seem to be downing so many survivors, right? You saw the survivors falling left and right, shouting in pain, and then just going down. You saw amazing plays, but the survivors, the objective is, what's the objective of the game? Finish the gens, get out. Doesn't matter how many times you get hooked, as long as you are not getting sent off. Even if you're on the second hook, you play it safe, you hide away, you rotate away from the killer and let your teammates take the fall, or deal with the killer. That's exactly what AKL did, and they pull off a 3-man escape.
So AKL, congratulations.
Wow.
This is not premature. This is what happened. AKL being the main point bringers here, able to go through the Oni, able to, get 3 escape on the Doctor, which again, at first it seemed like he was doing pretty well, but gens were moving left and right. People, yes, Devour Hope, we were talking about how this could be the ace in the hole for Foxy, but they played that very well. They knew, I think Deliverance, we didn't see it was off screen, but it wasn't enough for the Devour Hope to gain enough tokens, and ultimately it came down to just well-coordinated rotations and good kiting. And I would say very good understanding of kiting out the Doctor. Even though they weren't dropping pallets, the Feng Min was able to really kite for a while for the endgame pop to happen. And ultimately, AKL is just a very well-rounded team, both on Survivor and Killer side.
Yeah, this result is definitely not a reflection or indication of how well the team plays. But again, congratulations, AKL Esports, definitely moving up the bracket. But fans and supporters of Team ROV, don't fret, because ROV are still around to keep fighting in the losers bracket. So they are still not out of the game. Keep supporting them, because they still have the potential to make it to the grand finals.
Yeah, again, it's a double knockout system here in the Invitational, so definitely not out of it, but AKL can kind of rest on their laurels, and they can kind of relax a little bit, because they were the one to open up the show, and man, did they perform with the greatest of ease here, getting a tie in the killer match, and also a 3-person escape in the survivor match. Pretty strong showing, and coming off of dovetailing off of the match that they played in the tie qualifier. So I'm excited to see more of AKL and how they're able to bring out the tie meta into this. So far it seems like the tie teams have found a groove into the system, and also a meta that has been working out so far.
No, I like the word groove. Like they, yeah, especially groove against the Doctor. I thought that the Doctor was doing a really great job, but ultimately, they were more focused on objectives and the false sense of security, priming 1 gen, and the false sense of security of 3 gens remaining. Definitely threw Foxy off, but ultimately this is what we want to see in the grassroots tournament, first ever Dead by Daylight's mobile tournament by top clans. Yeah, this is definitely what we want to see. And you know what's crazy? It's just the first game of the day.
Yeah,
and so much
we've
more
seen, so much more to come, and just the differences of styles is definitely being put out in the open here. And what I'm excited to see more of is how the Southeast Asia style is going to come in. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, like Nell said, this is the first of 2 matches that we're going to have today. After the break, we are going to go to Teletubbies versus ICI. So don't go anywhere. More of Top Clans when we come back.
Hey, welcome back, guys. So we are back after the short break, and now we are ready. Posh and I, we are ready for game number two, the matchup number two that we've been waiting for. Posh, bring it away.
Yeah, we got Teletubbies on one corner. You got ICI in another corner. Teletubbies having a great performance. Brought out the Hillbilly, Army 88. I'm excited to see what other hunters he has or what other killers he has in his arsenal. ICI, having an amazing performance over ROV, bring out the Hag to start things up. Also as a spirit, just in case you guys didn't watch that match. They tied with ROV in the C qualifiers, and now they're going to face off. But let's look at the bracket here. AKL having a dominant performance over against ROV, sending them to the lower bracket. So now we're going to see how Teletubbies will be going up against ICI. Then the last match for the day, it's going to be 7 Seals versus NM, the main event for the night. I'm so excited for that one too.
Yeah, I'm very excited for all of the remaining matchups tonight. Teletubbies, well, let's just refresh our memory a little bit. They actually brought up the Hillbilly, right? As far as memory concerns. And the Hillbilly, apparently, he's like the scarier version of Oni because he dashes infinitely, and the mat turns and swerves. That's just so crazy to deal with. Fortunately, it's gonna be on autoban. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I believe so, and if not, you have to priority ban that because that's insane hillbilly you don't want to face. But shoutouts to the team that did face Teletubbies because they did manage to get at least a tie up against Army 88's Hillbilly. But yeah, considering if Hillbilly will be coming his way, I mean, it's so crazy. Like him just one hit KO with his chainsaw. He's constantly running around the map, especially with excellent controls. So that's going to be a problem for anyone. So here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. This is Teletubbies. I'm excited to see what else Army 88 will be bringing to the table, aside from his Hillbilly, just in case the Hillbilly might not be making his way in. You know what? Because we have been seeing like leaps or volumes to their game and levels to their game. So with Teletubbies, yeah, I do not be fooled.
Teletubbies, but not the cute one that you expect from TV. Not the ones you would show to your kids.
Yeah. So again, in Teletubbies, just rounding them out, you got Tusakan, San Diego, Swan Club, Balons, Army 88, Army Double E's, and the last one is thank you also shout out to Jamin for the pronunciation Tuasa. So now we have ICI over here with the Oni.
Wow, ICI, Satya Birawa. Well, we have Neru, the usual ones, Muda, Vicky, King Leran, and Wapaknya. Yeah, so I believe it's an Indonesian team. So those of you who are supporting ICI, make some noise in the chat. And those of you who are supporting the not so cute Teletubbies but scary ones, support them as well. Because, yep, this is a matchup that decides who will move on in the winner's bracket and who will be sent to the lower brackets.
Yeah, Teletubbies are. I don't know. No, like for me, Teletubbies don't look that cute. They're very scary. They have TVs on their stomach, man, and the son's a baby. So I'm not sure what kind of cuteness is going to come out of the Teletubbies now. However, styles will clash once again since this is a Thai team versus an Indonesian team, or one from Southeast Asia. So I wonder how they're going to play it out, or if they're going to find a way to trump the Thai meta as of late, because I think if the Hillbilly is permanently banned, I wouldn't be surprised if Army has a spirit.
Yeah, I mean, everyone needs to have a spirit in their arsenal, right? Considering everyone has a spirit deep inside them. They just need to pull it out and play it because
Jump scare
of how
them, yeah.
dominating. I mean, that's the name of the game. Jump scare someone and win the game. Yeah, but Spirit's really annoying to play against because you can't exactly stay at the same spot. You can't tell which side she's coming from if you're camping pallets. You can tell. Is it from the left or from the right? If you stand in the same side with the Spirit, well, you put down the pallet, you still get hit. So very annoying to play against, I would say.
Yeah, and considering the mobile adjustments, right, where you can really see the scratch marks, so it's the killer the point of that, if you guys have not tried the spirit yet, is that when you're in that phase walk, you don't see the survivor, and you can probably hear them, but the scratch marks are seen. So on mobile, it's kind of easier for the spirit to down, and you've been seeing a lot of jump scares come out in this tournament. So it's going to be tough for us to see how they're going to counter that. We've seen with great coordination and also a good understanding of where they are in the game to go for safe rescues, they're able to do that. But in a chase, an early chase, we've seen some highlights, I think, also from AKL with how they were able to handle the spirit matches. You really have to be able to mind game them and really force them to tunnel you in a good spot for the survivors, and force them to break pallets, force them to go in routes they don't want to. Because ultimately, you don't want the spirit game that did happen with AKL. So now we're going to look at the map. We're going to go back to the Disturbed Ward.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of maps revolving around very dark places. Actually, all of the maps here are dark. But that's just something. But that's just something about Disturbed Ward. Yeah, it's good with the feels. I know, creates the horror vibes that we very much love and enjoy this watch. But Disturbed Ward, surprise! It's actually the first map being picked in BO1 as well by teams AKL versus ROV in matchup number 1. So. You think there's a logic behind picking this map, especially in BO1, because it seems to be the choice so far?
I think it's one of those maps that's kind of not so big, not so small either. And you know, you want to go to the center just in case you guys have the Disturbed Ward. The center's pretty strong, I would have to say. You've seen a lot of people kite there. We saw a lot of people lose the Oni in the center of that map. Maybe it's more of a preference thing in my book, and it's one of those maps that personally for me, it's kind of easier to navigate compared to the rest. I mean, Auto Heaven Wreckers is definitely another map that is in there to kind of identify, but it's so dark, and it's a little smaller than usual. But that's just my take. How about you, Noah? What do you think Disturbed Ward brings to the table compared to the other maps?
The main building seems to have a lot of kiting spots. Maybe that's why. Like, there's a window. There's basically a lot of entrance and windows on the ground floor. But more on that later on, because right now we're seeing the survivors tiptoeing. It's like they're not even trying to repair gens. They're just going for a picnic or something.
Yeah, ICI playing this one really slow. So it doesn't seem like they want to be touching gens. They're just making sure they're going around. And surprise, surprise, Army having a spirit here. I'm pretty sure the Billy was auto banned, as you said. So the next thing coming in, we're going to see a spirit come out. He's already phase walking. We're seeing a different... This is the pace that ROV wanted going up against the first spirit. You see the patience here. You see the Bill hiding next to this window. He's not... See, the thing is, he's just... He knows that he's not in phase walk now. So he's just making sure that he's already communicating to his teammates that, all right, in this area, now it's gone. So now let's see if they're going to try to commit to push for... wow, look at that. Opening lockers left and right. That just is a sign that the killer is kind of frustrated, needs to look for someone quick.
Yeah, as you can see, they definitely took the advice really well. Hiding before kiting. Definitely love that game plan here. But to deal with this, the spirit also has corrupt intervention. So that's one thing that really stops the survivors from, really going in for it. Okay, you can see one person just taking the time, opening up the picnic box. The other one's just clearing some,
totems.
Just clearing up some totems, clear out the picnic grounds.
When the gens are blocked, that's time to go side questing in this game. All right, let's open up a chest. Look, a totem. Let's clean that one up. All right, we see that there's a health kit here. Corrupt intervention still up. Man, this is a long 6 seconds, but she's right here.
He got dropped the pallet. Oh my god. No
I thought he was going to drop the pallet. Yeah. I was expecting that to happen, but now he has Bill on the hunt, on the loose here. So now we're going to see like scratch marks on the floor. And lo and behold, the mind games here. We are going to see him run to safety towards the center here, but now on foot. Oh, that was close, Snell.
Beautiful. He knows the layout of this building. That's why it's so beautiful. Like, if you chase without the phase walk, you'll have to deal with the windows. And if you go into phase walk, well, that's time for the survivors to just tiptoe. Hopefully, just drop less. Oh my god! That was supposed to hit.
Yeah, I thought he was. That was real close. Whether it was planned or not, that went in the survivors' favor. So Army, 88 still has a tough time to try and down in these survivors. Bill's going to heal up right in the nick of time because the the spirit is just roaming around this disturbed ward. So now, yeah, he can go to the second floor, give well communication towards his survivor teammates here, and just work on a cipher. But now we see another injured survivor getting outside of the main building at the center.
Patience is the name of the game. Like you can see, 71%. Not even bothering to heal first, you know. But I think yeah, he should definitely try and get himself healed up. You do not want to give a free down to the killer, especially since considering how aggressive the spirit can be. Like they sense this danger, right? It's as if they have this spider sense. Like,
A sixth
danger,
sense, if
danger.
you would. There is a spirit among us. And now we see, look, towards the end of their interaction. Oh my God. I thought that he didn't know, but you know what? The spirit has a sixth sense of its own. I mean, there was no scratch marks on the floor. Probably heard the grunting. I don't know if they brought Iron Will, but now we see that the spirit has finally found his first survivor.
Definitely the grunting, which is why sometimes you wonder, like, oh, maybe Iron Will is a good investment. But, well, the grunting helped the spirit found the first victim, so gotta say, spirit plan so far working pretty good. 5 gens still available, 1's almost down, but ultimately it's still 4 remaining, I would say.
Yeah, and this is what's a little tough because yes, it was a slow-paced game. Now we're gonna see a safe, but endurance. So he chooses to go after, but now he has to be careful. The rescuer cannot body block here. 2 down is not good. But we see that, yeah, the endurance is going to buy enough time, and now he's going to get out of phase walk because he doesn't know who he's chasing. He wants to go after the one that popped the endurance, but now he just needs to mend himself, and he's good to go.
Yeah, that's very smart. Like when you have 2 survivors running with each other, it sort of confuses the spirit, especially when she's in phase walk, right? So maybe that's one tip to lose the killer. Yeah.
Also, note, Nell, this the person that rescued Vicky has deliverance. So that's something that we might go back to at the end of this game.
Nice. That means oh my god. Almost done.
Yeah. Yeah, that could have been. He could have been snatched out of that gen if that was planned any sooner. But now, yeah, he did have deliverance, trying to mind game here, trying to moonwalk his way to hide the red light, but he's all the way on the other side of that map. But careful, yeah, he might be phase walking, so we have to be very careful. But now we see that being pursued.
Oh my god, the mind games. But the survivor's also doing a really good job because the spirit thought she's going back. Is he doubling back a little bit? Just waiting. Oh, but she knows he's gone. Wow.
No, that
spirit giving up straight away, but just going back to the build.
Muda, yeah, changing targets here could be a strategy, but that cost him 2 gens. So ICI is playing this real good. So now we see the Muda as well. The Benz has already healed up Vicky as well, and Vicky, note that's the one with deliverance. But now he's gonna go back into the hunt, trying to look for that build.
Oh, but the build, he already jumped out. The spirit's no longer looking because he knows the more time he spends hunting one, just like focus tunneling on survivors, the more opportunity the survivors will have to finish repairing the gens.
Yeah, and just like that, once he exit phase walk, he thought that he would actually strike Vicky, but now we see that the mind games are going to begin again, but he ran right to her.
Oh, but it's totally fine because she hasn't been on the hook yet. Not to mention, they have a good a decent understanding on how to counter the spirit. You can see their movements from their movements, and even choosing this map, I feel like the kiting into the main building itself definitely helps lose the killer. And now look, oh my god! Neru's gonna go down. Wow.
Luckily for Neru, yeah, like you said, you know, taking the rounds on the hook is the first hook that Neru's gonna be at. So it's still okay. Still, well, now we're seeing 2 ciphers remaining. One is at 89. The other one is at 75. So I would say, you know, he's got to throw the survivors have to throw caution to the wind, while this spirit needs to work overtime here to just, you know, get 1 survivor at least out of this game. Now we see that Benz is the one that is being pursued, but not yet. Maybe the mind games are being played with Benz. Oh my god, from behind now.
In the open area itself, the jump scare, I don't know. I think he's playing a really
careful.
Yeah, he has to slow down a bit, and then maybe, you know, wait until he loses out the phase walk. Still gonna try and loop, not gonna waste that pallet. Well, very smart, trying to save that pallet for a later day. The more time the killer spends on Benz right here, the more time they are gonna have to repair the gen. So realizing this, she's going back straight away.
Oh my god. Now we see that, yeah, the mind games, all right, just focusing on Benz, and now
Oh,
we see that Vicky kind of making that overextension. And now Vicky is the one we'll see. And remind me, so she has deliverance. She can actually
she
unhook
does.
herself?
She can 100%
Oh,
success.
oh, yeah,
Um,
that's a level 3 deliverance she has. So probably gonna wait for the opportune time to do it, probably when everyone is all healed up, or maybe save it till the end. But now we see that, yeah, he's just gone a
one gen.
defense mode now.
Yeah, and one gen remaining. Even after all that defense, I think if you are so divided between chasing survivors and you at the same time you also want to break generators, it's like uh you're trying to do too many. You're trying to focus on too many, two
Right.
different things at the same time. I think like
Mhm.
you're not gonna really get one thing done. So
Mhm.
I feel like if you're afraid of gen rush, get more gen blocks perks, then you can
Yeah,
focus on the
that's true.
survivor more. Because otherwise you
Yeah.
see like back and forth. You cannot focus on downing one instantly and just waiting
Mhm.
out there.
Yeah, it's tough. Now, if you see that he's able to use Deliverance to move on away, but Ben's now is the one being pursued, able to Dead Hard to just create that distance. Now, oh, the mind games, but the Bill eats
Oh,
the hit.
body blocking right there. That's the kind of teammate you want in a game
Mhm.
with you. Body blocking for you because he's never been hooked before. But look, the constant back and forth,
Wow.
right? Giving up on the
Yes.
chase, going back to the gens, but then the survivors will have time to heal up again and then come back. And the end result, yeah, you're just gonna have one gen popped up really soon. You can
Mhm.
see the Bill's already healing up there.
Yeah, and note that the Bill has not seen the hook just yet. That's why he's saving Ben's, but now the hit, all of them are injured. This buys enough time for the heal to pop off. And I mean, it's still at a stalemate. I think maybe they should start considering the option of opening up a new gen because this one's kind of in
Mhm.
lockdown with this phase walk. So now we see that phase walk is slowly just monitoring the gens close by in the perimeter. But now the Bill has to be very careful. He's tiptoeing his way out, trying to mind game, but now it's going to be
Oh.
Ben's that's going to be chased.
Yeah, I mean, really smart trying to open up a new gen, but everyone's injured so far, Posh. So if another person gets injured, might make things a little bit difficult. But ICI seems to have an understanding of how things work here. Nero's gonna get caught off guard,
Mhm.
vaulting out the window, but it's fine because Vicky's at full health, and she'll be
Mhm.
able to make that escape. And yeah, I just feel like there's a lot going on with the spirit here.
Mhm. And like you mentioned, I'm looking at the perks now. Yes, Lether Pursuer, Tinker, Pop Goes the Weasel, and also Corrupt Intervention. So like kind of two gen stopping abilities, but yeah, just now he's on the defense. Now he's just constantly going back and forth, far camping and then kicking the gens. That gives enough time for them to actually get that rescue. So he's on his death hook. Ben still has one hook to go as well as Vicky, while Muda has not seen that hook. So it's still looking kind of okay for the survivors. They just really need to open up a new gen because that 34% gen, it was at 60, but now he strikes down Neru and he is dead on hook.
My goodness. Yeah, the problem here is when they repair the gens, the two remaining gens that they're trying to do are just too close to each other with one simple phase walk. They could easily just pass by. Oh my god, they're trying to
Oh
heal
my
up
god,
Nero!
they're
Oh my
forcing it.
god,
This is
force
actually
heal!
great. And now we see that, oh, Vicky just eating that hit. Neru
Oh
unable
my
to get the
god!
rest. Oh, wow. He couldn't get away from dying state.
Oh,
But no,
decisive
he had
strike!
decisive strike. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
I think that was a perk they brought too, like trying to
Uh-huh.
heal up. Trying to heal up someone. Correct me if
Just
I'm
to
wrong.
save the decisive
Yeah.
strike for the end. So now Neru has to kite for his life because he's the only one on his death hook. And now we see that the defense is going to be played. Is he going to strike down? Oh, finds
Oh,
Benz.
man.
I think a little overextension here. It's all good since this is a second hook. So,
They need to stop
yeah.
doing. Survivors need to probably stop for a bit, think what they should do. They should probably all run to the main building, heal everyone up, and then reset the situation because now they're playing with fire. Spirit,
Mhm.
again, with the face walk, can easily go from point A to point B to point A so fast. So if you
Yes.
play this wrong, more people get on the second hook, you might lose one person and the second person in no time at all.
True, but now we see he's being pursued. The borrowed time is actually in the air for Benz, but now it's actually going to be Bill that is going to be stricken down here. And he's going to try to lead him away from the gens that he is watching, but it seems like, yeah, some mind games will be played for him to be able to phase walk away and move actually towards the gen. So at this point, they got to be communicating. All right, phase walk's happening. Oh
Wow.
my goodness, Vicky eats a hit.
Yeah, I just like DVD mobile, the
Mhm.
Patela mobile. They have this notifications of where the gens are and how if there's a sound, that means it's being worked on. So there's so many subtle things that helps both killers and survivors. And in this case, oh my god,
Wow.
why?
Oh. Oh, okay. I thought, yeah, he was just baiting out some activity, maybe baiting out Dead Heart, but wanting to get the first aid kit. So Vicky, second time on the hook here. It's still looking kind of dicey here. This one gen has kind of stalled at this point now.
Oh, they definitely did something though. In response, they reset it. They healed
Hmm.
everyone up. They healed everyone up. So Vicky's the only one on the hook. Unfortunately, on the second hook now. Yeah, they definitely need to get. Now, this is the opportunity for survivors here. Rescue, and then if the killer doesn't come for them,
Hmm.
they have to get that gen pop. But if the gens pop, they have to get that heal up. Then they'll be able to kite even longer. But it looks like
True.
the
And it
focus of the
seems like,
spirit is just yeah.
yeah, phase walking back and forth. So I gotta love the mid to end
Oh,
game,
Bill!
and Bill just running straight towards the jump scare there. So Bill has to be careful. Again, Bill can take all the hits he can because everyone is on death hook except Bill, and I think the spirit knows that he wants to at least down one of these guys, but all of them are in full health. So as long as they're not caught like in the middle of an interaction or vaulting, it's going to be a little tough for them to continue on here. So we're just gonna have to wait and see as we get back into the match here with Bill. Wow, Vicky actually ate that hit. So if we go to Vicky's cam, I'm scared that, you know what, she might fall down in just a bit.
Yeah, I mean, here's the opportunity though. Vicky's on the last hook, right? So the killer
Oh.
needs to make a choice. Oh my god,
Uh-huh.
the exit has been powered. Yeah, the
Yeah.
jet has been done. They actually have a very strong standing here to make it out. At least 2 survivors out, or even 3. I don't see anything more than 3 because 3 of them are technically on their death hopes. So, oh my
Ooh, that
god.
was close. Neru has to be careful. Nice playing mind games there. Wait for this right moment to transition. He's moving on over, but the phase walk is going to close out the distance real well.
Wow.
So it's again pretty intense back and forth here. We are going to see just a slight interruption there in action, but now back at it. Neru, man, he is staring right at the barrel here. So let's see how long he can kite out. Oh my goodness!
He just wants to be the casualty. He wants to allow his team to get a 3-man escape because ultimately a 3-man escape is pretty tough to beat. So ICI, 3-man escape, that's it.
Yeah.
Against a kid spirit, it's pretty good, right?
That's true. I'm hoping that they escape in time, but no. Okay, thank God. Thank God. I thought he wasn't even close to the escape, but
Yeah.
that's a good assumption there. Again, yeah, getting a 3-person escape up against Spirit like that, no easy feat. So ICI coming in hot, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful stuff. Deliverance, something that's really good. Prove thyself. They also have borrowed time. You got some Iron Will. I think they kind of studied the meta. They knew that they were up against a Spirit match, and they played that really well.
Yeah. 1 deliverance though. That was
And it
really
was
good.
used, right? That was
Yeah, it was
good.
used, so it wasn't wasted. Ultimately, they were just waiting for Banzai to be the one to decode, I think. But the builds are really, really very standardized. I can see the. It's more or less like 80% copy paste for everyone, but in the end, it worked well for them. And 3-man escape.
Yeah, it really did. And considering also that they played to their strengths, right? You saw how Banzai was able to provide the support. Everyone had their moments in the sun there. Like they were able to kite for a while. They really understood the matchup. They understood the assignment. And for them to actually understand the spirit matchup, knowing that, all right, we're gonna ban out the hillbilly. Most likely, this killer is going to have a spirit. Beautiful stuff. And note that, yeah, we also saw one Unbreakable, which we didn't really see, but it was on Muda. And yeah, one Prove Thyself. Everyone had the standardized Dead Hard. We also saw two decisive strikes as well. So that's, again, like those are the difference makers. I feel like when we were talking before this tournament, we were talking about what do you think is the perk we're going to see the most, and we were like, yeah, decisive strikes, good, Dead Hard. But I'm saying deliverance, man. I think maybe just 1 or 2 deliverances. Not everyone's supposed to have deliverance, but it can really change. It could turn the tides.
I don't see it being very relevant getting more than one deliverance because it's not like auto activates. You have to rescue
Yeah,
first.
you do. You do.
Yeah, so how many opportunities do you have to actually rescue over and over again? Like this,
Mhm.
okay, this guy's up. You rescue to activate your deliverance. Not everything's gonna work out like that, right? So
Mhm.
ultimately, yep, they did very well. Everyone has an average time of kiting. You can see the chase duration per second, um,
Mhm.
40 to 60 seconds. So pretty well balanced among survivors. And ultimately, Detective Tab is gonna take one to the team.
Yeah,
Yeah.
having the longest kiting time. Naru, big shout outs to you having the most kiting time. But Muda here, 3 rescues, 5 heals. That's the ideal teammate you want. And Vicky also with the 2 rescues and 3 heals. Vicky was the only one that did bring that deliverance, and it paid off pretty well. Banzai having a really long kite in his own right. So I think all the survivors had their moments here in this match, but you got to give it up to Army as well. I mean, the Spirit match mid to late game was doing pretty well, like injuring all the survivors. At one point, everyone is on death hook. So it
Yeah.
was just the bill that wasn't seen on hook yet. So it was kind of building up towards something really big for the hunt, the killer. But at the end of the day, they were able to at least make that pop happen. In that moment, you called it out now. Like they need to reset and reassess. All right, these gens are
Still
being
up.
guarded. We need to open up a new one.
Mhm. Yeah, actually you were the one who brought up that point. Open up a new gen, and for
Mm-hmm.
me, it's healing everyone, resetting it.
Yes.
So they took both of the advices given, not advices, the the sharing that was given, and they made
Mm-hmm.
it happen. And ultimately, the spirit couldn't keep up, couldn't rotate between chasing and breaking gens, and the
Mm-hmm.
survivors. Yeah, Detective Cat bringing him far away into the main building definitely helped them to get that 3-man escape.
Mm-hmm.
Because any more than that would have been a draw. If he was nearby the gate, even he would have slugged Detective Tap and go for another hit on someone else.
Yeah,
So
I think they just needed to. Well, at least the spirit kind of just all right. Let me just get at least one and rely on my team. And note that Teletubbies also have got a tied game in their map, so it's really an intense match. ICI getting the lead in this first half. But ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna cut to a short break. When we return, it is going to be the second half of round number 1. So do not go anywhere. More of Top Clans when we come back. And we're back, folks, with more Top Clan's 2022 Winter Invitational for DBDM. We are at the second half of round number 1 between Teletubbies versus ICI. Nello Mello and Paunch Spice witnessing the 4 versus 1 action. Lions, lambs, wolves and lambs. What's going through your head?
Wolves and lambs, I like that. Well, we've seen an amazing play by Spirit in the first half, but unfortunately, well, the survivors got around it, and they just know how to work against the Spirit, and they got 3 men out. So ICI has the advantage in the first half. That's what you have missed in the first half, ladies and gentlemen. 3-1 in favor of ICI in the first half. So we'll see now in the second half how Teletubbies will respond to the survivors of ICT.
Yeah, so, it's what's interesting here is, yes, the Spirit, we've seen how powerful it can be, but now we've seen how ICI was able to counter that, right? Tiptoeing at the start, making the killer frustrated with where he's gonna go, forcing him to phase walk into places, or like leading him into places where the gens aren't being patrolled. So that's going to be well, something we have to take note of, especially if we see more Spirit matches coming in until the 31st. But now, like you said, we're switching things up. Teletubbies are going to do the surviving. And ICI, I'm excited for this because King Laran used the Hag to start off in the qualifiers. So I don't know. What are your thoughts on a Hag match now?
Hag, well, I feel like the Hag has a lot of potential. Like she needs to set up a lot. Maybe Corrupt Intervention will help her with that, because early game she needs to set up the curse mark so that she'll be able to teleport as soon as the curse trap has been activated. So she has 10 traps, right? 10 sigils that she can use. So she has to set them up. Honestly, this map, there's so many places she needs to set up with. Because of the main building, right? Over the window, over the entrance, maybe near the gens, in between the exits. So there's so many places she has to set up. So basically, you don't want to have too many scattered around. She has to set up a perimeter. Like wherever she finds the survivor, she has to set up a perimeter there. And hopefully, each time the survivors trigger the trap, boom, she can teleport and do that one hit instantly. Yeah, I think that's the game plan for Hack.
Yeah, especially in this map, I like what you said there. She has to set up that perimeter, but I mean, you have to be very sparing with the sigils that you put down. Especially there's a lot of exits in the building that you could put, sure, but what if they just stay away from that building? There's a lot of tiles and jungle gyms around the center of the building in this disturbed ward. So, and we've kind of saw how ROV was able to play against the Hag. They were pretty good, in rotating around, really just stepping on the marks just to distract. And now we see it's not a Hag, but an Onryo.
Onryo! Yes, we definitely want to see more Onryo games, because if he has to keep playing, oh my god, you can see. Oh, the stun? Was that a delayed stun? Yeah, so as the Onryo, you want to play with the manifestation and manifestation. You want to play with the TVs. You want to play with removing Terror Radius and the mind game. So Onryo is so good at playing with that. So now will she get the first hit? Oh!
Playing the mind games a little too much. Manifesting already. He's going to chase him out of the window. Is there going to be a pally here? It's right in the open, so she can get her first hit if ever. And one thing you have to note, ladies and gentlemen, you have to play well with her hitbox, because it's a little straightforward. So you saw the jukes trying to happen there. Now we see he's going to just go straight into the disturbed.
Oh my god. And there are 2 of them here, boss.
That's going to be so scary. And wow, catches someone, able to get another hit now.
Wow, very, very nicely done. Not tunneling onto one survivor. Otherwise, they would have gotten that gen done fairly quickly in the early games. So that was a really nice move to stop the gen rush. Well, but fortunately, that gave time to Nia. Nia, being the obsession, gave time to her to heal up. So
wow,
nice.
Gets another hit here. So yeah, I think the Onryo is just getting her presence up, making her presence noticed. And also note, ladies and gentlemen, you want to be careful if you're holding that tape. No one has that tape yet, but this is what allows the jump scares to happen. Now being chased out in the open here, this is not what you want. You want to be able to find a pally here. Gonna dead hearts through to corner here, but gets the hit ultimately. And now A down survivor with 5 gens still remaining.
Yeah, I believe this was the kiting area where
That's a scary skin.
the first survivor was kiting here just now, right? So I believe the pallet was already used. That's why, without windows of opportunity or the communication with your teammates, you do not know that there's no more pallets here. So yeah, couldn't
Our
pay.
favorite perk.
Our
The windows of
perk,
opportunity.
sure. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, and a lot of survivors seem to be loving Pop Goes the Weasel. I guess, you know, that really incentivized them to go for that hook. Ooh, bombing the Cypher. Not sure if they want that, especially when they're double decoding. Now they just realize, all right, let's respect that bomb and move away. Who's gonna come for the rescue here? Because this Nia does have Prove Thyself, also Decisive Strike, but now someone gets the rescue on the army. Uh-oh.
The Orioles behind. Yeah, probably not gonna go for a bank first, but she is. Oh, and that card go through. There's actually a small area on the right that you can go through, but okay, well, never mind. She's just gonna continue the chase. Mac Thomas trying to make the most out of it. Remember, guys, she still has endurance, so we'll see how it goes.
Oh, manifesting inside, but look at that, the hit. Oh wow, unfortunate there. And now we see that the Meg Thomas does fall down, so that's quite interesting. And now we see that
strike.
Yes, that's something that you have to be careful of. And now we see that the Meg continues on the chase, and all these survivors look very healthy.
Oh my god, she's just running into the killer again. Oh my god. Okay, he's gonna get that down finally, but look at how much time was bought. 3 gens, 2 gens have been done, and 1 gen is almost done. So
yeah, it seems like a tough game to try and come back from, since this is the second hook. You gotta love, I mean, you gotta admit, like, the tunneling is still pretty strong here, especially if you just want to get 2. If you want to get 2 survivors out of the game, if he's able to take out this army, I mean, you want to be able to just focus on that. And now we see the 2 are decoding here because they feel like it's going to be a tough game if they don't fulfill some objectives here. So I think they might go for a trade-off, but now we see someone getting the rescue, eating that hit, and now this allows him, not going to chair, he's going to try to manifest and try to chase down
He has to, but he has endurance though. Does he have endurance? It's not a safe. Is it a safe rescue? Okay, you can see the body blocking coming in. They know the game plan of Unreal. Tunneling. Tunneling, get one out as soon as possible.
Going for the Yui this time, and now we see that Bali on the hook here. So yeah, I think it's just the proactivity here. 1 generator is remaining now, so this is I mean, just the speed of it right now. Onryo has to throw haste and really turn up the pressure and really focus on the one that is on his last hook.
Oh my god, but he's gonna spot out the mech in the main building, I believe, because he was self-healing up there, right? And now she stopped all of a sudden. But right now we're focus on Nia because that's the last gen, I believe.
Yeah, so apologies. I think it said 1 gen remaining. I think the 41 and 67, that's already popped because it's already, like, Nia popped those gens. So I think it's 1 more gen that is remaining. So yeah, 1 gen not repaired left. So the pressure is definitely on, and now we see that the chase continues, and Onryo hasn't set anything up yet significantly.
Yeah, and you can see another survivor try to body block at the same time. Because if she goes, oh my god, she actually got it. But the force heal? Are they gonna force heal this?
They might. Is the gen close enough? But he's gonna chase away the Nia. Is it gonna be enough though? Oh my god, he's just gonna go for it even more. Oh, again, it's a straight line. Exit gates are powered, and the hatch is already here. Unable to get the Nia.
Oh my god, getting healed up as well. Oh my goodness, the survivors are doing an amazing job body blocking. Yeah, it doesn't matter even if Sua's gonna be down because it's only her first hook. The other survivors will be able to help out. But knowing this, he definitely wants to go.
Wow.
The timing.
Teletubbies, ladies and gentlemen. Army, oh my goodness. Can he get the pickup on? No, but Yui's gonna be out of there.
God.
And 2 survivors out. Swan Club is actually the only one that is left down, so I'm not sure if he's going to be able to heal up, but if he gets this 1 survivor that is down, then that's going to trying to force heal happen, but no, Nia's just going to keep on going.
He got it.
Able to
And the
Trying
Dead
to dead
Heart,
hard his way, but no, gets the hit. It looks like it might be a 3-1 game again.
it might, unless if the Nia pulls off a rescue. The hatch is here actually, but nah, maybe
True.
this is gonna go for it.
First hook. Oh, and yeah, I think it's too risky at this point. I think they want to just conserve and try to go for the 3-person escape because, oh yeah, see, I don't think he even has enough healing for the med kit to work. So now again, to Sakan, that's the Nia. Now we see that, yeah, he's just gonna force himself to let the entity devour him, and we have ourselves a 3-1 game now.
Yeah, very high possibility. He's just waiting to come. No way that the Nia's going back. I don't know what the game plan is. I think he should just definitely just leave the place. No point in dragging it out like this, right?
Yeah, because especially like, yeah, she's on her death hook. We do know that she's already deep into the exit gate. That there's no way that that's gonna happen. Hatch is already open. Now the escape happens. So for sure, we're gonna see a game number 3 here since round number 1 is tied. So kudos to Teletubbies for being able to go toe to toe with the Onryo match.
Yeah, I would say that this was supposed to be a survivor's game, but fortunately for King Laurent, he managed to get that 1 kill. And no one else was left to do anything because everyone else was injured. 2 survivors were at the exit gate. Obviously, Meg has to leave, otherwise she will die upon hook. So when 2 survivors are down, nothing much you can do, right? So yeah, Nia definitely couldn't do much there as well. Trying to heal, but yeah, even with the heal, the premature dead heart, you saw the dead heart, but didn't really work in the favor. Unless if it propped the endurance, they should have been able to kite it more towards the hatch. But ultimately, it was a good game. So
Yeah.
a draw.
Yeah, I think this is still a victory on the survivors. Well, the King Laurent side, because yeah, it was really going his way for a time. Well, it was going the survivors' way for the longest time, and yeah, they were able to pop gens left and right, even though our indicator was a little bit off. 1 gen was remaining, so the pressure was definitely on. So we're kind of seeing, again, you know what, in this meta or in this version of the game of Dead by Daylight Mobile, survivors are definitely eating well, and they're the main point bringers for the team. So here we have the match, the data.
Match data, you can see a lot of hits, a lot of knockdowns. But ultimately, what caught my eye is Army 888. He was being tunneled, 100% tunneled. The Meg Thomas was 100% tunneled, and look at the chase duration, 121 seconds. Shows how much she was tunneled, but she escaped.
Yeah. It's funny because Army 88 is the one with the hillbilly. So you could see why he likes going fast and going like being chased down.
Going fast, for
so sure. Army 88, kudos, 121 seconds. That is no easy feat, especially being chased by an Onryo. Yes, she can get those jump scares going, but for to kite that long, that's a true test of skill. And yeah, just ultimately the Teletubbies, yeah, just eating hits left and right, sharing resources, body blocking, getting the rescues going. It was a good showcase of surviving. Same goes for ICI. We could actually copy paste our points with ICI, but in this sense, it definitely worked out in their favor. We're going to see a game number 3 in this match since it tied 3-1.
Sure. Well, more for us to watch. Like, we can see more bans, we can see more picks. Definitely looking forward to what they can do in game number 2. I mean, the set is the stage is set, like what you said. We're definitely gonna see a best of 3. I would want to see more utilization of stealth plus like mind games plus stealth. I think Ghostface would be really good.
Let's go.
Onryo, that is if Onryo is banned. So I would say Ghostface. Or even a Freddy. I mean, Freddy is above average, not exactly S tier, but I would say still pretty good working. Or even the Doctor. Maybe someone can do a redemption 4K with Doctor, because I feel the Doctor's really strong. Especially when you got to tier 3. If you don't snap out of it, actually it's really bad when you try to repair the gens when you do not snap out of it, because you will get those weird anti-clock checks and
clockwise. Yeah.
Imagine
if the Doctor bring Merciless Storm too, and you have to do that in tier 3 Insanity. Oof, that's gonna be tough, and the gens are gonna stall like crazy because that you have to pass those, I think, 9 skill checks. And if you're insane like that, you have to for sure snap out of it just so you can get that timing well. So yeah, I would definitely love to see a doctor. If the Onryo is banned, you saw how well they didn't even get the cassette tape, because we saw how in the qualifiers that did not work out well. So they just played to their effect. I think a Survivor team in voice comms can just counter even like the best killer. So I'm excited to see what's gonna happen. Yeah.
For sure. But more action by Dead by Daylight Mobile Tournaments Grassroots by Top Clans after this break.
And we're back with more DBDM actions here at Top Clan's 2022 Winter Invitational for Southeast Asia, Thailand. I'm just so excited for this one now because we have our first Thai game, and now we're guaranteed a game number 3. But bring us back to some of the highlights that you had between the Teletubbies and ICI. What jumps out of the tape for you looking back at the matches?
Mac Thomas insane kiting, despite getting tunnel, still the amazing kiting. Not to mention the decisive strike that saved her in the end as well.
Oh yeah,
going all the way towards the gate. That's a classic. That's a classic hero story where you get beat down, you get chased the whole game, but you still live, and your teammates the one to pay the price. So MVP.
You have to
MVP.
survive until the sequel, man. Meg Thomas lives to fight another day. We're definitely going to see a trilogy here in the series since it is a best of 3 now.
It is.
But yeah, incredible kiting. Right? 121 seconds. That's unheard of. And still, shout outs to King Laurent, bring out the Onryo, one of the hunters one of the killers that we always love seeing. And now we're going to Wrecker's Yard.
Oh, my favorite map. Because it's so
Get
balanced.
That key.
Yeah, get the key. Yeah, use that key all the time. Wrecker's Yard's my favorite map because I just feel like there's a lot of very balanced map. Like there's not too many palaces in one place. It's just scattered around, and then there's one main building where you can just circle around the main building. And the killers can give himself an advantage by breaking through the walls just to take a shortcut against these big survivors.
You had a pretty good match up against. Well, we had a good match against the Plague. We had one also. Yeah, we had really good moments on this map. So again, it's pretty, I would say pretty balanced in that sense. A little dark, but in Dead by Daylight Mobile, it's all right. But coming into this, I wonder what kind of killers we're gonna see, since we did see the Spirit come out instead of the Hillbilly on Teletubby side. We've seen the Onryo come out in ICI. We have not seen the Hag yet, but the Hag in this match could be pretty good.
Yeah, the Hag would be pretty good. Maybe Executioner as well. We have Executioner,
nice.
right?
Yes.
Executioner will be really good. Okay, my reason is because Executioner, when you send the survivors into the Cage of Atonement, when the rescuer goes and rescue, do you know that all the perks are gone? Like you don't have borrowed time, you don't have decisive strike, nothing. So if you really want to camp a survivor, you should go with Executioner. Because even if you get that rescue, you can easily just tunnel. No follow-up perks to screw up the killer. So I would say that's a very strong anti-looping killer as well.
And considering also that if it's in this map, it's so small, so usually the execution has a hard time. Like, oh man, the prison or the cage spawned in that part, but here it's all good. In Wrecker's Yard, I could just easily make that walk there. Again, one of I would say the things that we talked about when it comes to Executioner, something that's tough is that especially with well-coordinated kiters, he can get looped pretty bad, especially if your ground strikes are predictable. You can just sidestep, but if you're able to lead them to like an alleyway, it's going to be a pretty easy hit for you. So I'm excited if hopefully they have Executioner, but we just have to wait and see, because I think what we've seen in Dead by Daylight Mobile, I think the killers here want like a frantic pace, not really methodical, and more of like a balls to the wall. Let's gun down these survivors and go straight for the throat. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, I mean the walls here are not really tall, so any killer that makes use of that high advantage with the visibility, like for example the Executioner, or even I would say even the Wraith, even the Spirit, I think everything works very well here. Simply because the terrain is not that high. The only tall structure that blocks the killer's view is the main building, and that's about it. Main building and shack. Main building the most actually. So I think it's very easy to tunnel a survivor here, or just to keep sight of what the survivors are doing across the map.
Yeah. I guess maybe if you would really nitpick, maybe there's like a hill. There's also like those cars that are piled up. But yeah, it's really just those two main structures they have to work with. Getting vision on anyone is pretty good. Aside from that type of killer executioner, again, you know what? We've been championing this. We'd love to see those stealth-based killers,
Sure.
Ghostface, the Shape, the
Shit.
Pig. I don't know. We've never seen the Pig
Pig.
in competitive, but I think
Yeah.
just her being able to crouch and then just going for the kill right away, or like going for that leap, still pretty good. Again, we're big fans, and I think you can tell it by the sound of our voice at the start of the game. We like the hide and seek aspect. Like, we love it when survivors
Sure.
hide from the killer, and seeing how much patience the killer has to look for these survivors and still continue with that game plan they have of, all right, someone's here. Let me try to keep looking.
For sure. For sure. Um, I would also say the Wraith is a very good choice, even though
Mm.
no one really likes using Wraith because there's Onryo, there's other killers that's more stealthy and easier to hit. Um, but since the killers are the killers allowed add-ons?
They are just no offerings. Just add-ons are allowed.
There are a
So
lot of
Silent
add-ons,
Bell.
right? Silent Bell would do so well. Silent Bell, faster uncloaking speed,
Mm-hmm.
or even increased move speed when cloaked. I think all of those can help to chase the survivors and just yeah. But again, who knows? Because if the spirit is banned, if the Onryo is banned, I would say the Wraith is also a very good chase killer in this kind of map. And very good for body blocking as well. Blocking
Yes.
you against the palace. You can't even drop it down.
Even last night, blocking you from that window, man.
From that window, yeah, I remember that. Oh my god, I keep forgetting the Wraith can just block. Obviously, he's very
Mhm.
experienced because he's experienced because he knows how to body block you
Mhm.
when he's uncloaking. You're trying to go through the window when
Like,
he
what's
uncloaks, right?
happening? There's
What
no
can I go
interaction with the
through?
window. Oh no.
Yeah. There's also a
So-
speed boost when he uncloaks, so it makes
Yeah.
it so much difficult to run away after that.
Hmm. Yeah, championing that Wraith is a killer I would definitely love to see. Not to mention also the play style. You definitely do not want to. Wraith is more of a hit and move style of killer, especially like keeping all the survivors on their toes. If you tunnel one survivor, you don't want to spend too much time because you could just in voice comms, like the survivors are just gonna say, yeah, still with me, fine, keep pushing the gens. But in no voice comms, it's so hard because especially if the Wraith keeps moving and changing targets, that's tough for anyone. So if ever
Sure.
someone's gonna bring out a Wraith in this tournament, yeah, you want to be able to keep the survivors on their toes since they are on voice comms.
Or the nurse. The nurse is also very strong.
Ooh, that's
Like-
a good one.
Yeah, it's a very unique killer which works so well against people camping palace or through walls. It goes through the logic of all the other killers. That killers are afraid of walls, right? Or are afraid of palace, are afraid of
Yeah.
people looping around walls, but not the nurse. She
Mhm.
just passes through everything. So
I mean,
I would love
that
that.
might be a little sneak peek to our last match. Seven Zeal's I3IE did use the nurse to great success, getting three-man kill. So hopefully we'll see a nurse matchup come out, and hopefully NM is ready for that because Seven Zeal really took us by surprise with that one. So I'm excited to see if the nurse will come out, and also maybe here. Because in this map it's kind of small. There are some areas where you think you're safe, but you're actually not if the nurse can catch you off guard. And I like what you said. If you play the nurse, it kind of goes against the logic of regular killers in this game because you have to play at a different pace. You can't even walk because the walk speed is a lot slower than most.
It is. An experienced nurse, they don't walk to catch their survivors. They just blink. One blink, one hit. That's I think that's the ideal play style aspect that a top nurse would want. It's like one mirror, one hit, but this time it's just one blink, one hit. So yeah, that's just crazy, man. Like one hit, exhausted, and then once you're done being exhausted, you can just use the skill again after it's been recharged. Crazy catch up. You can't run. You can't gain distance. All you can do is just force the nurse into a mind game. Hide behind tall walls. But in Wrecker's Yard, not a lot of tall walls.
Not much, right? And good. And like you said, the advantage of the killers being able to spot out from afar, since there's not much tall structures blocking, that could work in the advantage of the nurse. And some point that we brought up, right? Usually we assume that nurse mains are just using nurse, like they're not using any other killer, because there's some killers that have transferable abilities, or like, oh, this plays like Trapper, this plays like Wraith, this plays like, they're base killers, right? But nurse, quite unique. So again, getting a little ahead of myself when it comes to Seven Zeal. I wonder what other killers he has under his back pocket, especially as the matches go on. And who knows, maybe someone might have a pocket nurse and brings it out like in the best of two or the best of three. So it's still something that is on our minds, and at least we're taking down notes and building the narrative for these teams because now we know more about them. That it's not just the best of one.
Yeah, for sure. It's just I just feel like it's really good that we're seeing a lot of variety coming in, because ultimately for survivors it's the creativity of perks, but for the killers it's more of the playstyle we're gonna play. And at the same time, because for the killers, you not only want to chase survivors, you also want to stop the progress of ciphers at the same time. So I feel like the killer has to be really smart with the killer choice, number one, and the perks that go with it. Because if you want to go around like a raging bull, downing people left and right, you have to make sure that someone's the perk that you have is covering the gens. Like for example, Jolt. If you're chasing someone else, the cipher will just get bombed and you can't decode it straight away. Or something that allows the entity to block the gens beginning of the match, or when a survivor is being hooked. So all of that actually works in favor. It slows down the survivor so much. So I feel like there has to be a balance. You cannot just go all offensive. Like you can see the doctor, right? Freaking fast, left and right, boom, 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 very fast. But oh my god, one gen remaining.
Yeah. If like Ruin was brought, what's that? Corrupt Intervention, like you said, also maybe even Thrilling Tremors or Jolt. Like I think there was one built in the Southeast Asia qualifiers where that was all brought. I think it was the Hag of King Laran, because he knew I needed to take some time, and that was a long game. And fortunately for the survivors, they were still able to get that tie. So I agree when it comes to the playstyle. You have to play around your perks and make sure that the perks kind of cover the holes in your game. Like if it takes some time for you to chase down, all right, you need some stalling perks. You need Ruin. You need something to just keep the progress of the objectives from moving.
Yeah. Discordance.
Yeah, Discordance. Like there's
so many, man. There's so many perks that stops Survivor, because I feel like the strongest part about this the survivor's greatest strength is not in the ability of one person to loop. I mean, of course, it's so good if one survivor can loop 5 gens, but the strongest advantage that the survivors have is they have 4 people. They have 4 members. The killer's only 1. 4 members can rush the gens. They can reach the objectives much faster than the killer reaches his objective, which is why I would say DBD Mobile is very balanced. Killer has its own advantages, down survivors pretty quickly, but survivors, they have 4 hands to work with, so quantity or quality. Yeah, so that's the balance there.
Strength in numbers, right? Bring out the twins. So it's 2 versus 4. Okay.
Oh my god, the twins! I would like to see the twins too. Is there the twins in this?
Yeah, there's twins here. I've faced them in DBDM. It's so hard because it's like you can't see the twin coming. You're like, oh no. Yeah. I would say though,
the baby. You like
you definitely do. But we are gonna see a spirit match to start things out. They trade off Neru, getting a good drop onto the spirit here. So now, going back into that phase walk again. We are here at Wrecker's Yard. So not much to work with. He's gonna go through this pallet, but no, trade off now.
Beautiful hugging of the obstacles just to narrow the path towards the pallet, but unfortunately the drop there. Yeah, he's gonna trade off with that. So very fast, pretty fast down. Nero's on the first hook, but again, the first gen is about to be done really soon.
Yeah, so I see a lethal pursuer. Oh my god! Just when the gen popped, now we see he is pursuing Yui over here. Note that corrupt. We have also Pop Goes the Weasel, lethal pursuer, and Tinker. So yeah, 2. I would say 2 just stalling perks, and then the rest when it comes to chase down and also hooking, and now gets the hit. Proactive spirit match we have in front of us now.
Yeah, different story this time. This is no longer the suffocation peak, or I know what's that place called?
Disturbed Ward.
disturb ward anymore because this place a lot of structures you can't really hide. You can't really
Mm-hmm.
hide here. And with the spirit, yeah, as you can see, like amazing start so far.
Mm-hmm.
Getting one hook, everyone, two of them injured. But again, like what I mentioned, strength in numbers. While the other survivors are getting injured, getting chased down, getting hacked, the other survivors that are free, they finished two gens. So I feel like, yeah, again, quantity or quality, we just have to see.
Yeah, quantity. I mean, yeah, we're gonna see the strength in numbers here. Able to get a hit here, so now David King received that hit. While we do see that Yui is working on a gen, and now being
Mhm.
chased down here in regular form, changing to that phase walk here. And note that when the main body is still blinking red, and now we sees him down, able to do a
Wow.
180 here. So still beautiful stuff. Transitioning
Oh,
away from this.
he
Yeah,
lost.
he did.
He
I
was on the
think. Oh
left.
my god,
He was on the
he was on
left.
his left. Or
Yeah,
maybe
I
he's just
know.
transitioning away, but that actually was a good target to go for. But they're
Yo!
all gathered up here now.
Wow, they're trying to heal up each other. The gens here, I can't really hear the progress of the gen. I think that's a really useful thing that you need audio, especially when you're playing this game, even if you're the
Mm-hmm.
killer or with your friends. But it leaves room for Muda to self heal.
Mm-hmm.
So, pretty good
Yeah,
reset here.
yeah. Luckily, we have the percentage on the side. One is at 4% moving on, but now I think it got moved down because the kick did happen. The closest one is the one at 53%, but still, that's a long way to go. Two injured survivors here. Now back to the killer cam, going to the phase walk to see if he can mind game the survivor, but it seems like he's mind gaming him to find the gen here. And this is the tale of how the previous match played out, right? Mid to late game, that's when you see the army doing really well, just phase walking in and out, just hitting these gens to make them go to zero. So now they got to open up their options here. Now they got to open more gens.
They gotta be patient when dealing against a spirit. Again, they reset it so well. I would say ICI has found out how to counter the
Uh
spirit.
oh.
Like only
Mm-hmm.
1% down, right? Posh. Okay, the
Mm-hmm.
chase is going on. More of that later. But the
Wow.
hack going on
Mm-hmm.
to Neru. Neru just spinning around, waiting for him to make the next move. But I feel like it's a dangerous game to play. Hey, once
Uh-oh.
again,
Hey,
we're here.
what's going on?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. What's going on, guys?
That's us being control. I was so focused on what was going on because now we see that he still has not gone down yet. So Nara and Vicky are the only ones that are injured. So this is something that I thought was a jump scare. I was scared of my own face. I was like,
Yeah.
oh my
On a
goodness.
side note, I'm glad I wasn't snacking. But anyway,
Yeah, we're deep in thought. We gotta be
Deep
snacking,
in
but
thought.
Yui staying at the
Yo!
corner here. I think she decided, and this is actually this first hook of Vicky. So, still pretty good, I would have to say, on the side of the survivor since one gen is close to hitting that 90% mark. So it's kind of well on its way to add more pressure onto this spirit.
You know that the team is really comfortable facing against the spirit. Wow, that hack onto Muda. Especially when you don't ban the spirit, right? So I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you don't ban the spirit. That means this team is really comfortable. ICT is really comfortable against spirit, and it shows because like what? Only two people on the first hook. Oh my God! Hacking everyone. David.
This is he's got to move, and now we see that two gens with that 60. It's moving now, but that was close to being 90%. So now they're kind of forced, playing this hit and run, like taking different hits. It really buys time for the survivors. And now, oh wow, just keeps constant pressure onto these gens. Really deja vu of the previous match now.
Yeah, I really love how Army is like trying to, like go back and forth. You might be thinking, oh, like why hack once and then not pursuing? What a waste. But he's just really depleting resources now, Coach. It's just like deplete. Once you don't have any more med kit, you can self heal, and once that happens, well, I'll just hack you the next time I'm here.
Yeah, this is a game of attrition, especially with the skills and perks of items of the survivors. And now we see that
Vicky.
one survivor has fallen down. Vicky, unfortunately, is down and will be hooked for the second time. It's really a war of attrition here. And the survivors, they have to plan out their skills very well, plan out their items well. And now they're going to go for the rescue here while at phase walk.
Oh my God! Almost instantaneous rescue going on there, Posh. You can see that two generators are being worked on. They have progress. One is at 65, the other is at 47. So really smart choice of opening up another gen, so that in case, oh my god,
Whoa!
the tunneling.
He knew. Did
He
you see he
knew.
stopped touching the Jennings, then he's hesitated a little bit. He's like, huh, no one's here yet? Then boom, surprise. And we see a spirit coming straight at you. So yeah, that was actually good showing on Neru's side, just good discipline, but still ate that hit. He's gonna have to go for a heal now. Oh wow, no one there.
Oh,
And now
nice,
Neru
nice,
is the one
nice.
that's being chased. So they're still immobile. There's still those auditory cues they have to be careful of, because that's how the spirit knows where you're at, because you'll be grunting while you're in pain, unless you have that iron will, which David King did bring, and now he's opening up a chest.
Yeah, opening up the chest, finding a new treasure. I would be amazed if he finds another med kit. But meanwhile, another hack onto Nero. Like you can see, like he just hits once, injure the survivor, making sure that none of them are at full health. Then, just rotate to the next session.
Whoa. Yeah, Vicky has to be careful here. Oh, nice juke so far, but now eats that hit. Vicky's going to go on away while this allows him to phase walk. And now I'm pretty sure, yeah, once he gets a hit, this is usually the pattern. He goes for a gen and starts guarding it, starts kicking it. He goes out of phase walk to see if anyone's there, and then he's going to kick it right away. So these two gens have been stalling at the 40% mark. One at 59, though, and the other one at 20. So they're going to have to try to commit to at least one to just get that end game pop going.
I think ultimately they will be able to pop it, because there's only so much that you can remove from the progress. So it's really up to the spirit to get Vicky out first, at least, because you do not want another situation where, oh my god, Vicky is still up and running and then escaping through. He's not even dead. Like, you got him to the death hook, but you can't even nail that final. You can't even hammer that final nail on the coffin.
Yeah.
So yeah.
We see a heal being done. Phase walk now coming through. There's someone here, and now we see that yeah, it is Muda, and Muda now has to move away from that. Gen Vicky is being healed up since she is priority number one in hooking. So again, when you're in that phase walk, you get that boost of just moving, but now he sees the blood marks on the floor. He commits to not going into that phase walk mode. Oh, he just chooses to go back to it just so he can hit another survivor while they repair another gen.
Oh my god, Muda! Muda's gonna get that hand of the sword, and I know she's just gonna go up. But fortunately for ICT, that is only the first hook. But the gens, it's already at 80%, Posh.
Yeah, but Pop Goes the Weasel is going to see if anyone's around the area. But everyone, yeah, they see that gen is moving. So now they got to realize they got to move away from it. Phase walking out of it. And now it sees that Vicky's here. David King is also hightailing it for it, but now tried to go for a 360 there. But now the Spirit is able to injure David King. He's going to stomp right away. But the trade-off does happen because Muda is rescued.
Yeah. But you can see that so many ciphers actually have progress, so it's just a matter of time. Who will reign supreme? Will the survivors run out of resources first and die before they get the gen pop, or will the killer actually, defeat them and just send them off first?
Yeah, it just seems like hit, drop the pallet, move on away. That allows him to kick the gen. And one is actually at 94, so Nell, this one's about to be the endgame pop. It's gonna happen.
Power?
And wow! Luckily for them, there's no end in sight. But now we see this is gonna be the second hook of Neru, which is all good. They could still try to heal up David King and try to go for the rescue if they have borrowed time. But we're gonna see a basement.
Play.
Oh no!
Someone loves to bring their guests to the basement, and it's really hard to rescue from the basement. But it doesn't really mean much if you don't camp, right? Like, you bring to the basement, yeah, it's a really difficult place to rescue from, but that's only if you're camping. If you don't camp, yeah, it doesn't mean much. Oh!
My goodness, he had a sixth sense that, yeah, there was a spirit that was lingering, and now we see Muda.
He's pursuing?
Yeah, he is. No, it seems like, yeah, went back to phase walk here. He's going to try to move on away to a stronger part. But we see, are they going to, no, they went for the rescue, and now all of the survivors are out. So now Neru's on his death hook, as well as Vicky. Muda is the one being pursued, because we do see that there are those lions phase walk. He's going to try to predict here. Sees the blood trails here, but Muda is trying to go on away from that palleted area. So Muda doing a great job so far hanging in there.
Wow, Muda. you know, like doubling back is actually, it might actually work because you know you're actually covering your own tracks again. So it
Right.
works very well if the killer is really tunneled on scratch marks instead of listening to the grunts. So it's working really well so far for Muda. Oh my god!
Exit gate open. Oh,
Oh,
Muda.
Muda!
Yeah. Tried to go for a play there. The pallet was
Oh my
there.
god!
Did
But
you see
Nero's
there's
here
a
too.
survivor? Oh my god. Nero has to be very careful. Nero's on death hook. He's going to have to leave this. Oh my goodness. It's not open yet. David King gets snatched out of the gate.
What? Instant!
Uh-oh.
Instant! Oh my god!
This is scary now. Now we see that the exit gate is kind of stalled here since there is already someone on the hook. We do see that Vicky is on the
Oh my
case here.
god!
And now, oh my god, Muda is down.
Oh my god! Unless if Muda has a unbreakable, I think Banzai and Muda will be down for the count. And
Could
Vicky
be.
shouldn't really risk herself because it's her last hook. And not to mention, Nero is already out as well.
Nero's out. Yeah, I think they want to just go for Nero, Muda down. Well, Muda is down. Banzai. Well, there could be a play here. Oh no. Oh, hang on. We're gonna try to go for a heal first and see. There is that deliverance. So if he gets a, oh wait, no, he's dead on hook. So that's not gonna play a factor here. He has borrowed time. So if he gets a safe rescue, that can change things. But now we see he's not even going in phase walk. He wants to secure that 2-point game because it was looking like a 1K for the killer, but getting 2, that was good. Snatching David outside that hook was outside of the exit gate was so good.
Yeah, MVP definitely highlight of the match. So David King struggling to keep himself alive, but 2 of them are coming back, and you know this can happen because the gate's almost open. One person can just open the gate, the other can just come. Oh no, and he's been rescued. David King, Vicky can easily just body block if she needs to. Oh, she's picking. Is she picking?
Oh my god, Vicky eats the hit, allowing David to move on away. And now we see that Vicky's trying to make it to the exit gate, but the phase walk can catch up to her, but it seems like who's he gonna go for here? Vicky's trying to cut him off.
Why?
But now it goes towards the shack area, but now time is ticking because you don't want to be there because the entity will eventually devour everyone that's inside. Oh, David, and oh my god, this could actually be a 3-person escape here. Muda is bleeding out, so it's gonna be a tough decision for Army here. Just maybe go for a conservative hook here for Muda, just to at least secure that one person.
Yeah, Muda's crawling.
He's been crawling. Yeah.
He should be crawling. Yeah, getting closer towards the gate. The spirit knows exactly where Muda is. She just wants to make sure that neither one of them, like even if you want to go out. Oh my god!
This is so dangerous. Neru is on his last hook. Oh, able to get it, but Neru can't get hit another time. And now he's able to block the knock.
Oh my god. 3-man escape, Posh!
Wow, that was the last like 2 minutes was so intense. Once David was snatched out of that exit gate, that could have been anyone's game. And that could have been the survivors to lose because this was the first target he wanted to go for. He wanted to go for Neru. But man, oh man, how they were able to come out of that 2-person. That was supposed to be a tie, but they were able to make their way back. They were able to heal at the exit gate and pick up Muda and continue on to at least get a 3-person escape now.
Yeah, same story, different chapter. Spirit being used for the second time, but the result is still the same, 3 escapes. So it just shows that ICT is really comfortable going against the Spirit. I feel like going into best of 3, I don't know, maybe Teletubbies needs to consider something else because it's just not working at this point.
Yeah, bring out the Wraith. Bring out the
maybe something different because Spirit is technically a better Wraith.
Yeah, that's true. It's tough because that you pull out your best card right away. I mean, maybe the Hillbilly was in their team, but brought out the Spirit twice, and same result means that this ICI has definitely done their homework. They know how to counter the Wraith, and as the matches go on, the survivors are going to remain the same power levels because they could use the same perks. But it's they could just ban out the Spirit or ban out the meta. It really depends. But I mean, they're just that confident. The way they were able to manage that endgame situation was picture perfect. That was supposed to be a game for them to tie, especially after David got snatched out of the exit gate. And for them to get 3 points is more than a moral victory. This is this cements them as one of the survivor teams to really look out for going up against Spirit.
Yeah, and you can see from the points itself, everyone is above the 5KJs, above 15k points, because everyone's just doing an amazing job. And this Neru just reminds me of what happened to me in my games. Like, you know, you get chased the entire game,
And
and you get the lowest score.
this game
Look,
rewards escapes, Nell. Wow,
I
you didn't escape
know.
in that game.
Look, 2 pallet hits, 2 rescues, 3 heals, and 101 chase duration.
But
Fine, you don't
end
repair a
of the
lot.
day, are you alive? Did you wait for
No,
that to
I'm
be no?
not.
Boom. No
Boom,
20k for
dead.
you. No.
We're dead. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Right? It's kind of crazy. The devs are listening. It's like, come on, that was a long. Neru, I would say one of the MVPs he made. Look at the time. Look at how much heals he did, and that's much blood points for that. Like, dang, come on, man. Why you got to do Neru like that? That's crazy. I would say in this match, he did excellently. He even was able to pop a gen because with 110%, decoding progress or fixing progress of the gen. So it was definitely a good showing of the survivors of ICI. But you know what? We're still gonna have to play that second half, and we're gonna see if anyone actually gets the lead here, since this is still gonna go into game number 3.
It'll be really crazy if it goes another 3-1. As in, yeah. But you know what?
That would be crazy.
Yeah, it'll be really crazy, but nothing's impossible. But you know what's possible now? Us going for a short break, because that's what we need now. So see you guys after the break.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with more DBDM action here at Top Clan's 2022 Winter Invitational. Poch Spice and Nello Mello witnessing history here. Again, an amazing match. I mean, we just saw the first snatch out of the exit gate. What do you want to talk about in that match now? Because that was quite intense.
Yeah, beautiful grab. I believe this is the first time we actually see a grab happen. What more to say at such a pivotal moment, a crucial moment where the survivors have to open the gate. So I would say definitely one of the few scenes that we have not seen before, but this is what you have to expect from, especially since this is a grassroots tournament. So I'm just waiting to see what else surprises us.
Yeah, we have seen Army kind of use that spirit come out. Again, I'm excited to see what else, what other killers can come into the mix here, since, you know what, I'm pretty sure that survivors have to stick to a certain type of build or perk. But I think it's the killers that, especially with the perks that they bring and the type of killer that they use, where we can see a little more creativity. Even though we don't need to see a statistic here that in the qualifiers leading up to this, Spirit has been the most sought after killer here. But I wonder who the top two is going to be. Probably Onryo, maybe Trickster. But yeah, that's still in contention with who the second most viable one would be when it comes to the games here. But we are going to see the Hag match. We talked about this. King Laurent, known for this Hag, and in a small map like this, the pressure could definitely add on when those sigils are placed down.
Yeah, you can see that King Laurent is just, taking his time, putting the sigils on the ground based on where the survivors might rotate to. Probably not going to place them on gens yet. Maybe he will do so now at 1 or 2 gens, but he's just going through certain places where it's...
Whoa!
No, oh my god, instantly!
And cut to someone hiding actually in the locker. So that was, I mean, I thought he was trying to get the attention there, and now he's able to hit it. Xanthophobia, we also see a little bit of corrupt intervention, and just pretty much the same type of builds that we saw, like to control, except the Xanthophobia. So again, that's going to block the windows that are around a gen, and now we see 2 survivors for the price of 1 here. And he oh my god, great teleports here on the side of King Laurent.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing though, like, if the survivors know, like, they could easily just proc, like, they just waste their time. Because you have like a flock of 3 survivors at that point, and you just move straight away to another point. I feel like it might be very good if the killer knows what he's doing, but it might also be the plan of survivors, to get the killer away from the flock.
Right. And note that so every time he kicks the gen, the perk Call of Brine actually opens up. So after damaging a generator, Call of Brine activates for 60 seconds. That means the generator regresses of a normal regression speed, and its aura is revealed to you. And note, Nell, every time the survivor completes a good skill check, the generator gets affected.
Wow. Okay, so this is definitely a very balanced killer skill plus perks to not only chase survivors, but hinder the progress of generators. So we'll see how it fares well.
Hinder stalling generators, and also kind of monitoring too, because every time a good skill check happens, you get loud notification, and now we see he's going to try to just keep teleporting back and forth to just find out these survivors. Note that yes, these survivors are healing up, but those med kits are going down. Now he's going to drop another trap here. 1 generator has been done, ladies and gentlemen, but that could still take a while. We do see that he is trying to circle into Yui here, able to get the drop though.
Wow.
And now just forcing him to chase him.
Yeah, beautifully done. I think survivors, Teletubbies have definitely, done some research as well. Yeah, you get the hits here and there. Again, he got the hit on the Yui, but the thing is, you get hit, but you're not really getting any downs. Not to mention that the gens are actually, 1 gen has been done. The other gen is almost about to be done. So as the Hag,
wow,
what?
Right into the trap now. You saw that the trap was activated, and he just went for that trap, that teleport hit, and now Yui, is definitely going to be the next victim here, but now spots another survivor in this vicinity, so could go for another one. Extra hits, because Yeah, she's just going to be camping at this pallet at this point. She's going to come for the
Oh!
rescue. Dead Hearts to the pallet!
Whoa! Highlight play, ladies and gentlemen. Posh, oh my god. The Dead Heart into the Palace Stun, and both of them are still running around. King Laran definitely has his hands full in this game, Posh.
Yeah, Swan Club, excellent Dead Heart, allowing another life for balloons here, but now seems like, yeah, he's going to change target to Swan. And that was still an excellent play. That still bought enough time for 2 gens to remain. So this is going to be the first hook, and it's going to be tough because, yeah, she's very setup-based. They want to get at least, well, they want all survivors out. He just wants to at least tie the game for game number 3, but that's going to be insane if that happens.
My goodness, Posh. Like you said, 2 gens remaining, but actually the 4th gen's already at 76%. And the 5th one is almost half done. So the game is actually progressing really fast. I don't think the hack wants to really play this game. The hack is just like, a very fast pace. Someone procs the trap, boom, I hit survivor. You can see it again. But the thing is, do you really want to play speed against 4 cockroaches? I call them cockroaches because they're that's the term when the survivors are really cheeky and just moving around the map so much, giving such a hard time to the killer.
Yeah, I would say he's giving him a tough night out here. The excellent rescue.
He's just gonna prompt. He's gonna prompt.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Gonna prompt it, trying to go for a hit here, but this is the Meg. I mean, the Meg Thomas is definitely. Oh my god, another pallet drop here. Excellently placed. That's definitely a sign of confidence for Teletubbies here. The way they're able to play this. I mean, now 1 gen remaining, and it's moving on quite well. At 44%, he's going to be chasing him out, but now the Nia can easily just tank 1 hit. Could easily get that save, and it seems like he might try to tunnel. It's going to be tough because he's going to leave that gen wide open for them to keep continuing, not even kicking it.
Yeah, well, Balloon's actually healing his teammate now, so both of them are up and healthy. That's the thing about the sigils though, Posh. Like, you can place the sigils on the ground, but you don't have to step dead center to proc it. So if the survivor knows where the traps are, they just have to be in the perimeter and then just keep running away on the opposite direction. That's what happened.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And some teams also, they just keep prompting it just to distract like the killer to just, okay, chase me, even though yes, I do have a
Dead Heart?
so Dead Hearting away. Oh wow.
Nice.
Beautiful usage. Usually you want to bait out a hit, but that was gratefully utilized. So now it seems like the hag is going to be changing targets here. So now a lot of time being bought. Again, ICI ICI here is going to have a tough time trying to go for another person here.
Yeah, King Laran is having his hands full here. Yeah, he has to place the sigils here. He definitely has to know that this is the last gen because Posh, 1 gen remaining, 90% at this point. It's slowly regressing, right? Because of the hacks. But again, once the survivor touches the gen, it's just gonna go back up again.
Yeah, and note that I don't think Laran did bring any endgame perk. That's Xanthophobia. The rest were just Stalin perks. And yeah, you do have, I believe that is Jolt. And now the hit, it does connect. But look, like you said, kind of like cockroaches. You keep hitting them, but they keep coming back. It's like they always keep healing up. Like there's no way to down. The only person to eat that hook was Swan. Oh my god, gets the hit. And finally Balloons does fall down here. Pop goes the Balloons.
Up goes the balloon indeed, but again, only first hook. Yeah, but the gens, it regressed to the point where it was only 60%, but it's slowly getting, the survivors are getting it up again. Just placing sigils left and right. I believe the hag definitely needs to start placing sigils at both exits.
Yeah, because that popped already, and now exit gates are powered. They're gonna go straight for it. One is the Nia is healing up, and let's see how they're gonna play this one out because it would be great if they can actually get all survivors out, and that's definitely doable if they can heal themselves up and if they're able to body block balloons. But first and foremost, they gotta open up. They gotta power up those exit gates.
Yeah, I feel like you're gonna drag this game out. Now, 4 survivors are still up, right? If King Laran wants to drag this out, he can easily just go like, put 1 sigil on one end, put like 2-3 sigils on one end, and then go to the other gate. Once the survivors come in, make sure that you have sigils at both gates. You can keep rotating. Once you transport, hit once, draw a sigil again, and then go back again. So I feel like that's what they should do. You should do.
It seems like, yeah, you don't want to get snatched out, but the Meg is actually going to move on away, drops the pallet in time, and now just buys enough time for his team. Yeah, there's the sigil, but let's see if he's able to put one across the map here. Hits the Meg.
Yeah, hits the Meg, but now they're just heading towards the other gate. So I think he should just chase. He shouldn't pursue the Meg anymore, and should go to the other map. He should go to the other gate and put the sigils again. Because he knows if the mech tries to go back to the gate just now, he can just easily teleport back. As long as he has sigils on both sides, more than one, he can easily come back and forth. Go to the left one, draw it. Go to the right one, draw it again. Then you can come back again.
Ooh, exit gate's already open. Nia is here to body block for everyone.
Oh my God.
It seems like they're hurting away, and now it's going to be a 5. Oh, the flashlight! Is he able to pick him up, though? That's going to be huge if he's able to do so, but we have ourselves a 4-person escape.
Teletubbies! My goodness. 4-man escape, so that's officially 1 round 1 by Teletubbies. So amazing. I'm just amazed.
I'm so surprised that someone had a flashlight. I was like, oh, he's gonna get a stun. We haven't seen a flashlight stun in a while, but towards the exit gate, that was kind of scary that Swan was kind of playing that game, because again, that you're playing with your food, you're playing with fire. That could definitely go a different way. They already got the victory. I mean, kudos to them. But I mean, Laurent tried to play that game towards the end there, but that's tough for the Hag. You got to set up those traps and implore that threat. And it just seems like Teletubbies were just one step ahead of each trap that was placed.
It feels like this game is really survivor-sided, right, Tosh? Unless the only way that a killer can actually kill is unless if the killer has overwhelming advantage or luck, like for example, a curse on one survivor, instantly eliminating one out of the game, or the survivors just kite really, really weak. They don't focus on objectives, they just get caught out in bad places, because it feels like every single situation they've been in, they get injured, but they don't go down. They're practically cockroaches.
They can never die.
They can never die.
You just you flush one down the toilet, 5 more come out. It's like, what's going on?
God, I know.
It's just I could feel like I echo the same sentiments that you had, that most of the highlights that we are seeing are very survivor-sided. So that is the meta we are technically playing at. Unless, maybe there could be an offering that could be placed or banning certain perks. But for now, it just seems like every team is going to have like the survivor side, right? So that's, I think, the goal for the killer is for the killer to just play defense, go for ties at most, while the survivors really have to hone in all of the points. So an excellent showing on the survivor gameplay. I really feel for Laurent. I love seeing Hag gameplays there, but at this instant, it didn't quite work out in his favor.
Yeah, I think the closest call was Trickster, Unreal. I think that was the closest call. Heck, even the Spirit had a better chance of at least getting one. The Hag, but
especially I think we just consider that voice comms, and also they kind of rotate well around the map, and they can have like their special perks and builds. I think maybe they, like, players moving forward might reconsider that when it comes to priority of picks. Maybe prioritize more of the rush down ones instead of setup based ones, because clearly the Hag is a very setup based killer, and if you're at the round start, if you're still constantly setting up, you might get gen rushed, or the survivors could just pick you apart towards the middle and late game with constantly harassing your sigils.
Yeah, or if you want to play Hag, at least make sure you bring Corrupt Intervention. It really helps. Even though it's only early game, it really helps you because you set up in the early game. By the time you finish hitting one survivor, one gen has already been popped. So I just feel like that's something we can look upon in future teams, hopefully. But game 3 after this short break. Don't go anywhere, guys, because we're going to see you after this.
And welcome back, you guys, to the conclusion of Teletubbies versus ICI here at the Top Clans 2022 Winter Invitational for DBDM, Potch Spice, and Mellow on the mic, in your ear, at your service. Now, we've seen back and forth games between these two. What we can conclude, very survivor-sided, but coming into our first best of three, what should we expect?
Well, you already know that survivors are really good at countering the spirit. Like ICI is really good at countering spirit, so you might not want to play that anymore. As for King Laurent, I feel, yeah, the weight will definitely lie on the survivors first. So I feel like if they have the choice, they should send out the survivors first. And then, based on the performance of the survivors in the first half, King Laurent can make his decision of what to play in the second half. Whereas for Teletubbies, they obviously they just need to draw the game. That's all that they need. Just draw the game. Yeah, draw the game, and that's it. They move on. If they get a 4K or a 4 escape in the first half,
GG.
It's basically GG already.
Yeah. We'll confirm if we're still going to play it for, for spectator purposes, or if we're going to move on with our next match, because we still have 7 Zeal versus NM to close out the day. But Nell did paint us a picture here that's do or die time for ICI, because they need to put more points on the board, because if they 4-man escape or 4K, if Teletubbies does that, it's going to be hard to come back, since the round win is going to be honored first, and Teletubbies wins that, and it's going to be hard for ICI to win if it's going to start from a 5-point deficit coming into game number 3. So changing things up when it comes to killers. Survivors, honestly, I think they're at the height of their power at this type of tournament, as well as this type of meta. So we can't really debate, or we can't really adjust anything, because they're doing everything right. But yeah, when it comes to killers, we talked about it. It seems like, if I may ask you now, how can you describe like the Thai/Southeast Asia style of Dead by Day when it comes to killers? What would you say?
It's just very diverse. I feel like they have their idea on how to play the game. The Thai teams, the Thai teams, they definitely love their spirit. For the Southeast Asia teams, they love to play different things. They have more choices. But one thing that I haven't really seen most people use, like, I've only seen it once, but I feel like it's gonna be a really good game for if the killer decides to choose this character, which is actually the Legion. I feel like the Legion will be really strong. Bring the add-ons, and in Disturb 1, okay, that's also a good place. You know why? Just bring the Legion. The add-ons where if any survivor gets slashed during Frenzy, they are broken, they cannot heal up. So if that's the plan of slashing survivors and going back and forth between damaging generators and slashing survivors, go for the Legion with this add-on. I feel like that would be very annoying.
We were talking about it a while ago, where you tried Legion using that. It's really annoying, because Legion, his biggest strength, yes, he's not the most silent of killers. He wants to hit, move, and I think that could really play into the aggressive playstyle that we've been seeing so far with Spirit, because Spirit can get very aggressive, a lot of mind games, but with Legion, can vault windows, vault pallets. Once he goes into that frenzy mode, you want to bounce off different survivors, but having that add-on that can heavily impact like a frenzy slash could be very hard for survivors to try and counter. We did see a Legion come out in NM, so I'm excited to see what improvements they made coming into their match with 7 Zeal. But for now, I would agree with you. I would definitely love to see a Legion match, especially in the Disturb Ward, which I feel like is one of the most picked maps, or the most favored maps in this, not just in the qualifiers, but in this day alone.
Yeah, for sure. Again, because the main building's just it's so good for kiting out the survivors. But wait,
a plague?
What is this? The plague! Wow!
Oh my god. Okay, so we have Army using plague. We've seen this before. It's going to be tough, because this is also another setup-based killer. So I love that a Thai team is kind of delving away from the spirit and going with like a slow setup-based, vomit-based killer here. And note, ladies and gentlemen, you want to be looking at the top left to see the statuses of the survivors, because Yeah, you see the plague vomiting constantly. That is how she gets people sick, and that's how she blocks these generators.
Yeah, if anyone gets touched, then she will know. She will know, oh, okay, someone's already at the gen. I know
Mhm.
exactly where I need to go, the gens that I've already vomited on. But again, it's just a temporary measure because if you are infected but you are not being chased, you are not actually at any major
Like
risk.
danger.
Oh,
Oh,
someone's
someone's
hiding!
in danger. Oh,
What?
speaking of danger, we see Lori here. A nice avoidance of the puke, I would have to say. That's beautiful. Just baiting out a regular hit here, but no, she's gonna get infected, and
Oh
that's the
my
thing. She
god.
can get damaged if she continues to get barfed on, and we see that. And note that the only way you can cure yourself is going to those fountains. But when the fountain turns red, and we see that the plague goes to that fountain, yeah, her vomit is gonna be dead. So the only way to get her out of it is to stun her. Now we see Lori is coughing her way as well as Vicky. So, oh, there, she's already damaged.
Wow. Beautiful play. Going off the plague, being very patient. She could have easily just swing there, right? But no,
Mm-hmm.
she wants to damage using
Mm-hmm.
the puke because that way you are forced to go to the fountain to cleanse first
Mm-hmm.
to remove the broken status. So I feel like this broken status is gonna play a huge impact against ICI survivors
Yeah,
because
especially in gen repairing, right? Because I would love to see the gen progress, but we're still stuck at 5. None is actually at 50%. So this
wow.
plague is heavily slowing down the pace of this match, which is great because again, the survivors want to get out as fast as possible. Killers want to keep them there because the skills keep diminishing. The longer they play this game, the more that skills will be used and items will be depleted. Now, Lori is suffering the effects of that. She's gonna have to heal at Fountain soon because she's one
Oh.
hit KO here. Nice dead heart away from it, but the mind games can only last for so long. The plague is closing in and gets the swing now.
Yeah, this is a really weak corner. If you want to try and tight loop in this corner, it's really weak. There's no pallets. There's too many windows, but one easy heavy swing will just get you off the corner.
Yeah.
There's no way around it, but it's okay. Right now, Neru's on the. Look at her, just going back to puking on ciphers. Where are your manners?
I know, right? Here, have a tissue, ma'am.
Have a tissue.
So the thing is also, you can actually also puke on survivors, but didn't decide to do that, so the rescue can happen. Because if you do that, we've dealt with that before. When you can't when you rescue someone that's been puked on, you get infected too, and then it's just gonna be just a vicious cycle of you healing each other, and then you're gonna run out of fountains, and everyone's gonna have that broken status. See, we see at the right side of the screen, you don't want to be touching a gen that's been puked on already. And oh, it's very festive. Merry Christmas, by the way, you guys.
Merry Christmas, indeed. Radius being spotted out. Vicky's just gonna run away from that area. But again, Neru has been rescued. But the broken status disallows Neru to heal up.
Yeah, if he's not being chased from the get-go, but now we are seeing Meru falling down while Vicky is working on a gen here. So still, yeah, we are seeing also Vicky getting infected too. So this is tough. All of them are actually about to be infected except Banzai. So now it seems like Neru is the only one that is down. Keeping him down probably because of decisive strike. And now this allows the plague to puke and also, you know what, kick these gens to make sure that gen progress isn't going as fast as they want since only one has been completed. Oh, look at that. Yeah. 2 broken survivors.
I love how they're playing this. Like, yeah, just getting the puke up first. It's okay. Oh my god, the grab could have happened there, but it's fine. The important thing is getting pukes up, not getting them down, because he's playing for the long game here. The Plague's playstyle is a little different. You don't necessarily want to get the survivor down that fast. Well, if you get one, it's a bonus, but you just want to get the puke on everyone.
Yeah.
Injured.
True.
Oh!
What a dead heart. Luckily for that Plague, the pallet was not in vicinity. Did not want to play that game, but now we see, yeah, just the puking status of this kite session. Again, it's also going to easily reveal them because they're constantly vomiting, coughing. So there's going to be that sound prompt that you see. So it's going to be easier for this Plague to kind of mind game her way to chase them out of corners here. Let's see, trying to play with a red light here. Goes through the window.
Oh, Neru! So he's not really tunneling. But in the end, he's still tunneling because it's not his fault. Because he's going. Because it's the survivors. Yeah, he found the survivor. So Nero's gonna be in the basement, and it's gonna be harder. And the back hook some more, adding insult.
Yeah, I would say you could have gotten the first hook, but no, going for the back hook there. Yeah, Nero being this on a second chair already. So gen progress not looking too well. So this plague match is really going in favor of Teletubbies. And we see that, yeah, I would agree with you. Not really tunneling. It just so happens that when he was rotating around the area, oh, right, my first target. Let me down you right away. And now we see chasing the scratch marks here. It's going to be Vicky that will have to take this next kiting session. And we do see her go through the window. Beautiful timing there. Not being able to get the swing going on. So let's see if someone's going to go for the 8 of Nero.
Yeah, exactly. But again, Posh, this is...
Uh-oh.
Yeah, they have to go for the rescue. ICI, if even one survivor is down, Teletubbies win because of the points difference. Yeah. Ooh. So Nero's gonna be down.
Yeah, and yeah, just making sure. All right, decisive strike might be in the air. We do see Nero crawling the way to the pallet. Just constantly going around. I feel like this is a killer that knows what's at stake. They know that the pressure is on the survivors now. He's going to play to the strengths here. I think a tie would definitely be a win in their book. Just like, let me just play it conservatively and leave it up to my survivor team. He's constantly monitoring this area and waiting for that decisive strike to finish. But look, a red fountain. This is scary now.
Wow. Yeah, it is scary indeed. But you know what? Nero is still on the ground. I'm not really sure who he went to. But here's the
reason, the reason why it is scary is because now the puke is going to be damaging. Nero does get up, courtesy of Vicky, and we are going to see, again, for you to get rid of this, you're going to have to stun the killer here. So now, let's see if she's going to try and down these survivors out of her projectiles. And we see the scratch marks are coming out. We're going to see it just transition a little bit. And look at that. Nero just falls right away, courtesy of probably the red vomit.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. I actually didn't notice. I actually never noticed a killer did that before. So this is actually the first time for me to see that. But yeah, actually some power
though. Wow. So that's the caveat. That's why they don't want to heal up in the fountains, because when you're in those fountains, you make it red, and that gives... Oh my god!
Oh, the body bucket!
That was huge. Now let's see if they can continue on with this, because exit gates are powered. Nero is the first target. Is it going to be another 1K for this team?
Oh my god. They definitely need to body block for him. Because if one survivor's dead, they're coming for the body block. They're coming to body block. And because even one survivor's down, yeah, then Teletubbies is going to have the advantage. And
I think Vicky is all healed up. I think it's just Banzai, but the hook does happen, so that's one survivor and is killed. But can he go for more? It seems like two are already here. The other one probably already gonna go for that escape. Vicky is the only actually it's gonna be a 3-person escape here. So beautiful stuff on both sides. The hatch is already there, so it seems like they're just gonna go for the 3-person escape. Still a solid performance. I think the way that was played, again, we were kind of expecting more of a fast-paced killer, but having a plague come out, I'm excited to see that kind of matchup.
Yeah, for sure. But now it's up to ICI though. It's up to ICI to get a 3-man kill, which feels it's really hard. I don't know.
The only 3-man kill we saw was courtesy of Seven Zeal with that nurse in the Thai qualifiers. I'm trying to recall also in the C qualifiers, did we see a killer get more than 3K? Because we've seen ties happen, but
we've seen before.
Yeah. So
But yeah, getting a draw here. I mean, like just getting a 3-man kill will result in a draw. Oh my god, no, actually. No, Bosch, it's actually...
Yeah, it's not.
He needs a 4K. He needs a 4K.
It's 4-0 for King Laurent here. But before I move into anything else, we're going to look at the match data here. Great job on Army 888 side. Again, bringing out a plague. I did not think a plague would come out today, but courtesy of Army 888, we got our fix of a plague match. And good job on ICI's side here. I think they played it really well. They were very patient. They knew not to spam heals. They when they were puked on, they made sure to keep the plague away from the red fountains. But towards the end game, you saw that he was able to down narrow right away, courtesy of the red vomit. So,
Yeah.
again, it's ICI, one of the great survivors out there. It's just that it's really survivor sided when it comes to this game, and all these survivors have definitely done their homework in facing any of the killers that are out there.
Yeah. In normal circumstances, this result would have been really, really good for them to move on. It's just that unfortunately, in the first game itself, their point differences is just too much. Sorry, was it? It was a.
It was a 3-1, 3-1 in game number 1, and then after that, it was a win on the side of Teletubbies. They got a 4-person escape. Yeah. So and the next one, it was technically 6 to 3. Yeah, 6 to 3.
Yeah, so they need to win this round, but not only do they need to win this round, they need to win it decisively. So if it's a draw, getting only 3K, not gonna make it.
Teletubbies would win since they garnered that round. The game 2 win, which I don't know, it was quite close. Like, since they're just dealing with just one kill survivor each, like, you can't knock the hunters for this type of meta that we're experiencing, that it's very survivor sided. So yeah, it was kind of incredible how they were able to pull that off. So ICI still hanging in there.
Yeah, hanging in there. But you know what, guys? You have to hang in right there for your teams as well, because we are cutting to a short break. So see you guys after this break.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with the conclusion of Teletubbies versus ICI here at the Top Clans 2022 Winter Invitational for DBDM. Nello, I gotta ask you, how do you feel about the stakes for ICI? Because you kind of painted us a picture here, and they gotta go above and beyond at this point.
ICI, I feel like it's okay. Here's the scenario: you have $1,
Okay.
and you're trying to buy Wagyu beef. So I feel like that's I think like that's the situation here, because you have to get 4K against a Survivor team that's consistently three escaping you. So
Yeah.
I feel like I feel like it's a very hard thing to do, but who knows? You might have to play something that they are unfamiliar with. Maybe something that will catch them off surprise. I think the element of surprise might work well.
Right.
Maybe like like the plague. It's a nice surprise, but at the end of the day, 1K. So it's hard to imagine what other killers King Laran can bring in. I mean, that could make a huge impact.
Yeah, he brought out the spirit. Oh my god, he brought out the Billy? Okay, that is one way to start things off.
That's the cannibal?
Yeah. Yeah, it's the cannibal, sorry. Yeah, it's not Billy.
It's also one hit KO. It's also one hit KO, man.
Oh my god, that's one way to start off.
And that was very fast. Look at the gens.
Oh wow, the cannibal. How could we forget? Yes, even though his counterpart Billy is banned, you do have Bubba to just make sure he has one hit KO, and he'll be swinging around just to make sure that these survivors will be going down. But yeah, now we have a Billy, we have a Bubba match.
Bubba match. I remember kiting a Bubba really weak, especially when he's going towards the window. But if you do it straight like this,
wow, just when you were saying going straight to the window, right on cue, right on the script that you were following, that's a person that's on the hook. Oh my god, this is kind of scary. I mean, never say die for the survivors, but not the best way to start off the match.
Oh my god, I mean, look, he's almost past the halfway mark already. And this one, he can just put up the hill. He can easily scout. And once he puts him up, he can go back to TOS. Make sure he doesn't pass. He doesn't get rescued past. He really got rescued.
Yeah, he did. But then he's back on the case here. So again, the chainsaw is out. He knows someone's there and probably dropping down the pallet. But the chainsaw could just suck that pallet away. So we are seeing some gens being moved. Hook has, we already seen one of the survivors be unhooked here. So, oh my god, Meg!
Wow, the action cam always finds the best possible moment to show.
Back on the hill she goes.
Not the hill. No, back to the gen. Yeah, it's easier to cam a gen there. And yeah, I don't know what to say about this. Already on the second hook, and only one gen has been done so far, Poch.
Dang, that's
20%, I think.
Yeah, that's really tough. So now the question here is like, how are they going to play this one out? This is the most adversity we've seen on Teletubbies' side, and they have been rolling with the punches kind of well, but only one gen has popped. One is at 85. And that's the closest one. The next is at 35. So we are seeing Bubba kind of scouting out, but now the Meg has been saved. So let's see, because like you said, these survivors take time for them to go down.
Yeah, for sure. But again, the second cycle is about to be done really soon. Dead hard.
Whoa.
Yeah, beautifully done. Not gonna work this time because of Dead hard. But again, I feel like Bubba's like, okay, one hit KO, but again, Billy, he can dash.
Run. Yeah.
He can dash throughout the map. And this one, you're basically a walking Terminator. But if the survivor has distance, you can't do anything.
You have to really catch them off guard and note that there's terror radius, there's constant communication. So it's still kind of tough. Even though great early game, like they're recovering pretty well here because they really just have to protect the Meg. Because the Nia or the Meg. Because the Meg has seen the hooks twice already. The Nia has seen it once. So they have to just be very careful here. They're all decoding at the same time here. So now they're going to be healing on up.
Gosh, I mean, like we're so intrigued, we're so excited about seeing Baba, but again,
Hmm.
Survivor games, man, Posh. Look,
Hmm.
Fengmin alone has finished two gens on her own.
Hmm.
Yui won, Meg won. It's the last gen, Posh.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the strengths. I think that that was them being kind of taken off guard with the Bubba, but now they've kind of understood the situation and they've adjusted. And now they're working on their last gen, which is halfway done. So it just seems like it's back to being the survivor sided game that this tournament is going to be at, unless a miracle can be pulled off. Now we see that Bubba is going to be chasing down Swan here. Again, this Swan has never seen the hook just yet. So now Chainsaw is going to get used here just to make sure. Yeah,
No,
swinging
not gonna work
around. You
like
got to be
this.
careful. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not gonna work like this. The moment you start with chainsaw, survivors are gonna be wary, try and create distance. And by the time you start swinging, well, the survivors are already gonna be on the other side of the wall, or at least have a pallet
Mm-hmm.
down to stop your attack. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I think they
Oh
recovered. The
my
survivors.
god. Yeah, and note that they are at the top side of this map of the disturbed ward here, working on it. And now let's see, he's gonna try to go for it. Spots out one of them, but wants to catch out the Nia or the Meg. Wants to one shot them. Now he's trying to go back and see if anyone is here. And yeah, that gen is moving on pretty well. So yeah, 44, and one is at 70
See?
already.
Can't catch up. Can't catch up. And when you hit the,
The wall.
you hit the junk, you get stunned for so long. Look at
Yeah,
how
see.
long it
That
is.
was yeah, that was quite the long one. And now we see this gen is about to pop, and it's not even the one on the second floor. So it could actually be a 4-person escape. Just you know what, they faced early adversity, and yeah, Teletubbies just already powering
So
up the exit gate. Constant communication, beautiful survivor coordination here. Uh-oh.
yeah, I mean, I really love seeing Bubba game play. Like the beginning when he actually got one survivor down and two survivors on the hook at the same time.
Ugh.
I feel like he should have just camped. Whoever camped the rescue, just hack them down. There's no shame in playing like that. You're playing for money here, so there's
Yes.
no shame in tunneling, in camping, face camping, especially with a one-hit KO killer, because it forces two people to come rescue instead of one. Yeah, but now nada. You get one,
Yeah.
but that's not the requirement to
Yeah.
come back.
And considering, imagine a face camping Bubba, that's so crazy. And yeah, he did kind of overextend, and he did find find the Meg, who is dead on chair. But now it seems like they're gonna, yeah, comfortably like open up the exit gate. And this Swan is a first time on the hook here, so they could play this conservatively, or they can try and go for a rescue since there's a lot of time on that hook. But I mean, they could just get the 3K right away and just move on over to the next round of this game. But maybe Teletubbies want to just send a message to everyone.
I think the name of the game for killers, I feel, especially if you're playing a killer like Baba who cannot really dash across the map, is make the survivors come to you instead of you going to the survivors. So I
Right.
think face camping is necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you have like what one person down when no gens has been no progress at all. So I feel like that should have been done. But
Yeah, like what he's doing now. This could have actually gone really well. Like if second, maybe first share, first hit, since that was such an early down, just trade off a survive. I know like he wanted to go really aggressive, but man, the mid game and late game, it's really tough on Bubba, especially if the survivors are all out. They're cleansing a totem too, so they just really want to get more points here. So it seems like Swan is going to expire soon. Again, you want to be very careful in this scenario now, because again, he's one hit KO.
It is. It is. I mean, like, I mean, in this situation, you just have to. Oh my God, are they just going? They're just running around at this point. Yeah, I mean, in this game, you really have to give up gens in order to you know, mess up the survivors, to mess up the survivor, the survivors' vibes. Like, give up one or get one generator, give up two gens. It's okay. Give them the free decoding. Give Fengmin the 2 free gens. But the most important thing is, I stopped this rescue from happening before half. And when I down you, oh my God, they're gonna panic. You give 3 gens away, but once you remove the first 2 survivors, it's just so easy chasing between the remaining two survivors, right?
Mhm.
But again, maybe yeah, different styles, different meta, but
I
ultimately,
agree,
yeah,
especially like if you play that type of game, you want the survivors to go to you because Bubba doesn't have the best mobility, unlike his counterpart, which is the hillbilly,
hillbilly.
that could just run around, right? Um, I think now this is kind of an eye opener for maybe ICIE for them to be able to, yeah, consider different strategies because we saw in mid game like how well survivors can rotate. Again, it's not a knock on their playstyle. It's just that the survivors are just very strong. They know when to rescue. They know when to heal. And I think you got to just make the numbers game work out of their favor. And considering how the first early seconds to early mid game went, that really went ICI's favor. And it's unfortunate there that once the second rescue was done on Meg, like he lost sight, and then everyone gained that distance, and they just stayed inside that disturbed ward, which is really hard for you to navigate when you're wielding that chainsaw and swinging around. So
Yeah,
it was a tough game, but you got to give the props to ICI fighting until the very end, and you got to give your kudos to Teletubbies because they move on in this tournament.
sure. But again, like what I mentioned before in the previous matches, this is not the end. This is not the end of the journey for ICI. Because they will still have their last chance in the lower brackets, Posh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they will. Again, this is a double elimination, double knockout system here. So ICI will be going down in the lower bracket, wanting to get like a redemption arc to continue on in this tournament. While Teletubbies will be still keeping on to their 2 tournament lives up in the winner side of things here. So Teletubbies, they have a tough night out because their match in the next couple of days, they're going to go up against AKL. So AKL had the first 10-0 performance. So I can't wait to see how Teletubbies and AKL will clash in the coming days.
Yeah, definitely very excited to see the clash between two of the top teams moving on in the winners bracket. Well, but we just have to leave that for later because right now
Mm-hmm.
we are just gonna congratulate Teletubbies for making it through to the next stage and just one step closer towards the Grand Championship finals.
Yeah, they performed very well. Solid survivor team. The hunter showing us different, or the killer showing us different levels to his game. Also bring up the plague. So I'm excited to see more of Army's different facets when it comes to killing. But when it comes to the highlights here, you gotta admit, like the survivor team is just so good. I'd like to call back that dead heart just to get to the pallet and slam, and then getting Lori out of the
Oh
carried state.
yeah,
Beautiful
MVP.
coordination.
Yeah, like you can tell that Teletubbies Survivor lineup is really really good. Um, Consistent three-man escapes at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
So anyone that's playing AKL, playing against
Mm-hmm.
Teletubbies, they have to take note of this. You wanna break Teletubbies? Yeah, go for the survivors. The
Mm-hmm.
killers will have a harder time in
Mm-hmm.
that case. But again, that's the conclusion of the first two matchups of the day. But
Mm-hmm.
ladies and gentlemen, we still have the third and final matchup for today. And yeah,
Mm-hmm.
just can't wait because next up it will be Seven Seals versus Team NM. But before that, we are gonna go into a short break. So see you guys later. Pause your video.
And it is main event time here at the Top Clans 2022 Winter Invitational for DBDM for the day, since this is the last match, the last best of 3, 7 Seals versus NM. Nello Mello has the caster, Paunch Spice as well on the corner here. How you feeling about this match?
I'm very excited for this match because number one, 7 Seals is an experienced team. And yeah, who's made it in the Thai qualifiers, whereas NM is a really new team. They are they are veterans in another game. It's also a 4v1 game by NetEase, but this is actually their first time. Their first time doing Dead by Daylight. So I feel like like when you're not exactly a new player, but you're trying a new game, we might see something different from their perspective.
True. Let's put the pin in that conversation just a bit, just to catch everyone up that are just joining us now. We just saw AKL versus ROV 2-0, and then a really interesting match between Teletubbies and ICI. So over at on Wednesday, I believe, at December 29, 1 p.m., we are going to see AKL versus Teletubbies square off, and our main event for the day, it's going to be 7 Seal versus NM. And tomorrow, we got Team Toxic versus TDD. And we're going to also see some lower bracket matches tomorrow as well. So do stay tuned to that. But for now, it's 7 Seals versus NM.
Well, I really love the poster. 7 Seals. But there's only 6 characters, so it makes me wonder. Yeah. But definitely very excited to see the matchup between these two. Veterans versus not really veterans. But yeah, so let's just look at the lineups of 7 Seals first. We have Global, we have Folk 9, we have Daenerys, we have Away J, and IE.
Yeah. I31E. He is the hunter of the pack here. He's the one that brought out the nurse. So I'm very excited to see if he'll be bringing that one out. So I31E, someone to look out for, ladies and gents.
Yeah, nurse is going to be really annoying to counter. But why don't you bring us through NM's roster?
So, yep, we got Panda, obviously. He was the one that kited with Dwight perks. So hopefully, I don't know if he'll be bringing that out. We got Dragon, OVO, you got DDD, you got Mini Blue, and you got OK. So I'm really excited because they were able to win their side in the qualifiers and also the exhibition match. Very strong survivor team, very late game proud. Like they were always constantly on pressuring the killer. But one thing I do want to ask, Nell, is the improvements when it comes to their killer, because we did kind of echo the same sentiments that the Legion gameplay, we wanted a little more from them when it comes to Legion gameplay. So hopefully now, the time has come for them to perform, and I believe like more than a week has passed. So hopefully there'll be some improvements on the Legion gameplay.
Yeah, from what I've heard, the Hunter actually played DBD for a week. I believe he only started playing like 2 weeks ago. So
nice.
Yeah, it's no wonder if you look at the gameplay itself, might be a little newbie-ish. But securing 1K at least, I feel like he's doing the best he can. But let's see if the extra 1 week will help turn him from a 1K to at least a draw killer.
Man, in this meta where survivors are really good, a 2K is definitely a win already in the Hunter's book. So we are heading to Wrecker's Yard. I'm excited to see how yeah, the killer of NM Origin will be coming to the mix here. But also let's talk a little bit about Seven Seal because I3 wait, let me open that up. I3 IE, very patient nurse, hitting everyone, changing targets, not too aggressive. You know, there were some plays that didn't quite work out, but it was really the end game that really got him. And not to mention also, and I took this down in the notes, he was able to snatch someone off of a hook save. So that's also another thing that we have to look out for. So
yeah,
there was a little bit of a shaky end game, but still he was able to get 3K, and 3K in this game, in this tournament, is really hard to come by.
it is. But well, we're just gonna have to see. Oh wow, the nurse! The nurse is not exactly a beginner-friendly killer, so I'm really surprised NM killer YT Hershen tried to use the nurse on his second week of playing DVD, so I'm really surprised.
If he was spamming nurse and we're gonna see him go up against a team that mains nurse as the hunter that they spam with, that's a bold move. So YTH Shen has his work cut out for him in this match. But, you know, we've seen excellent nurse gameplays happen, so let's see if he's going to be able to down a team, well, I would say a survivor to what we see double decoding happening here on the survivor cams. Still no down just yet, so it's still looking pretty okay for the survivors as they're about to pop this first gen.
Yeah, nurse, I would say nurse players deserve the highest form of respect because it's a unique killer totally separate from other killers' playstyle. So the fact that he's trying this, I don't know. Oh my god! Yeah, like this is not something you can really play beginner friendly.
Yeah, and no, let's talk about the nurse because once she's charged up, yeah, you can't cancel out that that teleport, and you have to be very committal and you have to really predict very well because we talked about it. The nurse walk speed is one of the slowest, so it's really incentivizing you to go for the hits. And wow, look at that, just going back and forth. And now do you really want to be tempting fate here? Seems like, oh my god, going outside. He knows. Wow.
Yeah. This is not a team. This is not a team that responds in kind to newbie killers because you can see the way that they move. They know exactly what they're doing. Look, like even if you're just one step, you're face to face with the killer, they can just dodge you.
Yeah. And that comes with experience. Seven Seal not pulling any punches here when it comes to the killer YTH Shen here. I mean, this again surprised us because we know that I3IE is a nurse main, and he's going up against his team. So I'm pretty sure they've spammed a couple of games and they know how to kite this nurse. And you saw the locker room tech there. They know he's able to.
Crouching.
Oh my god, crouching! Oh my goodness, complete confidence coming from this Seven Seal.
Yeah, I would rather he take Legion at this point because Legion is so much more beginner friendly. It's direct, straight to the point. You just have to learn to master it. But look, like you're yeah, this exactly. This is not something you really want to see when you're playing the nurse because look, 4 gens are about to be done soon, Posh, and not even the first hit yet.
Wow, and look at that, just changing targets right away. F9 wanting to get, well, just try to get the attention away from these other survivors, but now YTH Shen, I mean, it's kind of, it's a tough spot here, but it's interesting that he picked a nurse, knowing that if they did their homework, they know that this team actually has a nurse main in their lineup too, so they clearly know the strengths and weaknesses of this character. So now let's see if he's going to get a hit because Seven Seal could actually play a perfect game here going up against
looking at that right in your face.
Yeah, they
right
know.
In your face.
Yeah, they know when you're going to get exhausted, and now this is what the survivors want. They want to live rent-free in your head, trying to go for with that teleport there, but couldn't avail here. So it's really showing that there are levels to this game, and Seven Seal is really dominating so far.
Yeah, gens have already been popped. Not a single hit so far. This has to be a record of some kind.
Hmm.
I
It
mean,
does, yeah.
it does. Yeah,
Seven Seal, 7S, yeah, just showing that their survivor team means business here. They're taking no prisoners and also getting a pallet stun too, and in the process, the exhaust state of that nurse. So it's definitely a very one-sided game so far. So there's nothing to lose for YTH Chen here. He's gonna have to keep his wits about him because this is gonna be a long one for him, and one game he's gonna have to like learn from if he wants to continue on in this tournament because it's very survivor sided. I mean,
it
leading up
is.
to this match, it's very survivor sided, but this match alone just
It's a
shows the strength
stomp.
of a coordinator. Yeah, it's definitely like very one sided.
Yeah, it's. I would call it a stomp because, uh, not a single hit. I mean, let's. We have to call it for what it is. I mean, I'm sorry
Mm-hmm.
if this offends anyone, but not a single hit and four escape. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
if not a stomp, what is? Nurse.
We thought the 10-0 was the well that one sided, but this one just I said redefines what we say as a stomp or one sided because that was complete dominance. I mean, we didn't even the perks didn't even come to play here. It was purely fundamentally based. They knew how to counter the nurse. They
Mhm.
knew exactly what to do and when the exhaust states. They were counting the times the teleport would happen. You saw one person just standing in front of them just because he knows that the swing can't even happen. So
Yeah,
that was really survivor sided.
yeah. The game lasted less than 5 minutes, Pouch.
Mm-hmm.
Nurse, you want to get good with Nurse. Nurse is the kind of killer where you need to spend hundreds, if not thousands, of hours practicing muscle memory with the blink.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yes.
something that you're either very good or very bad. So if you cannot be half-ass at it. So I
Mm-hmm.
feel like the practice definitely is lacking. I don't think there's even enough time to practice the nurse because
In
people
one
can
week,
tell.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And then
the Wraith would have a better result, I feel.
yeah, I with the fundamentals that we've seen from YTH Shen, YTH Shen, yeah,
Mhm.
I think a Wraith would have been better. A Spirit would have been better because the way
Or even
his
the Legion.
fundamentals was very like run, hit, move, right? But
Yeah,
Nurse, she doesn't play with those rules. You got to respect the Nurse mains that have dedicated the hours in. You got to also respect the players that have faced Nurses because it's also a different type of game and they were very prepared for that match. Like it was kind of scary how good they were in facing that Nurse match because usually like if someone has fundamentals of the game, yes, maybe you'll get one hit or two, but here no one got hit. So they knew how what the weaknesses are of the Nurse. They knew
yeah,
what
yeah,
the level of depth that this hunter knew, and it didn't work in his favor, and they completely dominated there. So very strong showing by Seven Seal. They did not pull any punches here, but yeah,
for
this
sure.
is the time for YTHN to kind of like get his head in the game because this is the team he's facing up against.
For sure. The time is so limited. Look at the score itself, Posh.
Mhm.
Zero pallet smash, zero hits, zero knockdowns.
Yeah, you hate to see it happen, right? As a
Yeah,
hunter main, you hate to see it happen, but as a survivor main, you like,
you
wow,
love
how
it.
can yeah, you like I mean, Seven Seal fans and also survivor fans out there, like teach me your ways. How do you face up against a nurse like that? Honestly, I think it's dedicated hours in the game and also going up against other really experienced nurses and also kind of capitalizing on the weakness of inexperience in using the nurse because we kind of talked about it, right? YTHN picking up this game recently and going with nurse right away. I don't think that was the best of decisions unless he's really committed to that nurse because I think in the next match we might actually see a mirror match of how the nurse is supposed to be played.
I'm actually very excited to see that next match happen as well. I3 at one
Mm-hmm.
IE. If
Mm-hmm.
it's gonna be a mirror match, then we're probably gonna see how a proper nurse match is gonna be like.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but don't get me wrong, the survivors of NM has actually did really well in the qualifiers itself. But
Mm-hmm.
again, this is the top eight. Welcome to the big leagues. This is the final
Mm-hmm.
eight. You definitely have to expect that the teams here who made it uh, are not half-assed. They're definitely
Yes.
very prepared, very
Oh
well
yeah.
prepared.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely not pulling any punches as well.
But you know what? We are gonna head for a very quick short break. So we'll see you after this for the second half of NM versus Seven Seals. So don't go anywhere, guys.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with 7 Seals securing themselves 5 points with a 4-person escape up against NM. Potch Spice and Nello Mello on the mic at your service. Any shout outs you want to give out now, real quick, before we keep going?
I have a shout out to a really pretty girl, Fong Rian. Hello, Giselle.
Oh.
Yeah. Thank you for the support. I see you in the chat, Jay, Posh, and Nell. So thank you for the shout outs. And shout outs to all of you guys in the chat as well. Sorry, we can't really read Thai language, but welcome to the stream and hope you guys have a fun time here. Again, let's try and be respectful and friendly and supportive to every single team that's competing in this tournament, regardless of where they are from. Because,
again, it is. And also, it's like, again, it's like we're setting the foundation of competitive Dead by Daylight Mobile, right? And seems like the Thai teams are the ones to really look out for because they're the more experienced ones, while the Southeast Asia team, very experimental. They want to try out different things. So we see a lot of love for both. I mean, we saw a lot of love for ICI, ROV, NM now, but you know what? Also, now I see a lot of love for 7 Seal, which, I mean, they're very experienced. We clearly saw that in their dominant performance. So again, this is a best of 3, so they still have a long way to go in this tournament and in this matchup alone. Now we're going to switch things up. And like you said, no, I'm excited for this next match because it could be a mirror match of nurses.
Nurses, mirror match. Yeah, who wouldn't like to see the battle of nurses, right? Because I think that we are going to properly see a nurse gameplay, because like what you said, I3IE has managed to get a 3K in the previous endeavor, so I'm looking forward to it. But at the same time, I'm also interested to see if NM survivors are able to pull one out of the bag. You know, because now they have access to all the perks, like regardless of whether you're a new player or an old player, you have access to all the ultra, the rare perks. So no reason why you shouldn't be strategizing right here. So I'm interested to see how that turns up. But again, 5-0 in the first half. I feel like they definitely need to make the score, you know, just bridge the score a little bit closer so that they don't get left behind that far.
Yeah. Especially after a performance like that and how dominant they were, I'm pretty sure they want to also show that their survivor team is one to look out for, and also to kind of raise the spirits of YTH Shen. Again, maybe it was an experimental nurse, maybe he's been trying it out, but this team was just very good. Regardless of what happened, the score remains the same. It was a 5-point game by the survivors. So now it's NM's turn to try and duplicate that same type of success. If not, try to defend as much as possible so the point disparity won't be as much, courtesy of AKL ROV, where it was a 10-0. So it was hard for them to come back from that, especially like mentally going into best of 3. So again, like Nell said, it's not over in this. It's not just a one and done type thing once you lose a match here. The losers of this match will be going to the lower bracket where, as we note, ROV is at, ICI as well. So 7 Seal and NM are still fighting for their spot in the upper bracket.
For sure. We definitely want to see more of that. In the second half, because SOS, I feel like they're definitely dealing with this. You know, it's really hard. I feel like going up against the nurse is actually really, really hard. It's just that the survivors of 7 Seals made it look easy. So
very easy.
Yeah, I think they're just used to practicing against it, since their main killer is practically maining nurse. So we'll see.
Yeah, I feel like we're just at the edge of our seats right now to wait and see where this match is going to be headed. So I'm excited to see how the teams will adapt to this this game, especially with 7 Seal. They could be actually kind of beat out AKL versus ROV with how dominant they could be in the stomp that they could probably accomplish here, since I would love to see how that nurse match would play out. Again, if you guys have any love for the nurse, let us know. And also, if you guys want to see any specific killers, yeah, let the team know. Let your voice be heard, because I'm excited to see how everyone is going to be moving on in this tournament and evolving, especially NM with YTH Shen. Again, sky's the limit. As Nell said, he just picked up the game and he just started. He's very talented also in other 1 versus 4, but now we're playing DBDM, so it's a different story. So that's the case.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see how they're going to put up against it. Well, just gonna have to wait a little bit longer because yeah, preparations are being done at the moment. So yeah, Posh, what do you think
Mhm.
that they? What kind of perks do you think the survivors will run on the side of NN?
So I believe if NM have done their homework, I think they shouldn't really move away from the meta that Tai kind of established. And also coming into this, when we were studying for this, yeah, if we're gonna play with this rule set, of course you want to bring Dead Heart, you want to bring Borrowed Time for certain survivors, and you want to be able to make sure. But now we see he's actually changing things up. This is a Billy match. We have a chainsaw wielding foe here, and now two of the survivors are down. Mini Blue and DDD have been downed, ladies and gentlemen. So now this is actually a tough game. We see a Hillbilly coming into the mix here. So I thought this was kind of auto ban, or like this is no joke that they're just gonna ban it right off the bat, and now another down. It's a complete massacre here. So we have one on a hook, two down. Only Panda can go for the rescue here. Well, the rest, well, I mean, there's no borrowed. There's one borrowed time. You have adrenaline. You also have decisive strike and life. But now DDD is rescued. So oh my God, another tried to camp behind the pallet, but that's not going to work as the Billy once again. Yeah, just once he's in chainsaw mode, he's just gonna go straight for the kill here. Everyone is down, so this is one of the fastest matches here, ladies and gentlemen. Unless they have Unbreakable, this is a GG. So again, this is complete dominance on the side of 7 sealed. You love to see it if you're a hunter. You hate to see it if you're a survivor. We're going to see some recovering happen. There is an Unbreakable on screen, ladies and gentlemen, but now it's going to be a little tough because he's going to time this well. One Unbreakable is on screen. Spine Chill is up. 2 of the down survivors are in the same vicinity. So Nell, everyone is down. The massacre continues. 1 Unbreakable left on screen. And we see that, yeah, this is probably even a faster match than the nurse one.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I know that Billy can do Billy can do a one hit KO.
Billy things.
This is a little too much. Endurance, nicely done.
Oh my God. And now, okay, Borrowed Time able to move on here, but at this point, they're just surviving because this is, again, it's a tough matchup to go for because everyone already has endurance. Everyone was down early on. The massacre continues.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. This is just so shocking. I thought that the nurse game was a little too fast, but this one seems even faster. With Billy, oh my God. Again, one more person. Boom.
Yeah, DDD down. The first one that was down. Mini Blue already patching up. Dragon as well. So now first survivor out. Well, second hook on DDD's side. And no one has touched the gen just yet.
Yeah. I would call this a suicide match.
We've had our fair share of suicide matches now. This is a Hello Darkness, my old friend moment. Start playing the
old friend. Indeed. But well, yeah. I mean, it's really hard coming back against a Billy, especially when Billy already has that groove going on. He can do the infinite dash. It's really annoying going up against this kind of killer. Not to mention, look at the dashes.
Wow, complete turns. The 180 turns around there. And now we see he's still going to go for more survivors. Trying to go for it, but at least, yeah, getting that stun. So it kind of buys a little more time here. But Mini Blue is bleeding out. Dragon as well. And now we see that, oh my God, trying to go for another dash there. But yeah, the stun will buy a little more time. Panda is healed up. So at this point, they're just playing defense because they're not focusing on objectives right now. Their objective is just to survive as long as possible. But with this kind of momentum that is shifted already in the killer's favor, it's hard to find a way out.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, one after the other. There's no coming back from it. It's just a snowball effect. Everyone is just circled around this tractor. And the moment Billy has his chainsaw up, it's over, man. He just slashes people down.
And note that, yeah, the Bill is trying to go for the save here. He did use the borrowed time here. Now just trying to chase him down.
Oh.
Oh my god, he gets not well, the Billy is actually not Bill is knocked out. Everyone is down. This looks like a GG because everyone is slugged.
It is. Yeah, I would call this a very early nights out because man, oh man, Billy with the 4K, 10-0 in the first round itself. I mean, I don't know, the difference in experience seems too much. But yeah, like what you said, they're not playing to win at this point. They're playing to survive. 0% Jen's touch. I think they're trying to break the record of zeros of the nurse as well.
And considering that if Billy isn't auto banned, you have to respect ban the Billy. But I think they did their research. They maybe banned out the nurse because they know how crazy I3's nurse is. He's gonna close the hatch, and that's gonna be it. Closing the book on that chapter. That's a 10-0 Nell. Incredible performance on the Billy side. Very one-sided matches on 7Seal's side. NM, I don't know. It's kind of tough because we've seen how well they can do in Southeast Asia, and now going up against the Thai team, maybe the skill difference is too much. Maybe there are levels to this, and 7Seal's just like, or I would say peak tier, like ranks above with how well they're mind gaming. Because the Billy coming into this match, we've seen a Thai team also counter a Billy, and they ended up in a tie. But now here, it just seems like they were kind of caught off guard with the Billy. And yeah, everyone is just knocked out by the first minute of the game.
Well, honestly, I don't see much of a coming back. Like in the first round itself, if the result is already 10-0, I feel like going into best of two, even if the ban of Billy, there's still the nurse. So I don't know what they can really do to come back from this. But hey.
Oh, yeah. My bad. It's not I3 on the Billy. It's actually
Droya.
Yeah. So big shout outs to him bringing out the Billy here. Again, dominant performance by 7Seals, like really leaving no stone unturned here. And Gen progress a little bit on the 9% here by Dwight, courtesy of Panda, but that's about it. Like, that was a very one-sided performance, and 7Seal just showing everyone that, like, we're taking no prisoners. We want that grand final spot, and if we have to go through a survivor team like this, they will do that.
Yeah, MVP Panda for finishing 9%.
Yeah,
I would say that.
But DDD is the one with 8,000. Why is it like that?
Why is it like that? I don't know. But chase duration 5 seconds longer.
Dude, like Panda got 9% progress, 2 rescues, chase 27 seconds. All right, that's like a 4-5 second difference, but DDD still getting the MVP for the survivors here with 8,000 blood points. I'm not sure. I'm really bad with numbers, especially blood point numbers. But again, it was jokes aside, it was very one-sided, and I would have to say NM have to kind of snap themselves out of this and be able to like kind of take it to 7Seal, because 7Seal, if they're going to continue with this confidence, this same result can continue in the game number 2.
I mean, either way it goes, I still feel like every team will have their own strategy moving forward. Every team will have a second life. So I feel like even if this game ends with NM being thrown off to the losers bracket, they will still have the experience to move on forward. But you know what? More of this discussion going on. Game 2 will be after this break. So see you guys soon.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen, with Top Clan's 2022 Winter Invitational for DDDM. Potch Spice and Nello Mello calling the action between Seven Seal versus NM, the final match of the day. And so far, Seven Seal has not let up. They've not pulled their punches. They kept, stepping on the gas throttle for a 10-0 in this match. Nell, let's get some thoughts out there before we get to match number 2.
Yeah, I have a feeling it might be a very highly possible best of 2 game, considering how it went in best of 1.
Like a 2-0, yeah.
Yeah, but they might prove me wrong. But again, I would say Seven Seals, very strong performance, like what you said. Definitely showing us the experience, the skills. Not a newbie team at all. So I feel like they have the stronger advantage coming to this team. Whereas NM, I don't know, they have to work up a magic if they want to come back in this.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, and they got to give us something to work with here as we narrate the outcomes, or we narrate what's going on, because so far Seven Seal just look picture perfect with not just their killer matches but also their survivor sided matches, because I mean, a very specific match like Nurse, they knew how to counter it with. And they kind of exploited, they kind of sensed that the inexperience coming in probably from YTH Shen. So you saw how they were able to do that. And again, that was not you hate to see it happen, but you love to see it happen if you're on the other side. So again, we want to find the best of the best here in the Southeast Asia region, and that's why we want to be able to see the best of the best. And if we can't do that if we don't put teams up against each other, and there could be some mismatches here and there, but ultimately it does showcase the best of Southeast Asia at the end.
For sure. But yeah, going into game number 2, first half, I'm interested to see who will be going first. Which survivor factions will be going first? Would it be NM going first, or will it be Seven Seals? Because at this point, I don't have anything to base my reference off, because both factions have been doing so good, like 4K and 4SK. So I feel like either way, Seven Seals will be doing great. Whereas NM, I feel like they'll probably have to send the survivors faction first in order to give the killers some breathing space. Set the tone. And maybe they'll be able to play much better than the game number 1.
Yeah, I think it's more of just kind of salvaging the situation for now and trying to get back your mental your mental capacity and your confidence back into this game, because 10-0. Yes, the defeat there, you know what, it's on the screen, but it kind of stings even more, and it kind of throws you off your game, knowing that coming into BO2, there's gonna be a killer ban, a different map as well. It could snowball, and you could start spiraling as a team. So you want to be able to stop that, or try your best to just give your best performance out there. Because if this is a mismatch, NM has nothing else to lose here, because again, they started in a really tough spot in the losing side of a 10-0. So I guess coming into this one, nothing left to lose. Let's try to prove people wrong. And it's like to show them how our hard work paid off. And on Seven Seal's side, I think they already see the light at the end of the tunnel. They can't have an early night in the office, and they can easily go to Thursday, knowing that, all right, with a boatload of confidence, and saying, all right, we're able to have one of the most dominant performance, and now let's keep continuing on to get to the grand finals.
Yeah, so far the Thai teams have been showing a lot of strength, aka moving on against ROV, and then not to mention Teletubbies pulling one over ICI, and now Seven Seals pulling one over NM. So I feel like the Thai teams are definitely their meta's working. Before this, in the early games, we were talking about the difference between playstyles, right? So I feel like their methods are working. They're more grounded, and feels like their playstyle is just breaking them wins. So I feel like it's a really plausible situation here. But you know what? More of that later, because right now we're going to the Cold Town. Wow.
The first time we're going to see this map again, and kind of a dark map as well. A lot of structures to work with, 2 stories as well in the center. So I'm excited to see how both teams will kind of fare in this map, because we've been seeing a lot of Wrecker's Yard, we've been seeing a lot of Disturbed Ward. So yeah, definitely a welcome opening here. A lot of community tournaments actually just hold their tournaments in this map. So again, I think it's a beloved one, kind of balanced in a sense, like kind of big, kind of small. So can't wait to see what's going to go on here in Coal Tower.
Yeah. You know what I would love to do now? I would love to spend the time, because in Dead by Daylight PC, there's actually 40 over maps. I would love to spend the time to actually, go through one by one of the maps and just appreciate the amount of detail put into creating these maps. Because even in Dead by Daylight Mobile, all these maps, I feel like it's a journey, like trying to explore the place. You can appreciate the details. So yeah, I feel like it's really well thought of. But what about you? Like, do you have a favorite map of your own? Like you really like to play in?
Treatment Theater. Really? I remember I used to tell you, dude, I hate this map. It's so hard. But then eventually you keep spamming it, and you're like, all right, I'm kind of getting the lay of the land here. Kind of like Treatment Theater. I also like Lampkin Lane, because I've kind of familiarized myself. I like maps that have distinct, not just lore, but also like structures. It's like, okay, I know where I'm at. I'm at the corners here, because if you look at if you look at Wrecker's Yard, you can still get a little bit lost, even though it's kind of small. Coal Yard also, Coal Tower too, you can get kind of lost there. Disturbed Ward, sort of, but yeah, maybe I just like indoor maps. I don't know.
Indoor maps. How about Raccoon City Police Station?
Of course. Of course. Can't wait for that to get to DVDM. So that's gonna be so much fun. How about you? What maps do you like?
Raccoon City Police Station. And the meat plan as well. I mean, there's 3 levels to it, so I really like it. There's a lot of pallets around. There's a lot of places to work with. There's even a place where you could just jump through. You can just jump through, and you can land like all the way from the 3rd floor to the ground floor. So I feel like that's also a very strong map to kite in. Very annoying for the killer to keep up with you.
Yeah, that's my thing there is that I just get lost looking for gens, man. Like I don't know the layout. Maybe I still need to do that. But I like the feature it kind of has also in Wrecker's Yard, is that when you complete a gen, like the map kind of opens up, the garage opens up. So that's kind of cool. I like how the map sort of changes, because there are those gens that, especially like in the bathroom, it's a dead end. Like you don't know where to go, because once you're working on a gen and a killer finds you there, like, oh, GG, he's gonna get hit. So again, I like knowing my layout and like knowing where to go. That's why I always bring windows of opportunity. So in Treatment Theater, you want to go like to the center or the two place there. If you bring broken windows, balanced landing. Yeah, it's just a great map to kind of understand the layout. And Lampkin Lane, we were spamming that a lot in the Southeast Asia qualifier, so I think there's also some love for that. Also, what are your thoughts on Yamako Estate?
It's really dark. There's a shrine right in the middle, so that's definitely a very dangerous gen to repair at. But overall, I think it's also pretty balanced. It's suitable for hide and seek because of the tall bushes. So as long as you're not injured and making noise, the killer will have such a hard time.
I get confused sometimes because there are some strong hiding areas, right? But there are some tiled areas where it's like an L and there's a window and that's it. And I get caught there most of the time. So again, it has potential for me to be able to really understand the map, but I think I need to play a couple more games in Yamako Estate too to get familiarize myself with that map. But sorry, go.
What about least favorite map?
Least favorite?
Okay, let's see if we have the same one. Okay, I'll count down to 3. 3, 2, 1. Then let's say it together. Okay. Let's think about it first.
I did.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Midweek Elementary
Field. Oh, you don't like that? I was gonna say Cornfield. Yeah, I was gonna say Cornfield. It's really big. You can't do. You could barely hide and seek, and sometimes I get lost in the cornfield. Like the killer's right there. It's like where's it at? Then boom, right there. But I can see why you don't like the elementary school. It's really long hallways,
Long haul.
and some classrooms aren't the best to kite. Like there are pallets, right? But it's not the best.
It's not the best indeed. Like the
Mhm.
long hallways is already bad enough because
Right, right.
because when you have random teammates who spam all the pallets and all of those are being
Done.
broken,
Hmm.
you have nowhere to run. Like it's a long hole, everything's gone. Windows of opportunity shows no opportunity at all.
Yeah. You just see windows, but they're all the way
Window.
across the map.
God.
Yeah, even the center, right? Like when usually like killers would want to go ground floor center where that garden is not the best place to kite. So
So dark.
we'll see. Oh my goodness.
Oh, the nurse?
The nurse
Wow.
is coming out, and this is i3's bread and butter, ladies and gentlemen. So DDD eating that first hit. We talked about this nurse pick. He's going to try to make some predictions happen, trying to go for it, but DDD,
Nice.
oh my God, he's able to get him right before he entered the locker.
What? How did that happen? He
Oh,
hit and then he went into the locker.
I think he hit, and it was supposed to be an animation where he was supposed to snatch him out. But yeah, he already was inside the locker and got a little bit hit, so the hitbox registered. So now DDT, first one on the hook. And usually DDT has a really long kite, but this is what you're dealing with the nurse. Mind games being played. There is a pallet that is able to be used there, but now we see that I3-IE is going to head on back.
Okay, so we're seeing Panda taking the first kite. Yeah, he knows he's about to go exhausted, but the thing is, he tries to maintain that line of sight. So that's typically what you want to see from the
Whoa.
first player. What?
How did Dragon get? Oh my goodness. Dragon in the dying state already. My goodness. And now he's going to be, out of the hook. It is going downhill for the survivors here, but all going
Panda
the
getting
killer's
hit
way.
too. Oh my god, Panda getting hit too.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Don't unhook. Oh my god. Oh my god.
My goodness, I don't know if the struggle speed was enough. Panda getting, oh, everyone is down once again, Nell. So it's kind of a repeat of the previous game. Wow.
I don't know. Is it possible to play like this?
To get this far, I don't know. Seven Seal just making sure that, yeah, you're going to separate this game through levels here. So, yeah, I don't think... I really think that Seven Seal is just going to try and have an early night here, because that was a big L that these survivors are going to take. We didn't even see the full... I mean, like, we've seen some amazing nurse plays, but here it just seems like he was being very patient. The teleports were kind of on point. Oh,
Sorry,
my
I just have to
goodness.
cut you there. Fastest game, even faster than the first game.
What's the time? What's the time on this game?
1 minute 50 seconds.
Jeez.
That's my guess.
Well, they're gonna try to survive here, but I think the entity's just gonna take them away. Seven Seal. I mean, I'm glad we saw the nurse, but my goodness, we were talking more about maps than this game entirely in hell. So that's how fast he works. And I mean, again, ladies and gentlemen, kudos to NM getting this far, but at this point, no team is gonna pull their punches. They're gonna go all out, and they're gonna give it their all, because again, what's at stake is a $10,000 prize pool. So of course, Seven Seal's not gonna mess around. They're gonna keep on going. He tried to go for the escape here, but Dragon got hit right away. Did he get snatched off a hook or something? Like, he was down easily.
Yeah, I think that was the second hit as well. But
Second hit,
grab
okay.
as well.
The grab
Like,
on hook.
It can literally happen, because that's why you try not to rescue when the killer is around, because when you do, when you're in the middle of unhooking, the killer can easily grab you away. That's what you want to avoid. What you want to do is you try to bait unhook, so when the killer actually moves in to slash you, like to grab you, it turns into a slash instead of a grab.
Yeah, you just bait out the hit, right? I mean, we've experienced that in other 1v4 games, and you don't want to be too hasty when it goes to the rescue. You want to get hit first, get the rescue done, or bait out at a hook hit for you to be able to get that. But that was quick, Nell. I mean, what is there to analyze? Again, I didn't... Okay, he has Starstruck, he has Agitation, he has Corrupt, and Lethal Pursuer. I don't think we even needed to... I mean, Agitation probably helped with him carrying one of the survivors, and he was trying to pressure the hook, the rescue from being attempted. But yeah, sorry, you were saying?
How can that happen? Dragon was hit, but his chase duration is 0 seconds. how can that? How can that happen? Blinked
No,
into
because
him. Parashot.
I have no
Grab.
idea. We gotta relook at the tapes here because yeah, Dragon. I mean, it just seems like yeah. Also, Panda just having a at least like 22 seconds, and also Mini Blue 6 seconds. DDD
Oh,
not as normal, like with 27 seconds. But Dragon, I would that was a tough night. Man, not even the killer got that much points. So that's how fast this game is.
if every matchup today is like this, I think we would have ended in less than 2 hours.
Man, we would have had made this a podcast because we were talking about different maps, different skins, different all that. But this
This is
one,
not a
I
whole
don't
match,
know.
man. This is
Yeah,
not a whole
this
match.
was
This is a VOD.
yeah. It
This
was
is
the
a highlight.
highlights. The highlights.
Highlights moment. Yeah, this is not the full match actually, ladies and gentlemen. This is actually just the highlights.
I
The
would
match
say,
was ended
Mhm.
long ago in their dreams.
yeah, we're done. This is just the recurring. So thank you for joining us for the highlight reel of Seven Seal versus NM. Okay, not to take anything away from Seven Seal because they're amazing, right? We've seen them in the qualifiers, but we could kind of see the difference in skill. And you know what? I think Seven Seal's just doing what they have to do to move on in this tournament. Yes, it's hard to watch, but again, we want to find the best of the best, and NM is kind of learning it the hard way in how these matches, how quickly they're going and one-sided. So they really have a lot of adjusting to do. Not again, I might be writing their obituaries, but again, they still have for this day because they will be fighting their way out of the lower bracket come tomorrow. So we still have one more match to play out. It's going to be the survivors, but I wonder what YTH Shen. I wonder what YTH Shen is going to be playing.
For sure, for sure. But
Mhm.
before that, on a positive note, it's all for the experience as well. Not everything's about the money. But a little bit more about that after this short break. So stay tuned, guys, for the finale of today's matchup.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with potentially the final match of the night between 7 Seal versus NM. 7 Seal about to do the unthinkable, have a perfect BO3 2-0, not just in rounds, but in points. NM, I mean, like, it's they have to make the comeback of the century if they still want to stay in the upper bracket, but not the last day they'll have here in this tournament. Like, again, it's a growing and learning experience. They still have a chance in the lower bracket. They have chances to adjust. So I'm excited to see how they're going to try and bounce back because, again, you want to end on a high note. So how do you feel about this one, Nell? Because this has been wild so far.
Well, you are totally right about it being wild because the point so far is actually 15-0. So if they actually make another 4 escape, if 7 Seals get another 4 escape, I think this will be a first time record over 2-0 and a 20-0 lead. So, yeah, so I feel like that's gonna be really devastating for the morale of NM. But again, it's a learning experience, guys. On a positive note, teams are joining because they want to enjoy the game, they want to experience the game, yeah, and of course, try and see how far they can go. So
yeah. And considering this is the biggest DBDM tournament in Southeast Asia, you want to be able to... wow, we're going to start with a match already?
A doctor?
A doctor match. Yeah, it seems like it's a doctor match. So now, yeah, we're just going to head right into the match. Again, we want to establish the meta. We want to establish how far people can go when it comes to competitive DBDM. We're going to see the charge, the shock therapy happen. No one is here. And now the looping is happening. So let's see if 7 Seal can have that perfect game. We are seeing Handheld get already into the shock therapy here, but we've seen how well doctor matches can be countered, but YTHN can change the script here.
Yeah, I mean, typically when you're using if you found a survivor, you would typically a typical killer would already be slashing the survivor at this point and not just spamming shock therapy. The reason why you're using shock therapy is not to exactly give them insanity, but it's just to stop them for that split second, you know, like from interacting. And so far, that's not what it's doing.
Yeah, it just seems like, yeah, he's getting these shock therapies in, but like you said, it needs to be purposeful here. This is just allowing them to transition. It's just going to jolt them a little bit. Once you build that insanity to tier 3, that's when, you know what, the pallet drops are going to be negated, especially the close ones. And now we see that the chase is still ensuing, but he's just chasing him all around the map here. And now we already see the tier 3, I believe, of insanity. But look how well they're playing this. Just constantly transitioning, dropping the pallet, just making sure that he can still do it. Not going for any pallet stuns as of now. Just playing it pretty conservatively while we check on over to the progress of the survivors here.
Yeah, he'll be looped infinitely. Yeah. I feel like the survivor is going to loop him for a very long time. Doctor is not a killer that thrives on its speed. It's actually more like interrupting the interaction, you know, like blocking that split-second window, blocking that split-second pallet drop. If you can't nail that timing right, and plus mind gaming, you're not really gonna hit anyone. Not 7 Seals, at least.
Yeah, 7 Seals clearly showed that they have a great and like a vast understanding of this game. Now being chased down the Omen, trying to just go for these shock therapies, trying to just go for the locker tech. Oh my goodness! Just the finally able to get a hit, and let's see if he can get it down onto global here, because that was actually kind of close. He had to swing twice there, but he knew where the dead zones were when it comes to that swing of the doctor.
Yeah, he even lost the survivor that he hits. This is a sign of you know, like this is a very beginner's weakness. Like when you hit the survivor, you lose track of where the survivor is. And that's exactly what happened, because he's actually chasing a new survivor now.
You know,
and he's getting looped.
Yeah, it's gonna try to play the mind games here, but you see that the patience being brought onto the table here by the Kyers, courtesy of F9 of 7 Seal. Just hugging the walls here, not making, you know, it's constant, I would say, looping to frustrate the hunter into changing targets. And F9 trying to extend here, but now he knows the routes and he knows the where he's supposed to be at. You thought he was going to be hugging that wall. No, he's going to be moving and transitioning away and just staying away from the shock therapy. So still a beautiful game, beautiful surviving that is being done by 7 Seal.
Yeah. Oh, one hit, and that hit was on purpose. Actually, he
had to.
Yeah,
he had to eat that hit just so he can transition, right? So again, yeah, you see the scratch marks on the wall here, but it's this is what is really tough with a doctor, right? You want to be able to catch these survivors not in these good spots, because yes, you can keep doing the shock therapy, but like you said, if you're not doing anything with it, they'll just constantly be screaming at you. And they know the red light trick. They know that they gotta look for you. They're not gonna be phased by what they see. Oh,
he's not hugging the obstacle tight enough. Look at how the Jake is actually hugging the obstacles. He's just hugging closely towards the wall. That's something you want to do. If you do that, you can actually create a slightly further distance from the killer. Look,
yeah,
the
just cut the corners, right? Cut the corners, be able to find the opening here. And now we see that Jake just honestly just moving on, and he's still saving that pallet, but able to go through the window, but still just hanging around this area because it's quite a strong area because the pallet is still there. You knew he was going to get that hit. And yeah, we're not really seeing any like back moonwalking, trying to hide the red light tricks coming out of YTH Shen. But yeah, F9 eating that first hit, and rightfully so. We have 4 gens already. Well, actually, exit gate's already open now, or powered at least.
Yeah, it's already open. And Doctor is still trying to chase the first target. Yeah, you're not gonna work that way. They know the layout. Like this layout, I've used it countless times to loop without even putting down the pallets. But yeah, this is not ideally what you want. But I would say if he can get one person down, that would be a victory.
Yeah, and correction, sorry, one is at 60%. So, oh my god, hiding into the locker. And now he has his first down. And the flashlight tech, oh my goodness, this was all part of the plan. So now we see a little bit of cheekiness coming out of 7 Seal here, just kind of styling on our doctor here. And it seems like he will try to get a hit onto this one survivor, at least able to get that, trying to look where the survivor is going. So now he's going to try and block him from this pallet.
Yeah, honestly, I don't see a point for 7 Seals to, delay. To be honest, Claudette was really close to just finishing the gen, but she just decides to, not finish the gen and just run off and find the killer. So I feel like, yes, when one team has the clear advantage, you're not playing for blood points. You're actually playing for the win. I feel like if you have the ability to end it, I feel like that's what you should do. You should pay respect to the other teams, and you're stronger. End it. You're stronger. You can end it. It's not like you can't. So I just a slight opinion of mine, like just looking at how the way things are going here.
Yeah, I agree also, and considering that this is the last match of the day, you want to be able to, continue on with the day. Shout out to the production, giving an amazing, quality of stream and all that. But if you do prolong the game where it's very one-sided, it's kind of already been set, right? So again, I think that's the thing with these 1 versus 4 type asymmetrical games, that if one has a clear advantage, you want to end it right away unless you want to just prove a point here. And now we see that Handheld is the one that is down. Again, the exit gates are being powered already, so they can actually push for the exit gate and get at least the tie, or just one person out for them to get the win here. And now 2 are already injured, and it's inevitable. Like, it's only a matter of time, right, till these survivors do make the escape happen.
Yeah, right now they're just wandering around. Yeah, you don't typically see a game like this. Where it's pretty much one-sided, but well, they're just playing with fire at this point. I don't know.
Yeah, again, it's we want to be able to find the best of the best here, and there's no shame in joining, since this is a free tournament, and and no entrance fee. Just joining is good. You're gonna get these mismatched matches happen. And you can clearly see that the survivors already opening up the exit gate. And now they're just going to try to body block and try to cover ground here and try to go for the swing here. And we see that all of them are actually at the exit gate. And it's going to be a 4-person escape. 7 Seal are going to get the victory here, ladies and gentlemen.
GG, well played. So it looks like 7 Seals will be moving on and in the winners bracket, and then will be sent to the lower bracket. So GG, well played.
Very one-sided. I can't wait to see how 7 Seal is going to deal with the other teams out there, because again, if there are levels to this, yes, 7 Seal is technically above NM in that sense, and clearly also when it comes to the upper and lower bracket. But I think that just makes NM's fire burn even more to try and come back from this devastating performance here and devastating result. But you can't, I mean, the proof is in the pudding here. 7 Seal having one of the most perfect games out there. Kind of a mismatch, I would have to say, but you know, with how the tournament or how this tournament does go, when you kind of keep the regions separated, it's clear to see that the Thai region have an advantage here when it comes to experience and also like mechanical abilities, not just in Survivor side but also in Hunter side.
Yeah, but hey, I would say there's an improvement. At least it's no longer zeros. 6 hits, 2 knockdowns. Yeah, I would say every game, you have to spend an amount of time to really dive into the game, slowly get better. Even pros, even geniuses, they need to take their time to really understand the game. But unfortunately today, it's gonna be victory. Victory for NM. Thank you.
No, I think this is 7. I think this is 7 Seal.
Moral victory.
Moral victory. Participation.
No zeros. No zeros this time.
No zeros for that one.
Yeah, but congratulations, 7 Seal, for moving on. For 7 Seals, what they've gained, victory. For NM, what they've gained, a lesson. So let's hope that they can bring this run in the lower brackets, where they'll probably meet someone like I believe, like what you said, probably a mismatch, but probably they'll meet a more
on their level,
more similar kind of level teams. Because like what you said, grassroots tournament, both professional teams, amateur teams alike, they will join. So we have a mixture of those. Unfortunately, that's what we get tonight.
Yeah, I think when it comes down to it, it's a grassroots tournament. Again, we're trying to establish the meta, establish like the gold standard when it comes to competitive DBDM. And shout outs to the Thai community, because they've definitely, in all 3 matches, they have definitely won and showed that they've definitely grown the meta, and they've definitely pushed the boundary of what competitive identity, competitive Dead by Daylight Mobile is. So here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the scoreboard here: 2-0 ROV versus AKL's advantage over ROV. Teletubbies getting 3/2 at ICI, and I believe it was 7 Seal to move on, ladies and gentlemen. So. Shout out, just a quick heads up to the prod there that NM is going to go to the lower bracket and not 7 Seal. I don't know, if I'm scared for NM if they continue on the upper bracket with that performance. I'm not gonna lie.
For sure. But yeah, I just find like, maybe it's a little bit amusing, but yeah, well, something to laugh about. Did we get the name
switched up? Maybe it was actually NM that was 7 Seal. I don't know.
Maybe. Oh, that's what happened. No, I see. I'm just kidding. It's actually just an illusion, guys. Ladies and gentlemen.
It's the doctor.
It's the doctor. Yeah, I think so. I have to snap out of it. Come on, guys. Snap out of it.
So just a correction there. It is 7 Seal to move on. That was 7 Seal to get the 2-0, and it is NM in the lower bracket, waiting for the loser of Toxic and TDD to face off against them. Again, that's going to start the day off tomorrow, and then after that, it's going to be the first lower bracket match between ROV and ICI, a run back of how the qualifiers are going to play out. So interesting to see how that's going to pan out. Yes, it was 7S that did win. just the graphics again, ladies and gentlemen. Though, just have to
Sure.
tweak it a little bit. But with that performance, how can we deny the victory from 7S? That was an incredible performance by them. So big shout outs to them.
Okay, so well, it's been a long day, Posh. I'm glad we've witnessed a few interesting matches, highlights, and I'm glad that the audience are there to watch it with us. So, any last words before we wrap this up?
Big shout outs to everyone watching on the streams, and thank you guys so much for having us again. Me and Nell here are in a I would say in a gracious position here to learn the game with you guys and also call the action, because we love Dead by Daylight Mobile. And big shout outs to Top Clans for putting this all together, as well as Nephews.
Okay, so with that, it's me, Nell Mello, and the one and only Posh Spice, wishing you a very good night for those of you who are in Southeast Asia, and for all of you on other regions of the world watching. Have a good day. See you guys tomorrow.
Peace.